Morning. It's afternoon. Well, it depends where you are. Easy. Hello. Yo. Thanks. Acropolis. Yeah, that was a weird one. I really wanted that to be better than it was, but weird. They have a sound limit because they're scared of you vibrating it too much, because I think they're worried that the rocks are going to fall apart. But never mind all the local traffic and the fact that they put the sub right next to the rocks that they were worried about. So they could have put the sub nearer the audience. Not so much technical issues. It was the venue just had this weird sound limit. So we had to have it really quiet, and we had to have the sub mixed really low because it was tripping their meter, which was set weighted towards bass, which obviously they're just worried about vibration. So, but I think it's a lot of bureaucracy really. I think more it's to do with sound leakage and local residents and stuff like that, but they don't say that. They say it's because it's this ancient structure, so they just kind of use that to get you to play ball, I think. It's my take anyway, I don't know. Morning. It's not morning here though, so, but I guess it is in the UK, so morning. Yeah, I'm looking forward to barbecuing. I'm a bit worried about reverb, but we'll see what it's like when we get in there. I've heard good things about it, so and they did a lot of work on it, like I think in the early 2000s, to try and even out the weird, because there's beams running down it that cause weird sound issues. So read quite a bit about it, so, but I'm reasonably confident it'll be good. LFO 94, yeah, totally remember that. I think that was I don't know if that was the first tour we did. It was around Amber, so it was like an Amber sort of related tour. Yeah, it was really good. LFO were fucking ace on that tour. They're good to hang out with as well. How did you get all the live replays on Spotify? I don't even know what that means. I don't use Spotify, so can you elaborate? Because I'm a bit dumb. How different do you expect the two sets to be at Barbican? I don't know, because it depends. I mean, I'd say pretty different, because hopefully. But I think Rob's got a bit of work to do on his bits before I know for certain. But yeah, I'm reasonably sure it'll be quite different. Like, quite different, I don't know. But we'll see. Milano recording. Yeah, we got that. And we got the Acropolis one, which I should say is going to sound better, actually, on the recording than it would have done in the gig, just because of the weird mix in the venue. So I'm glad we got that down, because I don't think it was a bad gig from our end. And it sounded much better on the stage than it did out front, so that's quite weird. Is there a soundboard quality copy of the Quirky Brixton set? Not that I know of, unless somebody grabbed it. But I wouldn't put it past them, given who organised it, to have recorded it and not give us it. But I just don't know, is the answer. But that camcorder copy that's kicking around is actually quite good, you know, considering it's from a fucking camcorder. Will the live 2022 stuff sound like Sign and Plus? A bit, I guess. I mean, insofar as we always sound a bit sort of similar to what we're doing in studio, but yeah, not really, because I mean the tracks are quite different structurally and stuff, but some of the sounds will be the same. How did the Elephant Gear collab with V-Snares come about? Yeah, so basically Daniel Anson died, and that was a bit of a blow for everyone because he was fucking well smart. And then Aaron got in touch to say that he'd been asked to do something for that compilation, and I had like an old track from about 2005 that I'd given for it, because they were doing a compilation to kind of commemorate Daniel, and I had basically, I had this old track, so I give him that, and then Aaron got in touch and said that he'd been asked, but he didn't have any Electron gear, so I just twatted out like 10 minutes of just mayhem on the machine drum. I think just the machine drum, I can't remember now. I think it was just the machine drum, and then sent him that, and then he made a track out of it basically. So it's more or less his track, but done using a load of patterns and sounds that I made. But you know, because I didn't want to just send him sounds, because that would have been a bit weak, and I know he would have just took over being how he is. So at least I give him patterns to cut up, but he done a good job, I reckon, and he managed to sneak something like a 303 in there anyway. So you know. It sounded mono unless you were seated dead centre. Yeah, it would do. That rig was wrong, really, for that layout of space. I think flying a rig at the same height as the back seats at the top, where, you know, when you fly a rig, the speakers are doing this. So they're like, because line array, it's sort of designed for a big flat space, like a field or whatever, or like a stadium. So it doesn't really work when the seating's at a weird angle, because all the seats are reflecting the sound back at different, so it just scatters all the wavefronts, and you get this weird. They should have thought about it a bit more, basically. But anyway, I don't want to criticise them on a technical level. I'm sure they think they know what they're doing. So Mixlr mixes daily. No, well, they weren't really mixes, so I'm not, by the way, I'm not keeping the scroll going here, so I'm going to miss stuff, because last time, oh fuck, I've lost the chat again. Yeah, last time I kept scrolling around and not being up to date and missing reactions. So alright, Ned Rush, alright man, seen some of your videos. Right, so how do you approach making a youth? I've started scrolling now, so I've fucked it. How do you approach making a euphoric sounding song? Oh no, I don't know what that is. Euphoric. I think I'm always fucking euphoric, so I don't know. Oh my god. Can you describe your approach to percussion? Around the time of XI, you mentioned not being tied to the grid anymore. Yeah, because using Max, so you're not really aware of grids. But I wasn't even when we was using DP, because DP doesn't really. DP, I mean, it's probably changed a bit now, because I ain't used it for 20 years or something. So, but back in the day, DP was like really fucking weird with regard to grids. So it never kind of, because you probably noticed in a lot of other programs that the visual grid that you're seeing always kind of defaults to being in groups of 4 or multiples of 4, but DP don't do that. It's like, it's weird. It's you don't know where you are in the grid when you're using it. It doesn't really give you any pointers. It's just a kind of A, B for whatever step size you're working at, and there's no kind of generally bigger lumps to view. So, but I found that really liberating. So yeah, that. But then after that, yeah, using Max. I mean, you're not really thinking about grids in Max. At least I'm not. I mean, I guess it depends on how you're working, because if you're using step sequences, you will be, but I'm not thinking about that at all. So, yeah. But I'm still thinking in terms of, like, there being a rhythm, like a sort of relatable human rhythm, not some just whatever you could just call any kind of messing around with time rhythm, really. But anyway, yeah, that's a big topic. Still keeping your eye on the graph scene. I mean, not loads, but I'm on the Untitled sub, so like I check a lot of Untitled. These days, Untitled have just gone mad. Tagging's just gone mad. And it's much more about what I used to think it was about back in the day. Not like just a mess, but like art, you know. Because I think Untitled can be art. I think it's lost on a lot of people, because you see a lot of tags just look shit, but depending where you live, obviously. But some of them are just pure art, and I think, you know, I really like that you can really get a sense of someone's flow, like the way they move through just the way that letters are drawn. So yeah, I don't know, I have a very vague sense of what graph's about these days, but I couldn't list like loads of artists. There's that guy, I like that guy who keeps doing the same thing in Dublin. I think he's called Aches or something, and he does that weird colour bleed thing. I like his shit, because it's quite fresh, but he does do the same thing all the time. So, but yeah, his shit's good. But yeah, sometimes I see people and try and remember who they are, but most of the writers that I really rate are, you know, they were around back in the day. I still really rate TDK. I think they were fucking really, really good, if you know who they are. Describe the live setup of the last gigs. Laptop controller, sound card, thanks. I mean, you know, the latest ones are just two M1 Max, Kenton Killer Mix controllers, two interfaces. I've got a Apogee Symphony desktop. Rob's using an Apogee Element 24. The mixer is like a little Mackie Onyx 12 channel thing, just because it fits on a plane easily, and it's easy to get around, and it's replaceable if it breaks. You know, we're not relying on some esoteric mixer being found by the promoter at the last minute. So, because that's always a consideration, you know. There's only the controllers really that would be hard to source. So we often carry spares. Like if we're on a tour bus, we'll have spares of the controllers with us. Will you ever release an album with vocals? I think we did that, but, you know, I guess they're not vocals. You mean singing? Like, am I going to start singing on tracks? Because that's... yeah, that's the thing, innit? Like, I think... I don't want to say this, but I kind of do. But, you know, there's just so many electronic producers think, yeah, I'm going to sing on my next album, and it's just shit because he can't sing, so... You know... I think Aaron's are alright though. I quite like his singing. Oh, you know. How the hell were the sounds on Parallel Triangle made? You also said it wasn't generative. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Yeah, so like the main kind of gong pattern is what's it called now? Is it a rayong? I can't remember what it's called. It's like a gamelan instrument that's like a row of like little pots, metal, on suspended. So that was played live, and then the percussion track. So that I took that and then put that in Logic, and then the percussion track was done with samples of like rubber bands in a shoebox, sampled on an Emu eSynth, and sort of using the filters in that a bit. And that was programmed. So what I had to do in Logic, rather than like, because there was no flex time or anything then, so I just basically timed up the project to the live gong playing, because I weren't playing to a click or anything, so I didn't have any. So it was drifting the timing basically. So I had to time up the Logic project to the gong track, and then I'd made the percussion stuff over the top of that. So it was kind of the time. That's why the timing slips around, because It's just my shit playing of the gongs to begin with that dictated the timing on the track. So yeah, and then there was a couple of MIDI parts laid over the top, but I had to detune them a bit because the gongs were a bit, well, they're weirdly tuned, aren't they? So sort of, I think it was like 9 EDO or something. Yeah, can't remember now. How do you feel about making the front cover of New York Times when Simon was released? Yeah, cool. You know, what was the sample used in All End and Blade Dolores? At least how was that sound produced? Got to ask Rob about that because he did them. Oh, I got a weird. You know, those hoverfly things. They just sit there like holding. No, it's some weird wasp. Fuck. Okay, try and ignore him. Wow, he's fucking cool. He's really interested in my shoes for some reason. What do you change in your performance in an amphitheatre setting versus a flatter room like a band room? I mean, I've only played a couple of amphitheatre type settings. They are really weird spaces to play because you've got that horrible combination of the steps and the kind of circular thing. Because circular venues are the fucking worst. Any round space is just horrible acoustically. So yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot you can do with it, you know. There's like, I mean, you have to mix your drums a little bit lower, but other than that, there's not really any hard and fast rules for working with it, other than how the PA's installed and stuff like that, which isn't down to us. And usually we get in there and we're just like shouting at people for doing things wrong. So that's about all you can do, and they just like get angry with you because it's their space and their ego's been damaged. What do you think of the Prima set? Yeah, pretty good. Like, bit gassy in that room, but yeah, pretty good. At what point do you decide the air has to go and do number one all over? Yeah, like usually before now, because it's getting a bit long for me, but you know, like, and it's summer, but you know, I'm just lazy and I've just been patching for weeks, so you know, you're getting hair at the moment, rare hair. Have you ever used Bitwig? Yeah. Bitwig's fucking sick. The only thing, I mean, I'd rather use Bitwig than Ableton, to be honest, but it's just because it runs max patches in Ableton, and I don't really use Ableton much. But if I need to do some, like if I've got to run a patch along, you know, in sync with what I'm doing in a DAW, I'll use Ableton. But I've been looking at Reaper recently because it seems like you can do some pretty nice little fiddly little bits in Reaper. And I know a couple of people who use it for surround multi-channel type stuff. Yeah, it looks like quite a good program, Reaper. Bitwig, why I like Bitwig is that it's just really, really open-ended and modular. It's nice, you know. I also think Reason doesn't get enough shouts, because the DSP in Reason is fucking amazing, I think. But I don't use it. But whenever I hear someone using it, I'm like, fucking hell, it sounds good. So if ever we're recording, it's one recording of everything, all kit running at once. Yeah, I mean, if what you mean is like, do I ever record in stereo? Yeah, all the time. Basically, I prefer doing that. Prefer doing the mix as I'm working, because I think it's just essential to how the track sounds. I don't record parts and then have a mixing stage, because I don't know, just not how I've grown up working. Basically, I prefer knowing what I'm going to get while I'm doing it, if you know what I mean. So I don't really record parts separately. I don't enjoy doing that, and if I do that, it's because I've got to, you know, because maybe I've only got one of a synth or something like that. So do you miss doing just DJ sets, or did you ever enjoy that actually? What a weirdly phrased question. Yeah, I enjoy DJ sets loads. Oh, you mean live DJ sets? Like, yeah. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, I think I'd just not buying enough new records these days to make a go of it properly. And also, like, I'm not sure if I'm giving the audience what they want, because I'm a bit self-indulgent on that tip. So I think mixing for radio, you can get away with being self-indulgent a bit easier than you can in a venue. But yeah, I might be up for doing that down the line. I got a bit rusty recently, I think. That's another thing, you know, just not done it for a bit. In a sense, extracting out of one-time live jamming sessions that you can't go back to extract layers, etc. Yeah, I do that all the time, basically. That's mostly what I'm doing. No, it's not snooker balls in Pro Radii, it's... and is the vocal sample John Virgo? No. But good guess. Do you know if David Lynch is aware of your music? Yes, I do. I'm sure he'd love it. Yeah. So before COVID, we got invited to play at one of his fundraiser things for his transcendental meditation organisation thing. I can't remember what it's called. The Lynch Foundation or whatever it is. Sent us a nice little letter and stuff. It was really cool. I was like, fucking hell, a letter off David Lynch, mad. Yeah, so, he's aware of us, and I think he likes us enough to want us to do a gig for him, so I'd be well up for it, doing it, actually. It's just getting it organised now that COVID's died off, so that might happen down the line. Memes. Yeah, memes, you know, memes are memes, whatever. What track would you play for David Lynch? What, you mean if I had him sitting in a room? I'm not sure I'd be playing tracks for him. I don't know. I'd probably something unreleased, because I've got a few things that I think he might like that I've not put out, so... autechre live at the Roadhouse. Yeah, that'll never happen, because it's too fucking round, so... Who wants to play it in the Roadhouse, really? You know. But I need to scroll, because I'm missing you all now. And some of these questions are mad long. I was in the last London gig at Queen Elizabeth. I had the impression that the PA was split 3 ways, and the sound seemed to travel upwards as it got into high frequencies and downwards as it was into the low hertzes. It was super synesthetic. Are you using these techniques when you play live? I mean, insofar as the venue gives us that. I mean, like in that space, obviously the bass was set lower in the space. And so if you were aware of where the bass was coming from in there, which is, you know, unusual but not impossible, then you would have noticed that. But that's just to do with the way the space is set up, and in general, like, bass is going to be lower down when in a venue, and it's going to hit you more with a body hit in it, so in general, than an ear hit. So you're going to get a sense of that kind of positioning anyway, just from the space. So yeah, I guess we are using the techniques, but it's more like playing an instrument, the instrument being the venue, if you know what I mean. Have you ever thought of purpose of life? Do you think you're fulfilling any purpose or find some reason? Yeah, this stuff, I mean, I think meaning is something that we project onto things. So, you know, you can argue that life's meaningless, but you know, I mean, that's because we create meaning, I think, or we find it. But yeah, I don't read enough philosophy to have a kind of a well-informed opinion, if you like, on this. But I get the feeling that meaning is just a kind of human condition. Any intention to do some more of those long Twitch streams? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, I think I got a bit bored of doing it, actually, after a while, but could do some more. Yeah, it was fun to do them, and it was fun, like, developing stuff with you lot all watching. I mean, I wasn't really patching on the screen or anything, but you could probably sense that it was changing subtly, especially day to day, because I'd have ideas in the shower and then just cobble something together and then just get online with it straight away. So that aspect of it was really fun. But yeah, I sort of felt like I sort of reached a plateau in terms of my interest in it and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm not naturally a visual... I don't program visuals naturally, you know. It was just something I was trying out for a bit of a laugh, because I thought I might get in trouble on Twitch just playing like my weird video collection over and over. So, have you used MC in Max much? Yeah, quite a lot. It's really flexible and amazing, basically. I really rate it. I think MC's like, yeah, just amazing. And it's kind of weird because I've been doing like massively polyphonic kind of stuff, and then suddenly MC popped up and it was like, oh, okay. It just gave me a whole new way of looking at it. So used it quite a bit on Sign actually, which you might be able to hear. Older AE tracks had more timbre and tonal variety because they came from various sources. The latest Max MSP material feel cut from the same fabric. Yeah, that's interesting, because I'm not sure you would be able to identify which tracks we used hardware on the recent material that we've released, but it'd be interesting if you had any guesses, because, you know, doesn't that concern you? Doesn't that concern you? Is that really what you want to ask me? Bonang is the gamelan instrument that you're describing. Right, yeah, it could be. Would you ever stream yourself making a patch? Maybe. Be a bit boring, I think, for you. Because I tend to... I don't start with, like, ideas. I kind of feel my way around and try lots of different things out until I hit on something that I like. So... And I'm sure that you lot in the chat be going, that's good, stop there, that's good. And I'd just be thinking, yeah, you're wrong. So, you know. How easy is it to come up with new song ideas? Like how many tracks you start in a day averagely? I don't know. Like, how many tracks do you start in a day? Not more than one usually. Trackpad or mouse when you do live? Rob's mouse, I'm a trackpad guy. But I don't really use either of them much. Most of the essential stuff is on the keyboard. So I just use like key stuff. And then I'm using the controller. So I don't really have to use the mouse much. I mean, I could do, but it'd be a bit slower and weird because obviously you can't do two things at once. All new tracks feel like parts of a bigger track, whereas in older releases each track sounded different. Yeah. I don't really understand what that means. Are you guys going to release some more of the older release on vinyl? Yeah, like we've got... So at the moment we've got Confield and Drafter ready to go. I don't know if they're going to go any further than Draft. They might want to do Until... This just comes from Warp, really. And, you know, obviously, like, I'm aware of the resale value, and I think they are too. So I think once the resale value for stuff goes really high, then they're worth doing. Because, you know, you're stopping people getting ripped off, scalped and stuff, so... But otherwise, I don't know if I can be bothered. Like, if there's no demand for it that I can see, then I won't bother doing them. But yeah, I think it's basically what I want to do them. And it's because originally when we signed to What, we had a kind of weird agreement that they'd keep all our stuff in print constantly. Because I remember that was a thing I'd read this in a Depeche Mode interview sometime in the 80s, that they'd agreed with Mute to keep their stuff in print forever. I always thought that was really cool. Because I thought, yeah, it'd be good to just be able to do this for the rest of my life. So, wanted to do that, but then it just got really expensive storing records. So a lot of them just fell out of print. And I think Warp intended when they signed us to honour that, but they just couldn't over time. And it was only a kind of verbal agreement anyway. So, you know, them repressing stuff, it's what I'd prefer. I'd prefer the stuff to be available all the time. That's why everything's on digital now as well. So, but you know, like for me that'd be enough, because I don't mind just having the music. I don't really need all the packaging and stuff. But I know some people really like to have physical items, and some people prefer listening to vinyl. So, you know, got to keep everyone happy. Could you please explain your mentioning the Metroid Prime credits? Well, I can now, because I've talked about it themselves. So even though I am violating an NDA technically by saying this, but basically we got asked to do the soundtrack by what was that company in Austin that developed it? I can't remember the name now. But yeah, we met up with them in Austin, and they were really keen, and we were really keen, because it was fucking Metroid, you know, best game ever. So. And then Nintendo kind of balked it for some reason and wanted their guy to do it. So that was that, really. And I think that I don't know how much involvement they had in the sound of it, whether they intentionally tried to make it sound a bit more us-ish. But I don't think so, really. You know, I've read people saying that they think it sounds a bit like us, but I don't think it does. So, but it's subjective, that, isn't it? So. Do you have any say over art direction on your record covers? Yeah, a lot. Yeah, we're pretty involved in it. But it does depend. Sometimes, like, I'll give Ian a rough idea and he'll go away and come back with something. But we'll have kind of we'll make a lot of suggestions, but there won't be, like, in terms of how it looks graphically. And other times I'll just tell him what kind of colours I'm seeing and associating with the music. And he'll come back and try and satisfy a very rough description. But I never give him a description that says, you know, this kind of shape, but I'll kind of give him vague pointers for stuff. And Rob's the same, you know, we're both quite synesthetic, so we both have kind of some visual ideas usually associated with the work, but they're usually, like, difficult to communicate, and that vagary, you know, the fact that it's so difficult to talk about, makes it a bit... makes it easy for Ian to find a way in and express himself, and sort of... Sometimes he undermines what we've said on purpose, and sometimes I really like that. I really like working with Ian. He's super creative, I think. He always finds a way of slightly subverting what you've asked him for and improving it at the same time, and I really rate that. What do you use in Max to write patterns of the grid but still having an electro vibe to it with 8 times more kicks? Yeah, I don't know, like, what do I use in Max? All sorts of stuff, you know, phasers, metronomes, delays, you know, just the usual Max stuff, you know. I kind of think in terms of events causing other events, you know, like when I used to think about rhythm, I didn't used to really like rhythms where there were a lot of overlapping sounds. I preferred it to sound like there was a kind of ball bouncing off different surfaces, so you'd hear it kind of moving around, kind of like that, you know. There's this kid across the road had this thing called Matchbox Cascade. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It was like a kind of not helter-skelter, what do you call it, like a screw thing that would make balls go up in a tube, and then they'd come out the top, and then they'd just bounce off all these little trampolines, and you could set the trampolines up around the room. So we used to just fill the room with these trampolines and have this thing going off constantly, and I think that slightly informed the way I think about rhythm, because I used to really like listening to the rhythms you could make with that thing. It was fucking cool. Have you heard any acoustic covers of your songs that you like? Yeah, I like all the Pink Floyd stuff quite a lot, actually. I really like how they develop the tracks, especially the God's Quarter one. It's really good. So yeah, that, and like occasionally I find people on YouTube. There was a guy, fucking hell, there's one guy, I can't remember his name now. I ended up finding him on Bandcamp, but he's like a fretless bass player, and he was playing the bass along with one of the AE Live things, which I just think is mad because there's no sequence for that anywhere. It was just all generated. But he's playing it like verbatim. He'd learned like about a minute of it and he was just playing it. It's somewhere on YouTube if you look for it. Can't remember his name. But he's got this amazing bass. Like the sound of his bass is fucking beautiful. It's so felty and kind of velvety, beautiful sound. And it's really good because it sort of really mirrors the synth that's doing the bass part on the track. So yeah, sometimes see stuff like that and I'm just like, wow, fuck, you know, that's just crazy dedication, that. But you know, but yeah, it's often, and there's, I remember seeing a guy doing Eggshell with like a guitar and a looper pedal. I quite like that as well. And it ended up sounding like some kind of early 90s kind of grunge thing, and I was like, wow, this is weird. We're like a sort of, because I didn't even realise how post-rock them melodies are and that, because I don't listen to a lot of that kind of stuff, but you know, hearing it played on a guitar, it suddenly made sense. I was like, wow, it is really American, that melody. I'd never really thought about that, because I don't really know what I'm doing musically, or I didn't in 93, you know. Relatively recent snapshots of your max patches just to get a sense of their general appearance and tidiness. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, it's funny, this thing of like people's patch styles, you know. Like I look at Mark Fell's patches and they're like so different to the way I patch visually and sort of the whole vibe of it and everything. Yeah, I might do. I mean, you know, I don't know what I'd do it with, but yeah. Blade Dolores question. Yeah, I just said ask Rob because, you know, because it's Rob and he did it. Have you ever tried or used other visual programming languages besides Max? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I've used other Max type things, so like Turbo Synth. I've used Reactor a little bit, but I didn't really get along with it. How did you make the rolling pitch effect of the cowbell in C patch? EPS, yeah. It's just sampled on the EPS. I think there was a reverb on the sample and then we had the loop in the EPS extending that, and then it's just pitch bent, basically. Who are my favourite MCs at the moment? I'm always getting asked that. I mean, just the usual, like Rock Marcy, KA, Conway, Westside. I still really rate Cool Keith. I can't not rate him, really. You know, he's not always good these days, but when he is, he's fucking really good. Jean Grey, you know, love Jean Grey. Funny as fuck. Yeah, don't know. Who have I heard recently? Like, that Uncle John guy, I quite like him, he's funny to me, you know. It's like so fucked out, it becomes like, it's like pure comedy to me, you know. KA, I rate. Willie the Kid. I like Earl Sweatshirt, you know. I know it's OF, but he's the best one. And I still rate Tyler, you know. I know a lot of people don't like Tyler for fucking weird reasons, but I rate Tyler. Tyler's good. You should rate Tyler. Favourite place to go in Norway? I like the south coast at the moment because it's summer and the rocks are really round and beautiful, so I'm going to say that. Because it's not what most people would say, is it? So, but I ain't been up north yet and I keep getting told to, so I'm going to do it at some point because I want to see Northern Lights. Older AE track, this guy again. Older AE tracks had more timbral and tonal variety because they came from various sources, different hardware. The latest Max MSP material, while prolific, feels cut from the same fabric. Isn't that the confinements of the system? God, that's such a bait question. Yeah, I mean, It'd be interesting to know which tracks you think aren't made in Max MSP that we've released recently. Can you tell me which ones you think they are, or is it just that our kind of ability to nail what we're into aesthetically has improved? Because I think, like, it's easy back in the day to hear a track that was made on an RY30 because there's only so much you can do with it, but you can do more with it than you can do with the R8, you know. So I think it's actually the confinement to the hardware that lead to the tracks having more variation, and that variation isn't necessarily what I would have done. If I had more control, there would have been more homogeneity, if you like. So yeah, that's how I'd respond to that. I hope you understand my answer there, because I do mean it. What's your approach to DJing? Just playing shit I like, which isn't really what you're supposed to do, is it? You know, you're supposed to play to the audience. But yeah, I'm not really very good at doing that. I tend to just do what I'm into, so, and hope that there's enough people there who are into it and stuff. So how did the Selfie remix come about? We got asked, basically, and yeah, that was it really. We just got asked and then sent loads of stuff. I've still got all the parts for product. Got like the whole album in parts, so I could do more of them if I wanted to, which I don't know, I might do at some point. Because I just picked out Bit because it was the first thing I heard by her that I really rated. So, but yeah, there's a few others that I really like from product that I might be into remixing at some point, but if I do them, it'll just be for the crack, really. It's not, you know, there's no need for it. Mr. No Haircut, I respect that. Yeah, you're right, Alexia, this is correct. Don't even bother. How do you normally pass your time outside the studio? Well, I mean, outside the studio, I'm never really outside the studio because I've always got my fucking laptop with me, so if I feel like just doing something, I'll do it. So there is no outside the studio anymore. Like, I could have my laptop here and be doing tunes here, although I wouldn't be able to talk to you lot. So what's that sample on Pro Radio? You said it wasn't a football or soccer sample, so what is it? I'm not telling you. You're supposed to figure it out. It's no fun if I tell you, is it? Fucking, where's the fun in that? Also, am I tripping, or is there a voice in the second half of the track saying the song's name? Thanks. Yeah, you're tripping. Or maybe there is. You mentioned using Simplant on a track. Do you have any other notable digital synth effects you use? Yeah, I only use Simplant on a couple of tracks. So I was trying to figure out what they were. I think one of them's not actually released. And then there's that TS1A thing. I think it might be on that and all. Because I was using FS1R for a lot of that kind of wacky FM stuff back then and all. And then Simplant come out, and I did check it out and use it on a couple of things, but it gets old quick, you know, because it does what it does, and then, you know, you're just like, yeah, okay, it does that. So it's a bit of a gimmick synth, but I do kind of like those kind of synths in the short term, you know, so I will download stuff and check it out for a minute, but they don't end up being like part of the tool set. Like, I ain't had Simplant for 10 years at least, so Zebra was a good one. I'd say Zebra. I'd still really rate Zebra, and it's old as fuck now, but it was just a really good modular VST thing for a while. You know, generally the more flexible they are, the more I'm into them. And FM7 and FM8, just because they're good for doing DXy stuff, but they're like so flexible and fast, you know, with the patch thing. It's a really good interpretation of Yamaha FM, I think. It's one of the best things Native have done. It's like, because it's really kind of inspired. So I really rate FM7 and FM8. I think they're really good. They're my favourite Native things. But yeah, I don't really check out a lot of VSTs now. I'm a bit shit because I'm just using Max for everything. So if I want to do something, I'll try and figure out how to do it in there. And I don't run any audio units or VSTs in Max. Yeah, it's just a point of principle, really. Because there are some things where you think it'd be easier to run a VST, and quite often I'll find that my versions of them are better. And yeah, there's a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to run, like synths and stuff like that. They wouldn't work really because of the way our synths need to know in advance what the duration of the note is, and our sequencers aren't outputting note offs, they're just outputting durations. So there's a kind of limit in terms of how much stuff we can use, and no, at least so far with the way MIDI works, a lot, I'd say most audio units and VSTs don't, effects units don't accept note information, and that's really important to us that they can do that. So, because it's weird, because like some MIDI stuff can do it, like the Quadriverb could do that, it could receive MIDI note info and do things with it, but you know, it's weird that you can't do it with audio units and VSTs and that, but you know, so all our stuff does that, and we kind of rely on it a lot because I think it's important. So yeah, there's some hard limits on us using them, but also just because I'd rather build the thing and have my own version of it, because then I can probably improve on a commercial one. What keeps you making music? I don't know. Like honestly, like I'd love to know why I want to keep doing it, but I just do. So I think if I got bored with it, I'd stop, because it is kind of compulsive for me to make music. I'm not, you know, I don't really have a reason for doing it other than doing it. And I'm pretty sure if I had to get a shit job, if I stopped earning money off it, I'd still be doing music all the time anyway, in my spare time, because that's, you know, I was doing it for 5 years before we started making any money off it. And before that I was doing mixing for a few years, so you know, for me sitting in my room with my headphones on, kind of obsessively working on one little bit of audio is just like, it's just so normal. It's like I've been doing it since I was a kid, so you know. There's one I have called Convulator, which simulates a crusty voice call effect, which makes for a nice audio design. Okay. Do both of you run the same software at your live shows? Yeah, so like sort of. I mean, my version's a bit different to Rob's now. When we started out using this setup, it was pretty much the same. But Rob started adding features to his, and some of them I didn't want to add to mine because I felt like that they were a little bit, not necessarily, well, I wouldn't say unnecessary, but they were just, you know, the trade-off between kind of the feature working and it causing too much of a CPU spike wasn't worth it to me. So mine's a little bit more limited and bare bones than his. And as time's gone on, he's just become a bit more mutant, so it's quite a different setup now. And when I send him updated versions, he has to kind of somehow fit him into his system, which is a lot of work for him. So, you know, I just keep mine as bare as I can. And I'm always trying to make it more efficient, and he's always trying to add more features. So it's kind of, I think we kind of balance each other out in some weird way. Last time you described your live rig as having modules that would interconnect. Can you describe some of the essential modules? Not quickly. I mean, it's sort of hard to describe things because you sort of have to look at the patch, really. I mean, some of them I can use very kind of vague descriptors, like I could say, you know, a spectral compressor, and you would know what that was. But it wouldn't, you know, a lot of them you can't really describe in that sense because there's no precedent for them, because they're weird. I don't know really. I wouldn't know where to start with it. Trying to think of one that's easy to describe, you know what I mean, the ones that are easy to describe already kind of, there's some kind of there'd be something for you to refer to, so it wouldn't be worth telling you about them, if you know what I mean. Like if I say a mono synth with a 303 type filter, you know, you're gonna know what that is, so that's just, you know, what's the point in me even telling you about it? But yeah, that would be something that's in there. But the more esoteric, interesting things are just, I don't really have descriptions for, because they don't really exist outside the setup. So that's a hard question to answer, really. In here, David Lynch is aware of you. Yeah, he's aware of everyone though. Let's be honest. He probably watches you when you're sleeping through a meditation. You know what I mean? He has an out-of-body experience. He can go anywhere, David Lynch. Can be anywhere and everywhere. You described the latest track you've been working on through Onomatopoeia or whatever. That's as far as I'm going to go with that. Do you have any preference with trackers, or do you have any recordings using them with AE or solo? Yeah, there's a few tracker tunes in that last leak, actually. Quite a few of them are tracker tunes. Mostly Renoise, bit Sunvox. Never used Mod Tracker, Pro Tracker, Optimed, never used any of them. Never had an Amiga. It's not really my thing, trackers, but I've fucked with them a bit. But I've got mates who are really, really into them and live for it. So, you know, and I like the sound of them, but I just get a bit bored with a list. And I think there's a thing of like making your tracks incrementally more and more perfect until they're done that I find a little bit, just doesn't work for me. I don't think like that. You seem like a really nice guy. Thank you, but I'm not really. Well, I suppose I am a bit. I don't know. Fucking hell. Don't say stuff like that. Can we get a peek into your studio? No, because I'm not there. I'm in Norway. Well, I do have a studio here, but it's not really a studio. It's just a room with a desk, 2 speakers and a laptop and a Kenton. So it's basically like what you'd see on stage for me and nothing else. So, and an interface, obviously, because, you know, you need that. And headphones. Do you use randomness in your tracks, or are your processes always deterministic? Here's a question. Fucking hell, randomness. Yeah, so like, I tried to avoid randomness for quite a while, and then I kind of embraced it, but in a very different way to just using the random object. Everything's deterministic now. Everything's algorithms. So I have a thing that works. So it's got the same inlets and outlets as like the random object, but it doesn't behave in a random way. It's chaos stuff. And it's really controllable, and you can seed it in very specific ways. So it's not quite random, but it can give me, if I need something that feels random, I can get it into a state where it'll give me something that feels random, but I know it isn't. So yeah, I'm kind of a bit funny about randomness in general, but I think it can be good, because I think quite often, you know, if you generate like 20 random things and you pick one and then you breed it with another thing, and then you kind of create spawn from that you can end up in territories and with results that are really interesting and good aesthetically. And randomness is quite powerful in that sense. But I think it just all depends on application and taste. So I don't like the idea of just randomly generating a track and saying, there, it's done. You know, that's not, I can't do that. I know there is people who do that, but it's just not for me. So I used to be a lot more fiery about this topic than I am these days, because I can understand what the strengths are in noise, if you like. But, you know, you have to direct it, and you have to kind of be very aware of what it's doing and stuff. So I have a lot of respect for noise these days. What kind of person are you? How do you perceive yourself? What kind of person are you? I don't fucking know. Like, what kind of person are you? Well, I'm this kind of person. Yeah, I don't do that Twitter bio shit, so no, basically. How do you reckon you changed over the years? I'm older. Probably a bit smarter, hopefully, and maybe a bit slower as well. If that makes sense. Is that true about Lynch? Zelensky? Oh no, I feel sorry for him, but at the same time, you know, you understand where he's coming from, don't you? You know what I mean? So He just means well, you know, don't take it personally. Badalamenti, I love Badalamenti. It's so kind of childlike. Yeah, his stuff's great. I love the Italian approach to kind of... I don't even know if he's really Italian. Isn't his real name Badello or something like that? Speaking about working outside the grid, what are your thoughts in Tidal Cycle? Yeah, nice. I like Tidal Cycle. I think it's quite a smart approach to pattern generation. It doesn't really play nice with our stuff because of the note on, note off thing, but yeah, it's good. Rate it. It's an interesting approach. Although I wouldn't call it outside the grid necessarily. It's just application of differently sized grids, isn't it? How would you answer what is the meaning of life? Yeah, I wouldn't answer that. Alf 9X is one of the most beautiful things. Oh, thanks. Why am I just reading out compliments? That's no good, is it? What's your weakness? My weakness? Meltdowns when people are lying about stuff. Definitely. So now I've told you that, you're going to just start lying about stuff, aren't you, to trigger me, which will be really horrible and bullying, but, you know, I'm ready for it. Is Scam going to keep releasing music? Ask Andy about that. I expect so, because knowing Andy, he's just having a bit of a rest. But I don't know, you know. I never know where he's at with stuff. But yeah, you need to ask him, really, not me. autechre Live in Melbourne 28 was kind of like the Roadhouse as a venue. Yeah. Interesting. Do you ever feel like cranking out 20 hours of generative music and then just bleeding it out over a group of releases? Yeah. It's a bit unfulfilling, isn't it? So I saw you said you don't use step sequencers, so how do you approach your sequencing? I just kind of build a thing that makes a nice pattern, and then when it starts getting a bit funky, I start recording it. But I don't know, really. It's just a bit weird, isn't it, these questions, because it's too open-ended, and I have so many different things I try out all the time that, you know, how I approach my sequencing, it's not really, I can't answer that succinctly anymore. There was probably a time when I thought I'd be able to do that, but I can't now. I just make too many different things. I don't really have an approach, you know. I don't think I could have been doing it this long if I'd have had an approach. Rob doesn't either. We have habits, I suppose, because everyone does, but I'm not really a creature of habit, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I think it's weird when people just keep delivering the same thing over and over. I get bored with artists who do that, and I'd get bored of myself if I did it as well, so... any more tracks or albums similar to Untilted in the works? I don't really know. It was a very different time in my life. I don't want to talk about the emotional stuff I was dealing with at the time, but I was in a really different place. And also, like, you know, just the technology was different, my approach to using it was different, my feelings about aesthetics in general were different, so I doubt it, but it's not impossible that I might start to re-explore some of the same ideas, because I do have things that I like that are kind of base things, you know, that I'll kind of revert to. So yeah, maybe. Have you seen the AE in the studio spoof someone's put on YouTube recently? Yeah, I have seen that, yeah. It's really accurate. It's exactly what we like. So that was a bit scary, because I think they might be spying on us, you know. I think they've set up cameras around the farm and stuff. Are you imagining things when making music? And it reminded me of Russ Abbott as well, which was great because, you know, I love nostalgia. Are you imagining things when making out music, or are you just focused on the content technically? Yeah, a bit both really. I kind of, the content, it sort of, I can sort of see it and feel it, and it triggers things and memories and thoughts and associations and weird images, and but also, you know, there's the sort of synesthetic thing going on. So I can kind of, yeah, I don't know, I have a lot of stuff going on in my head when I'm doing tracks. You know, it sort of takes me off into some weird sort of internal spaces. I don't know. It's interesting that there's no end product to the Twitch streams. How in the moment it all was. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my life in the studio is a lot like those Twitch streams. So it'll just be like one patch jamming out all day while I'm just tweaking it. And I love the kind of the never complete feeling. But at the same time, it's a bit, you got to be careful with that. You know, you have to kind of capture things sometimes and then review them. And they quite often sound different when you listen back. So, but yeah, I like the kind of impermanence and the sort of whatever it is, drifting thing, you know. How did the Skeng remix come about? I just got asked by Kev because he'd heard me playing bits of Pressure on a mix that I'd done. And I think he was a bit surprised that we liked Pressure. And I really like Pressure. It's one of my favourite things he's done. Which is a shit thing to say, I know, because you don't want to just rate someone's first album. But I really liked it. I love the kind of emptiness of it and how ghostly it is. So, yeah, I was kind of... he got in touch and I was like, yeah, man, I fucking love that. That's an amazing album. Are you serious? And then he was like, oh, do you want to do a remix? So... And then I hadn't actually heard Skeng because I weren't keeping up with stuff much. And then, so I'd listened through all the tracks on the album and I went, oh yeah, that one. And I hadn't realised it was as big a tune as it was. And then, and he was like, oh, are you sure? Because we've had a Code 9 mix of that already. And don't you want to do one of the other ones? And I was like, no, that's the one I want to do. Because I was like thinking to myself, no, that's the best track on there. I want to do that. So yeah, that's how that came about. I don't know. Do I like a lot of the Bug stuff? Yeah, I mean, like, I like it when it's not that distorted and kind of screamy. But I also like that side of his stuff, and I feel like that's where he is naturally. So it's a weird one with him. But yeah, I like some of his really kind of drawn out ambient-y, sort of weird drony. I don't know what to call them, but you know what I mean, them things. But yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer the more kind of like, I think Pressure's my favourite thing he's done, actually. Because it's quite bold as a statement, you know. Anyone recording this to upload for blah 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 blah. Do you use much multiband compression? No, what I tend to do, I don't really like multiband compression much, and I'll only use it if I absolutely fucking have to because something's impossible to control, and I don't like the way it fucks phase. I don't like things where the EQ's changing too much, but I will use sidechain EQ compression quite a lot. So, where I've got the sidechain going through a brutal EQ and I'm only compressing it when that part of the spectrum's too loud, but I'm compressing the whole thing. So I think that sounds a lot nicer on individual parts. You can even do it on full tracks and it'll give you a different feel. And a lot of my compressors have these, the ones I've done in MSP, have these sort of, I've built in kind of a similar, not quite Fletcher Munson, but like a kind of more similar to it's got, there's like a bump at 3k and then a slightly bigger bump around 6k, and that's variable, so you can kind of, you've automatically got a kind of ear based compression thing built into the compressor. There's a sort of separate knob. And some of them have just got it built in by default. So, and I find that compressors where it slightly takes into account what the ear is hearing actually sound better. So if that makes any sense, if you know how to implement something similar to that, that's quite an effective strategy. And just having like when you do set up a compressor, just putting a little bump around 3K on the side chain can be useful just as a default setting, because you'll find that it'll kind of get rid of some of the more harsh elements of the sounds, you know, without fucking the sound up too much. What do you think of the two-guy theory of electronic music? I don't really know. I think like some people work really well as solo artists, and I think from a marketing perspective, being a solo artist is a lot easier because you can play the kind of genius card, so, or the kind of rogue kind of different person, you know. You can be a snowflake, special snowflake, if you're like one person. You can't really do that if you're two people. You can't have two geniuses. It doesn't really work like that, does it? So, but I think from a tracking perspective, it's definitely easier for me because, you know, I often, I'm not sure if things are good or not. Like, I'll think that they're really good, but I'm not sure how the rest of the world's going to react. And it helps having Rob around because he can sort of tell me whether or not they're shit. And vice versa. I think it's good having another person to bounce stuff off. Because I figure if I like it and he likes it, there's probably some number of people who would like it, and so it's worth releasing. If I like it a lot and he doesn't like it, then I'll have doubts. Because I trust his opinion, because I know him really well, and I only really can trust opinions of people who I know because I kind of know what their parameters are, and, you know, maybe I like their taste, I agree with their taste and their decisions a lot of the time. So even though they might be a bit different to me, the fact that I know them helps me to understand their opinion. And like my other mates, it's the same sort of thing. If I play a track to Jed and he likes it, then I'll know that I'd satisfied that and that I'd managed to communicate to that type of person, you know what I mean? So whereas opinions of people I don't know, I just don't know what to do with it, you know. It's just like, if I don't know you, then I don't really know how to understand your opinion. So there's a lot of apparent warmth in Sign compared to the previous recent albums. Any particular reason? Don't know. Like, maybe just the tech, because there's a lot of MC stuff used in Sign, so, and a lot of the sounds were quite thick as a result of that, so that might be it. I remember reading that you had just using Max Gen and some C externals. What kind of things were necessary to warrant coding into externals as opposed to regular patches? Well, originally, like, I don't use any C externals anymore. I used to, but I've redone all of that stuff in Gen now, so. But anything that required single sample delay, basically, originally, like filters and stuff, because I didn't really know, and Feedback FM, you know, I didn't really know how to do that. Well, you couldn't do it with vectors, so basically I had to do that. But they were real basic things, you know. Just a few FM algorithms and a few filters. Just basic stuff. And I didn't really do any oscillators, but I wanted to do oscillators in C, but I wasn't quite up to it. But I've got good enough to do them now, so I use Gem for them though. I just use Gen Expo, so yeah. Oscillate, you know, anti-aliasing oscillators, which took me a bit to figure out, actually. Yeah, those things, stuff like that, you know. What's your favourite type of water? What does that mean, type of water? Is it a joke, or is it about bottled water, or is it about actual types of water on a chemical level? Because my chemistry stops at GCSE level, so could ask my girlfriend, she studied organic chemistry. Thai music is macrotonal, you knob. Who said that? What? Who's that to me? Thai music. I don't know anything about Thai music. Do you find yourself romantic? And if so, in what way? Romantic. Romance. Romantic. I don't know, that's one of those fucking words, right, that's a little bit too vague. Like, I'm not sure what meaning of the word you mean when you ask the question, and I'm not sure how to answer it. You know, do you mean it from the point of view of sentimental, or do you mean that I like to just talk bullshit? I can't tell. Are they the same thing? Why do we have the same word for both of those things? That's pretty weird, right? How do you think about tuning systems? Good with 12-tet EDO? Or I answered this in the last one. So, but yeah, the system can run with any arbitrary number EDO, and you can mix and match EDOs in the same scales. So, and then you can just detune them arbitrarily, however you like, beyond that. So, yeah, I use all kinds of combinations of EDOs. Would you ever do tracks on just hardware? But I like 19 and I like 31 EDOs because they're interesting, and they're sort of very similar to 12-tet in places. So you can kind of do other things with the weird overlaps that you find within them. So, but I'm sure you know that already if you're asking a question. Do you ever do tracks on just hardware again? Maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't think I'm going to do a hardware track or I'm going to do a software track. I don't think like that. I think this whole hardware versus software thing is a bit strange. So much hardware is digital anyway. And so many of the techniques that you do in software are derived from analog techniques. So there are areas where you can only do it one way or another way, right? Like edge cases, which we can go off on one getting anal about, but I don't really find that very interesting personally. I'm more interested in what you can do, like what I can do. It's like if you've got a synth, you've got one synth, haven't you? But if you're using software, you can have like 20 of them, and then you can modify them all to be a little bit different to each other. That I find that more interesting personally, just from a creative standpoint. So I guess I'd probably stick to using software for a while. I don't really see the benefits in hardware, because hardware is basically like software where you can't change anything, apart from obviously you can build your own hardware. But again, with a lot of analog stuff, it gets very time consuming if you want to build something that's got loads of voices or that's got a lot of flexibility. But not impossible. And obviously if you've got unlimited funds, it can just be something where you just amass loads and loads and loads of it. But again, working with it can be quite slow as well. And then you have problems with stability and patch recall and these kind of things. So, but yeah, I guess unlimited funds would mean that you could do it, but it might still be quite slow to work with. So I don't know. I like just having a laptop and low power consumption, just having it in my bag and getting on planes without trucks full of gear and stuff like that. So, do you see a value in ambisonic, Dolby Atmos, binaural and such complex space things? Well, they're all different, and I can answer questions on each one of them individually if you like, but I don't think of it as a gimmick. No, I think that there are good, strong kind of mathematical reasons why working with several speakers can be better in terms of determining source position, even though you've only got two ears, and even though you can do it in theory with two speakers. As soon as you put them in a real space where you've got walls and stuff like that, source location identification becomes harder if you've only got two speakers than it is if you've got several speakers, and that's for reasons I don't fully understand. I've just looked at studies on it. So yeah, I mean, there are reasons why you might want to use several speakers, but also you can play around with it a lot, but I think the most interesting version of those types of technology is probably wave field synthesis, but I'm not sure that there are that many people who've taken advantage of it yet. So, and I don't see that as a gimmick at all. I think it's really interesting. Any health issues considering the long time spent sitting in a studio? Probably. Yeah, I don't think that the health issues are caused by sitting in the studio though. But I don't know actually. I hadn't really thought about it enough, you know. I mean, I suppose the great thing about laptops is you can use them anywhere, right? So you're not really sitting in a studio all the time. And I have a chair that's really adjustable. I think that helps. Having a chair where you can sit in a number of different positions and you're not, you know, and you're having your desk at the right height and having your screen in the right position so you're not overextended and that your arms are in the right position and all that. That helps a lot. So, but you know, you can get it wrong. And I'm sure a lot of musicians do. I mean, I see a lot of people's setups and I'm thinking, wow, your back is going to hurt in 10 years. But, you know, it's a lot easier if you're just using a computer, obviously. Right, I need a piss, so I'll be back at some point. Wait, how do you get this thing to stop? That's better. Relief. Yeah. Are you getting that Twitch money? Probably eventually, yeah. I think they only send you a check when you've got when you've earned 100 quid or something. So I'm nowhere near that. So, you know, I'm not really relying on subscriber income here. But, you know, they sent me an affiliate link up after I'd done the long streams and I thought, yeah, fuck it. So, you never know, things might get really weird. I might have to turn into like a gaming streamer. Get, you know, like a Recaro chair and all that and a fucking stupidly expensive, pointless microphone. Tinnitus is destroying my ability to make music. Is it something you ever deal with? Yeah, it comes and goes though. Like, actually, like, good strategies for dealing with tinnitus that I've found. Listening, this is going to sound really pretentious, but it does work, right? Is listening to Computer World by Kraftwerk on decent speakers. And something about those little zap sounds, the high Q sound, them sounds, cleans my ears out, cleans my ear brain out. But apparently tinnitus is like neural feedback loop. So obviously, like, from how I understand it, and I might be wrong about this because it's not my field, obviously, but it's that you know, certain hairs in your ears, certain cells die off, so that part of the spectrum drops out, and then a feedback loop occurs in the brain because the brain's trying really hard to amplify that frequency, and it tries so hard that I think it resonates itself into self-oscillation. But I found that not concentrating on it makes it go away, which kind of makes sense if you think about it, because I think it's attention that drives the internal brain amplification of that part of the spectrum. So, but you know, don't listen to me, I'm not a fucking scientist, so I don't know. But yeah, Kraftwerk Computer World really helps me for some reason. Yeah. But you know, it's just nice to listen to it anyway, isn't it? You know, maybe it's just that I really like listening to it, so I'm listening to it in a certain way. I don't know. How'd you deal with preset management live? It's all patter. So like, yeah, it's all patter now. It used to be patter and then presets. So the global stuff was a patter, and then the stuff in the modules was presets. But it got too unwieldy. I had to rebuild it all with patter. Plus, I like being able to morph them, because preset morphing is just tons of fun, innit? So it's all patterns, and then I built a thing where I can name them. So there's like a little box. You just type the name in and click enter, and it just saves it with that name. So then I have like a U menu with all the names in. And I found that loads easier to work with the numbers. So yeah, it's patter all the way down, but it's like a global patter, and then each module has its own patters. Because the modules are loaded dynamically, I couldn't have the global patter reaching into the modules, if you know what I mean. So they all have to have their own patter storage in each module, but that's okay, you know. What games would I stream? I don't know, you know. It'd probably just be me playing Centipede for like 2 hours or something like that, which I'm sure would drive everyone mental. I don't know why, I just really like these kind of repetitive groove games, you know, where you're just in a groove with it and you're just kind of doing a thing, but there's just this constant variation. I like Centipede because it's never the same game twice, you know. You could say that for most games, really, can't you? But, you know, I don't know why Centipede's my favourite game ever. It's just so good. Hot tub stream, yeah, that's not going to happen. Partly because I don't own a hot tub, but also because why? Why would you stream yourself in a hot tub with something like champagne and stuff, and rack out a few lines of baking soda? This is bordering on podcast half of what's on Twitch already. Is it? Does that mean I shouldn't be doing it? I don't know. Do you have the Analog series on vinyl? No, got digital, so. Keep losing the chat. Right. I'm just looking for interesting questions now. Do you want my machine drum? I don't use it. Don't give it to me. Fucking give it to one of these bods in the chat if you're serious, which, you know, you're probably not, are you? So, just making a point. Yeah, I actually lent mine out to Mike, but I reached a bit of a ceiling with it. I was a bit amazed when the machine drum came out, because I was like, wow, this is like loads of techniques that we used to use on using different hardware, like obscure combinations of hardware that other people weren't using, but all together in like a box. It was almost like somebody had listened to our stuff and then just made a box so that you could generate what we did. So I was quite into it when it first came out, but it, you know, once I'd kind of done everything that you could do with it, I just thought, yeah, I've done that now. But yeah, I rate them though. I think they're good. And I really like that kind of kick drum modelling, whatever the Fizzmod kick drum thing that's in there. It's just so nice. Sometimes it sounds like a bit like you know, like when you tap a beach ball and it sort of goes ding, ding, that sound. I love that sound. Because I don't know how they've done that exactly. It's different to my model kicks. Mine are just membranes, so they sound a bit more like an actual kick drum. But theirs is fucking well strange. Have you ever heard the hum? Yeah, I've heard of the hum, and like I've seen people talking about it. The one I really liked was that Sky Trumpets thing. I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's fake because it's so fucking extreme. But it's mad sounding. It sounds like metal grating. It's like a big metal plate kind of being dragged across the floor or something. But it's got this weird, like, yeah, I love the sound of it. And I love it, like, whoever's done, if it is fake, whoever's done it's pretty good with the reverb and stuff, because it does sound a little bit like a thunder reverb, you know. It's got that kind of sort of distance, you know. But yeah, I don't really know about the hum, because the way I figure that there's probably an awful lot of low frequency shit going on anyway without a known source. I mean, it'd be pretty easy to find a bunch of potential sources for something like that, surely, unless I'm misunderstanding how it actually sounds, you know. I don't know. Maybe if you could post more info in the chat about it, I can speculate a bit better. JJOS is brilliant. I don't really use it much though. Rob's the one to ask about that, because he was all over it. I hardly used the MPC. I have got a 1000 at my house, but it was Rob's spare that after a bit he just left at mine. But I've barely used it. But he was all over it, he loved it. I didn't quite get along with the OS. There was something I didn't like about it. But I know that on paper it's great, because it's like an R8 where you can just have all your own sounds in, and the filters are quite nice, because they're those Akai filters. They're quite resi and sort of, they've got a good feel to them. And he's used them really well. Some of the tracks that he did with it, like Purlance, I think are just fucking amazing. Like really nice sounding, you know, beyond the composition being interesting and good. But yeah, Rob made some fucking amazing shit on the MPC. Pro Radii as well. Like all the beginning beats on that he done. They're just beautiful, I think. So yeah, I do rate them, but I rate them as a kind of spectator more than a user. Do your laptops communicate during live shows? Yeah. It's not side chaining, no. We've been discussing that recently. So, do you use OSC? No. We're just sending each other really basic stuff and using MIDI to send stuff back and forth. So it's mainly numbers, and I have a thing like a kind of bit extender thing that I've built that just uses several MIDI channels to give higher definition floats and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of bare bones, but it's quite reliable, because you can use network MIDI then, which is, if you're using Thunderbolt, is super fast. Whereas OSC with its packets and stuff, it's not quite as good for timing stuff, but it would probably be better for sending floats around, but I'm not sure if it would be tight enough for what we're doing. But yeah, I've thought about using OSC and not really used it for much. I've used it in the past. Maybe I should look at it again, because it's probably a bit faster now. We're on much faster ports and stuff, so I don't know how that works really with packet based stuff. Would I say Super Collider is just as powerful as Max? Apples and oranges. I mean, yeah, I probably would, yeah. How much time have I spent in it? Not much since Super Collider 2 first come out, which is when I last had a bit of a go in it. So I kind of looked at Super Collider 1 and I was like, nah, and then I think it was Rich actually who said to me like, nah, 2's a lot easier, you can just write, and then he sort of gave me some code examples for oscillators and stuff, and I was thinking, yeah, I'll have a look at it. And I did like 2, but again, like I've moved away from doing the note on note off thing, so I guess I'd have to think about sequencing differently if I was using it, because the sort of layer between control rate and I should say, like, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to talk about Super Collider in that way, I suppose. But yeah, like in Max, like the difference between control rate and audio rate is sort of, you know, there are a lot more ways to get across that boundary, I think, than there are in Super Collider. But I'm not experienced enough with Super Collider these days to give you a proper answer on that. But I definitely like the sound of Super Collider. It's good, and it's probably better for doing some things. But I think that since Max now has dynamic loading in polys and stuff like that, the poly object offers you a lot of flexibility that you didn't used to have. So there's been a lot of improvements in Max over the years that have brought it up to par almost with Super Collider in terms of capability, and it just becomes about which aesthetic you prefer, whether you prefer coding or whether you prefer visual programming. And I'm definitely a better visual programmer than a coder, but it doesn't help being disk graphic really. I have issues with text and text-based stuff. It takes me a lot longer than most people to do that stuff. Yeah, the transients in computer world, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking it was, yeah. Are you out in the sticks there? A bit. I mean, you know, there's trees and stuff, you know. This kind of thing. Trees. Much decent wildlife. I mean, we get deer, badgers, Loads of squirrels, loads of birds, different birds, nutcrackers, woodpeckers, loads of different tits everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. These grey crows, I can't remember what they're called now. They're different to the ones we get in the UK. They're like grey and black. Jackdaws, a lot of corvids actually. Magpies nesting right behind the house. They've been there for generations. Same family. Pretty cool. Favourite track from Amber? Like my mind went to nil, like immediately, so I want to say nil. But there's probably, I like Pizzo, I like Montreal. How do you store and step through so many different harmonies in such a varied way? Just G1E1. I don't know, I'd have to load up the old rig, because that's an old rig. So I'd have to load it up and look at what I had loaded up, because it just depends on what the sequences were, which I can't tell you off the top of my head. I'm fucking shit at remembering things. Yeah, so I'll tend to I'll quite often I'll save scales like in series. So I'll have like a bunch of them, like some number of them, and then some length for each one, and then it'll kind of go through them like that. But I think that track might have just been one scale, so it was a case of like pushing it into different harmonic spaces with a controller. I can't remember now. All the sequences that we build are a bit different to each other, so I don't want to fuck up the answer by just guessing. I'd literally have to load up I was going to say I'd have to listen to it, but I don't think I'd know from listening. I mean, I make them in such a way you can't really tell. Yeah, too many versions of very similar sequences running, so, and then I'd have to just show you the patch, because it sort of doesn't make much sense to try and describe how it works. But yeah, I mean, it would have been largely automatic with some user input, because most of it works like that, where you need to kind of push it into a direction and then it'll kind of do a thing, you know. Did you use Atari to sequence stuff in the early days? Well, when we first started, we were using just like the 202 and the 606 to do all the sequencing. So, and we'd borrow Sims off Daz, like we borrowed an SH, I think an SH2, and then a Korg MS-10, which we eventually just bought off him. And then it weren't until we got the Juno, I think. We got the R8 first, and then that had MIDI, but we weren't using it. We were using the Roland tape sync off that into the 202. So we'd use that with those bits, and then when we got the Juno, we got an Atari 1040, and then we were running C-Lab Creator on that, and then we used that as our main kind of hub sequencer for a long time. So from kind of late 93 to, no, maybe earlier, maybe like 90, when was it? When we did get the Atari, it would have been 91, 92, 92 maybe. It's hard to remember now. Yeah, probably 92. So, yeah, would have been 92. So then, yeah, so that, because before that, we'd worked in Dazzy's studio for a bit, because he used to give us keys to his studio. I had a studio above Dr. Rock in Rochdale on Drake Street. And when we met Daz, it was in the shop because he worked in Dr. Rock. So we used to go in there and be like, trying to get fucking DIN leads and stuff, you know. And Rob got talking to him about MIDI, and we'd never used MIDI. So Daz let us in his studio. This is in '89. So he'd give us keys. What I'd do is I'd go from work, because I worked in a shop in Rochdale at the time. So I used to, after work, I'd go into Dr. Rock, Daz would wait for me, hand me the keys. Then I'd go upstairs to the studio. Then Rob would arrive from his work, or sometimes I'd go and meet him at the station. And then we'd go in Daz's studio for a bit. And he had like a full MIDI studio. He had like a Bit 1, TX81Z, DX. He had and Sonic VFX SD, an Atari running a few different programs. And on the Atari was like, and he had an FZ1 as well, and an R8. It was the first time we'd used an R8. And so a lot of that gear was new to us at that point. And his Atari had like Pro 24, something else, I fucking can't remember, some other Steinberg thing, and he had C-Lab Creator, and we tried all of them, and we really liked C-Lab, because it was patterns, and it was a bit more like using a drum machine, which was what we were used to. We'd only used the R8, the 606 and the 202 at that point, so we didn't really know much. We didn't really understand timeline sequencing. I just found it a bit annoying. And I didn't like Cubase. He had an early Cubase. I think he had Pro 24 and Cubase, that's what he had. And I didn't really like Cubase, but I liked C-Lab Creator. So when we got our Atari, we were using C-Lab Creator for ages. And that was good. I fucking loved that program. You could do some really mad stuff in there. It had like, you could save grooves and put them on over MIDI tracks and do stuff like that. So, and it had like the fact that you could mute channels like while it was running was really good for like jamming out things live. So it was a really nice sort of halfway house between a kind of live sequencer and I guess what you'd think of as like a DAW or whatever. So yeah, that was my favourite program for ages. And then and we used that up until about halfway through doing Chiastic Slide. We got a Mac, and then we got Logic, because Logic, as we understood it, was the kind of new version, and so it still had the event list from C-Lab in there, which I really liked. So yeah, we used Logic for a little bit towards the end of doing Chiastic. So there's a couple of tracks using it on Chiastic, but most of Chiastic was still the Atari. And yeah, so like Stipator was done on the Atari, and New Ain was done on it, and I think the tracks that we did using Logic were quite basic. So I think Recurie was done using Logic, and Pool was done using Logic. Yeah, I think the rest of it was Atari, thinking about it. Maybe Sickly was done using Logic as well. Can't remember. I think it was actually, yeah. I think Sickly was Logic. So, and that's the kind of point where we stopped using the Atari really after that. I like LP5 was just Logic and getting into the Logic environment, and so that was our first foray into doing kind of, I don't want to call it generative music, but you know, like this kind of slightly more automatic riffing on kind of arpeggios and kind of building our own little machines in there, like building little sequences in the environments window, which I believe still exists, although I've not really used Logic much in recent years. But I think it's still in there somewhere. I think you can still do that. It's like a very rudimentary version of Max, and it was using that somebody said to me, see me using that, guy said to me like, oh, you'd probably like Max, and then I sort of started to explore that world a little bit more and ended up getting Max after that. So after we'd done LP5, got Max, and then yeah, so yeah, one thing leads to another. Anyway, sorry, that was a really fucking boring autobiographical nonsense that I'm sure you're not very interested in. I stopped the Helsinki gig. I saw you in Stockholm. The emergency exit signs were covered. Will EP7 ever get a reissue? That's a good question. Yeah, we didn't think about that. Maybe we should. I don't think so, because we've got that EPs box out there, and I think that was Warp's attempt at dealing with the EPs, right? So I don't think that they're going to want to do individual EPs, given that it exists as part of that, and that you can get that at a pretty decent price at the moment still. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I talked about metal bands last time, but you know, I like Confessor, early Confessor, like Condemned, like Gorguts, early, like Obscura, like, yeah, I don't know, like, I do like Necrophagist, yeah, because I quite like the fact that a lot of it's drum machine, and I can kind of relate to that. I like Sleep Terror, even though I always get fucking slagged off by metalheads when I say that. I don't know why. I rate Sleep Terror. I like his sort of comedy aspects as well. I like his weird funk kind of beach music. I think he's quite cool. Like, yeah, I don't know, like Cryptopsy, good. You know, fucking hell. It's a bit hard naming loads of metal bands. I can just reel off a load of old earache bands. I mean, I had this mate I used to work with, and he was really into like Deicide and Carcass and that. So I used to listen to a bit of that back in the day. And when I was really young in school, like this lad I used to go to school with, Lee Fletcher, he was into Metallica and Megadeth and kind of 80s metal. So he used to give me tapes of that stuff, and I remember really liking Metallica first time I heard them. I was like, fucking hell, they had a different sound to everyone else, kind of chug. So, you know, I know I shouldn't be really naming Metallica in a list of metal bands I like, but I've got to be honest, you know, I was only 14, so, you know, it's fair enough, isn't it? Have you ever used any machine learning? Yeah, a bit. I mean, I fuck around with Mubu a bit. Yeah, Mubu's super interesting, actually. It's one of the more interesting ERCAM technologies, I think. It's worth an explore if you're into that kind of thing. That's all I'm going to say about that, because I don't want to have a big conversation about machine learning. I think it can be used well. I think it's all about curation, ultimately. But I think, you know, there's going to be so much shit art made as a result of machine learning existing that I know that any opinion that you have on it right now is going to date badly. It doesn't matter what your opinion is, you know. It's almost impossible to have an opinion on it, really. Is there a concept behind every autechre album? Well, if there was, I wouldn't talk about it. But there isn't, so stop asking. Can you recommend any good resources for Gen Expert and anti-aliasing in Gen? No, because I had to fucking dig through loads of examples of other people's C code and try and figure out how they were doing things. Most of the techniques for doing that stuff, like Holyblep and Minblep and EPTR and all them, are well documented online, and you can easily find examples for all of them. So I'm not going to bore you with links. Yeah. Took me fucking ages, you know. Hard work. It's fucking really hard work, but worth it. Because I've got oscillators that are different to all you lot now, so that's good. Hum varies in frequency from 40Hz to 125Hz roughly. Yeah, I don't know, man. I am. You know what? I don't think I've ever heard it, but I don't think I've ever not heard those frequencies. Because you know that they're just present all the time anyway, just from air moving, right? So, like, if you just look at a spectrum from a decent microphone, you're going to see a shit ton of just activity down there anyway. Because it's just always there. I don't think you can really get away from it. So I'm not sure that the hum is a thing, but willing to be proved wrong. If you can get a recording of it, that'd be really cool. Maybe it's just a brain thing, in which case I can't help you. Well, maybe I can, I don't know, eventually. Favourite tricks with Boss RSD10? Yeah, besides the obvious, like the pitch input. But even just using it as a pitch delay is quite fun. I think you can hear all that stuff on Lego Feet, to be honest, because we'd pretty much done it all by then anyway. But that original Accelera track, which originally it was called Ripping Circuits. That was Rob's track from '89. That was like the first time that we'd done that pitch thing, and it was really cool because like on the 202, if you was using the 202 as to generate the square wave for the pitch input, and then you had your sample in there, and then you started adding resonance to it, it'd just start losing it slightly and getting really good. So yeah, that was the favourite. And then like discovering that if you use the sample itself as the source of pitch, right, so you get that feedback loop going. And just in general, just fucking around with the square wave in different ways. The pitch input square wave, fucking around with that in different ways to try and get it to do different things. And re-triggering it as well, like at the same time as that, like using the trigger input from the 606. But you know, these are all quite obvious things, I think, if you've got one, because you've probably tried all these. So I don't know beyond that. Yeah, that was our only sampler for quite a long time. Like that Destroyer of Worlds track was done just using that as a sampler, done on the 4 track. That's why it took so long. So like all the sounds were like sampled on that and then just triggered on that. I remember reading once that the first Stereo MCs album, that 33, 45, 78 or whatever it's called, that was done with the RSD10 as its main sampler, and being totally amazed, like how the fuck? That must have just took forever. It's quite a well produced album, that. Favourite British comedy TV series? Do I have to kind of narrow it down like this? I mean, I've got favourites that are favourites for very kind of personal reasons. I really like Armando Iannucci shows. I've got some that you might have missed that I used to really like that people didn't really check much. The Paul Merton shows, the first 2 series of Paul Mertons were really good. There was some fucking ace bits in there. I used to like Absolutely back then as well. Absolutely, you know, the Scottish series. I used to like that. There's one sketch in the first series where they're trying to get the remote control for a telly and they can't quite reach it. That I love. I still love that. I think it's amazing. There's some really good Absolutely stuff. Just fucking really silly stuff. Especially the George and Donald bits. Really good. Yeah, I like comic strip. I like, you know, there's some comic strips I really, really like. Mr. Jolly Lives Next Door, Fistful of Traveller's Checks, Gino. I mean, I probably like most of the early comic strips, but like they're the ones that I really remember fondly. Yeah, Supergrass is quite good, I know. The Yob, obviously. I think, like, I don't know, I mean, I liked a lot of British comedy growing up, so I like Vic Reeves, you know. I really like the second series, like after Big Night Out, wherever it was called, like The Smell of Reeves and Mortimer or whatever, the one with like MasterChef. that is fucking amazing. Just with his head and stuff. I'm trying to think, like, I know I'm missing stuff here that's like, 15 Stories High, that's kind of underrated. Really like that. Obligatory Chris Morris and Partridge mentions, because you can't not mention them, but they're so obvious to me now that I feel like just even mentioning them there's no point. But the Day to Day was life changing. It was just utterly amazing at the time. I mean, if I had to pick one series out of all of them, it would probably be the Day to Day, just because it was so dense and different and so fucking, it was like the good bits of RoboCop but times a million, you know, just fucking amazing. Yeah, don't know, there's too many things that I like, you know, like really is too many things. Like there's a couple of Peter Kay in that, the early the first series, that Peter Kay thing, the Ice Cream Man one, I love that. yeah, there's like quite a bit of Peter Kay's really early stuff was amazing actually. It's a shame that he sort of gets dissed now for being a kind of observational comedian, because he was doing amazing observational comedy, but in a totally different pseudo documentary format. Way better than most people were doing it, you know, back then. It was just so well observed, but I guess maybe growing up in the same part of the world gives me a different view of it than a lot of people, so, you know, I can see how well observed it is. Anyway, I don't want to... God, I could just talk about comedy all day here. But maybe there's nothing wrong with that, I don't know. I feel like I'm excluding everyone who isn't British, though. Any pieces of vintage or new hardware I'd like to own? Not really. I don't feel like the need to own anything in particular. I know I should. I should be like, oh yeah, I really want a Roland System 100 or whatever it is, you know. Oh yeah, I'd really like a first generation Korg MS-20. You know, I'm not like that really. I just tend to work with what I've got. Norway Metroid. Hello. Just want to say those Twitch streams where you sample TV commercials are mad inspiring. Oh come on, you was doing Vaporwave before I was, so I'm not going to take that from you. But thank you, you know, and respect Mac Plus. Do you guys chuckle at how long it takes for fans to get your albums? I think, yeah, I mean, sometimes it takes us ages to get it, you know what I mean? We'll do stuff and just rack it up, and then won't be for another year that we'll realise it was quite good. So, you know, I can go off things quite quickly after doing them and then get back into them later. So, you know, I don't hold it against someone. And also don't think, you know, I don't think all our stuff's that hard to get. I think some of it's quite instant. I think some of it is a bit more like they're growers, you know. And we know because they've had to grow on us before we got to a point where we think that they're releasable. So, yeah, I don't really... Reaction to Quirky was quite hostile originally. Yeah, I think it probably was. I think because we'd gone from doing Untitled type hyper sequence, very kind of DAW sequencing to doing these rough hardware jams, so it's not surprising. I think people kind of get an idea of what it is that you're doing, and they start to rate you on a technical level or rate you in terms of how much effort you're putting in that they can perceive. And then when they don't get that from your next release, they'll be like, oh, this thing is missing. But I don't really do that with music. I tend to get more excited about what's there than what isn't there, because there's obviously a lot less there than isn't there. You can always talk about what isn't there with music, do you know what I mean? You could say like, oh, didn't like that metal album because there weren't enough panpipes in it. It's like, well, yeah, but you know, there's loads of things that aren't there, isn't there? You know what I mean? There's no opera singers either, or, you know, whatever, mouth organs or whatever it is that's not on that album, you know what I mean? It's just, so I don't find that very useful. But I get that other people might expect something from you and then you don't give it to them, and then they're like, oh, well, I haven't got the thing that I thought I was going to get. But, you know, yeah, I don't think we're making stuff in that way, though. So it's not a competition, really. It's not like we have to have a load of boxes ticked for things that are there, if you know what I mean. Just whether you're vibing off it, really, innit? So... My phone's getting too hot. It's going to start complaining in a minute. I was just blasting piezo really loud. Thanks. No, I like you guys as much as RDJ. Thank you. That's high praise indeed. Fucking hell, I'm so much behind in the chat again. This always happens because I'm being too good trying to answer all these. Somebody's highlighted their message. Right, okay. I think I might just have a policy of not reading the ones I highlighted. Original copy of Confield I got off Soulseek was missing parallel triangle. Oh yeah. Well, that's what you get for downloading albums on Soulseek. What do you see as the next big technological step in music creation? How long have I got to think about this? Because it might take me 5 or 10 minutes, so... I don't know. Something that we're doing, probably. Do you like recent Frusciante stuff? I don't really know his stuff very well, but I believe he's a fan of ours, so that I do appreciate that. I used to see, when I was working in the shop, because we had tellies in the shop, because it sold tellies, because it was that kind of shop. We used to have MTV on a lot, and I used to see Chili Peppers on there, and I used to think, yeah, it's not bad, this. Like, it weren't really the kind of thing I'd go out my way to check, but, I like the funk and the drums and the movement in it, so there was some elements of it that I could get behind. So it was quite refreshing to read that he was a fan of ours. But other than that, I don't know, because I'm just not familiar enough with that kind of stuff, so... I'm in a bit of a bubble these days in general, so that doesn't help, but I should probably just check out a load of their stuff, and then I'd have more of an opinion on what I think of his having an opinion. I don't really know, but obviously it's like it's super humbling, because he's really gone out of his way to shine a light on us, and I do really appreciate that, so yeah, thanks, basically. Is it disappointing how predictable and safe most music is? Or where mainstream internet culture went? That's a big question, isn't it? Bloody hell, internet culture. So we're going to talk about the early days and when everyone were goons, and when beta first started out, and then what happened after that. Don't think I really need to. I think you all know the history of the internet, right? I mean, you don't need me to give you a kind of shit version of that. It's weird seeing people discovering shit posting on Twitter and thinking it's a new thing. You know what I mean? Because we used to shit post on Usenet. I was shit posting when these kids were zygotes. Fucking hell. So, that's funny. But it was bound to end up like this. I think what bugs me the most is all the manipulation, really, and all the kind of political stuff gets me down a bit, because I don't really enjoy it on socials anymore. I think it's just a lot of outrage and people getting upset about things without really asking why they're so upset. I think people are quite happy to inherit opinions, and I think I believe that the reason conspiracy theories are so popular is because they confirm pre-existing beliefs, and people want to be spoon-fed a reason for their kind of prejudice a lot of the time, and there's other people who want to capitalise on that, and I don't like that. Do I think music's predictable and safe? I mean, this is a hard one, because I've since being a kid, I've seen group behaviour as something that excludes me, and I don't really understand it a lot of the time if lots of people are saying and doing the same thing. So I don't want to criticise people for wanting to be in the group and wanting to get the approval of the group. That's something that is important to them, and they're wired differently to me, so I can't criticise people for being like that, but I'm not like that myself, so I'm not coming at it from the angle of being critical. I think I was when I was younger, and I didn't really understand as well how the world works. I used to think, why is everything so shit? But now I realise that it's because everybody wants to fit in. So I'm not disappointed by how predictable and safe most music is. No, I'm not. But it's just the way it is. It's always going to be like that. I think it's always been like that as well. So, I thought things would get more interesting, fearless, based on early iterations of the internet. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think identity is a big part of this, right? So because I think early on, on the internet, identity was more diffuse, and you could fuck around with your identity and experiment with different identities to some extent, right? You weren't tied to your real name and your job and your fucking location and all your real friends, and like that wasn't how the internet worked at all. So, and being free from that was really liberating for a lot of people, especially weirdos like me, and we've lost that to some extent. And where it does exist, it's just the hellholes now. They didn't used to be, but they kind of become that, really. Because it just offers you free license to be a cunt all the time, and that's not going to be good. If you've got a lot of people who've got that urge in one place, things are going to be a bit weird. But for a while it was good. While identity was diffuse and people were creative, and trolling was creative, everything was creative, memes were creative. It's not like that so much now. Memes are just shitty reaction images that you download from a reaction images website. So the fuck is that? Just the way the words change as well, like just the word trolling, the way that changed over time, and the way that the word meme now just means like a shit picture of something. Anyway, I'm not an expert on internet culture, so just an average bloke who's been on the internet for way too fucking long, and I'm not that average. I don't even know if I'm an actual bloke, to be honest. I don't know what the fuck I am. So every time I hear about Logic, I start to wonder if I made the wrong move going all in on Ableton. Nah, depends on what you're doing and how you want to do it. But yeah, I like Logic better. I'd use Logic. If I could run max patches in Logic, I'd use Logic. 9 times out of 10. There's a lot of stuff I can't do in Ableton that I find just totally infuriating, like selecting stuff. The fact that it doesn't have it, like if you want to just arbitrarily select a number of regions in your tune and move them, but they're not contiguous, fucking good luck with that. Can't. And I've complained to them about it, and they said, oh, well, that code's so old, it's just going to be very hard to update it now. And I thought, well, fuck, But, there's things about Ableton that are really good. The workflow's really fast. The groups thing is phenomenal. It's really powerful. Being able to have racks of different synths in the same instrument is really cool. So there's things about Ableton I think are amazing. And there's other things that I think are really weirdly babyish, and I don't understand their choices. So, it just depends. You would find, I think, if you'd grown up using Ableton and you then went to use Logic, you would find it laborious to do some very basic stuff that you got used to having in Ableton, and vice versa. So, apples and oranges, really. Got to stop saying apples and oranges. Right. There are way too many questions about fug shaking. I do appreciate them, though. Do I have any tips for people interested in doing visual art with visual programming tools these days? Nah, I'm not the man to ask about this. I believe VVVV is very good, and I believe processing is very good. I don't use either of them, so I'm not. Can't see shit. Right. Am I still in contact with Tortoise? No, it'd be good to be, though. I always really liked John and Bundy. I think they're fucking good. I was more in touch with Casey for a little while. Casey Rice. He's their mate. But I ain't seen him for ages either. Fucking flaking here. But, yeah. Tortoise are good. I don't know what happened with Tortoise, actually. I don't know where they've gone. Are they still doing stuff? I'm shit at keeping up with stuff. Fave Ween albums. Yeah, I mean, probably Pure Guava, because it was like my introduction to them. So, and at the time I was just pure electronic listening, so a lot of the kind of drum machiney ones were a bit of a way in, and I liked how well made it was, and it was obviously like thrown together. But yeah, I got more into the pod a bit later, and Mollusk is good, but it's sort of it's more of a concept album, I think. But it's good. I mean, I really like Buckingham Green, but I like the demo of it more than I like the version on the album, actually. The really long extended demo version of it, I think, is amazing. And I like them when they're a bit rougher and not so overproduced. I got the Country Greats album, and I thought it was fucking hilarious, but also a bit like it had a short shelf life for me, just because I'm not really into that kind of music. But I thought it was such an anal project to do. But in general, yeah, I'm a big Ween fan. I really like Ween. And I've seen them live in the 90s, and they were just fucking, I think they were so off their heads, they could barely like keep their faces in a kind of rational, they were like this, but they might have just been putting it on. But yeah, a mate of mine used to tour manage him a bit, this guy Noel, and he knows him pretty well. But yeah, big Ween fan. Like, I love how anal it is, and I love how careful they are, and how well they can nail other artists' vibes without actually doing an impersonation of them, you know what I mean? So, and yeah, dodgy subject matter and all that just makes it a little bit more fun, because it's so absurd. It just becomes really absurd that you're listening to a song about whatever it is, you know, shit or fucking incest or whatever it is, you know, child abuse. They're not good topics to make songs about, but they somehow managed to make it not uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know. It's perverse as fuck, Ween, and I think you have to have quite a twisted sense of humour to enjoy it, really. Musically as well as kind of thematically. You know. Have I thought about things like Patreon or Bandcamp subscription? No. Maybe I would if I didn't have any money. I don't know. Do alright. I mean, we do pretty well off gigs and stuff, so. Is there a major shift in your methodology around the transition from Untitled to Chorustis? What was going on behind the scenes? Yeah, I mean, fucking hell. A lot of stuff for me. I mean, my dad died in 2004, so that was a blow, and that sent me off on a weird spiral of not knowing where the fuck I was or who I was. And then a lot of stuff that my family had kept from me came out, and then we toured, and then I'm not going to talk about any of that stuff, so don't ask. And then me and Chantel split up 2005, and then I moved to Manchester, and I hardly had a studio for ages because we were just doing gigs for money. So for about 3 years I didn't really have a studio. I just had kind of a live setup on a desk in a room, and my speakers and a mixer, and I was building the studio up slowly while we were doing that. So Chorustis is the sort of sound of me putting my studio back together, plus a few tracks that I did on my laptop in Renoise, sort of mixed in there. So like Fall 3, Fall 4, WNSN, Rail, they're all Renoise tracks. And then there's a bunch of like Rob's MPC things, you know, Rob was doing like MPC tracks. And then, yeah, I don't know, like, that was a bit fierce. So, yeah, I don't know, like, bit of a mixed bag, really, of things happening, you know what I mean? But I was enjoying being in Manchester in my new space and feeling quite free and liberated, and not really wanting to work with DAWs, because I felt like I'd reached a bit of a ceiling with that, and I didn't really want to go much further into it. I started getting a bit bored with timeline sequencing, started just wanting to do things in the room and have a bit more of a live vibe to them, which was a bit more like a return to roots, which is the kind of thing you do when you've just split up with your wife that you've been with for 10 years, you know what I mean? So in a lot of ways I was returning to my roots, really, you know, going back up to Manchester and then doing all that. I hope that offers some understandable context for that. Were you a fan of Captain Beefheart when you put Magic Band on at ATP? Yeah, of course. I wouldn't have put them on otherwise. But that Mirrorman Sessions has been a favourite for a long time. And I really like John French. I really like his drumming. But I wasn't expecting him to get on stage and start singing like Beefheart. That was weird. But, okay, that's what you want to do. You're John French. It's fine, you know. I mean, he did most of it. If you know, you know. And yeah, it was just such inventive music. Just amazing. And his drumming is fucking brilliant. It's just amazing. Amazing drummer. One of my, all-time favourite drummers. Just beautiful. Just amazing sense of timing and his micro timing and his groove and the way that he's decided to flop his grooves over slowly over the course of this. Like these jams from Mirrorman were like 15-minute jams where the loop's just changing slowly and kind of, it's just right up my street. I love that shit. But so much funk, you know. Yeah, I think he really gets it. So yeah, we're a huge fan of theirs. Huge fan. Twitch streams was a good way of embracing internet media to release your music. Thought about doing this more. I mean, to be fair, that happened kind of organically. It wasn't like I had the thought to do it. It was just that I was doing the Mixlr streaming, and we've been doing streaming for as long as it's been possible to do streaming, because obviously coming from a pirate radio background makes you want to do, you know, we're just into doing broadcasting in general. We've always been into it. And yeah, as soon as it was possible to do decent radio streaming, we were doing it. At first we were using like, what was it called now? I can't even remember what it was called. People still use it as well. You can stream from it on your computer. I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we basically, you'd be streaming directly from your machine. So not via a server, and then so you'd have like all kinds of overhead bandwidth issues with that, but it was fun for a while. And then actually I think Alexis still uses that shit, because I've seen his streams are like that same platform. And then yeah, I started using Ustream, and then for a bit when that first came out, and then and then Mixlr. So like after a few weeks of doing that lockdown streaming, it got to a point where I was thinking, well, fuck it. It was Phil asked if we'd do some video streaming on Twitch. If I'd stream my fucking obscure experimental film and video collection and video art, because I'm quite into video art on the quiet. I don't talk about it much, but I've been for a long time. So he wanted me to do that. So I went on Twitch and started streaming that shit, and then that got a bit boring. And then I started playing films, and then people were saying to me, yo, you're gonna get cancelled off here if you don't calm down with the copyright strike. So I thought, okay. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll just stream some of this shit jitter stuff that I mess with sometimes. And it just came out of that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it was a big decision to get on this cool platform and do it. It was just that I knew that you could stream video on Twitch, and you'd probably get away without a strike if you just did it on the DL, you know, if you only had a few people listening. But it started to get a bit out of hand, so, and then it wound down again, and then I got bored, so that was that. You recommend a good cheap FM synth? You mean a hardware synth? I don't know anymore. I'm so out the loop. You just ask any other person than me, because I just use Max for everything now. I mean, cheap FM synth for me would be Max, because I won't have to buy anything. I just build one. So I'm desperate to leave the UK. Can I be your gardener? I'll live in your shed. We don't need a gardener, you know. But yeah, I mean, like, if you want to leave the UK, just leave the UK. It's surely not that difficult, you know. It is weird not living in the UK for a while. It's different out here, you know. Not in a bad way, but just very different. Did you ever hear any Norwegian folk music? Only bits of, like... I mean, no, not really. No. Because I wouldn't call it Norwegian. Is that an owl on the door? Yes, it is. Well spotted. For those interpersonal questions, what one says about oneself is the opposite of truth. So invert the statements. What? I'm trying to work out what you mean by that, but yeah, I mean, I think it's more what you want other people to think, right? I mean, it's not necessarily not true. You might just have identified the one thing that you think is worth saying, so you might be saying that. So yeah, I don't buy that. It's the opposite of the truth. You know, this isn't like some KGB propaganda channel. Do you like FSOL's new stuff? Not heard much of their new stuff, actually, for a bit. I've got that Stacker out, that Humanoid album, on Detuned, whenever it was, a couple of years ago. It was really good, I thought. It was really, really good. Yeah, so I like that a lot. But I haven't heard any other FSOL bits for a bit. I've just been keeping up with that stuff, because that's more on my tip, really. What are we talking about reverse polarity for, by the way? I don't know what that's about. Do you have separate tasks when performing live, or do you both deal with everything? Yeah, we do have separate tasks. We got 2 rigs running concurrently, synced, and we're running different stuff on each one. So, just depending on what bits we're running. So yeah, different stuff. But when you say tasks, I don't know what you mean exactly. Because obviously, like, I suppose you could break down the music into constituent elements and say, oh, this is a rhythm bit and this is a melody, and who does the rhythm and who does the melodies. In which case, you know, it's just, yeah, we do deal with everything, because both of us are working with all kinds of different material. But it's sort of like, you know, it fits together, if you like different things that fit together. How much hard drive space do you have? Just quite a bit, because hard drives are quite cheap now, so, you know, you can get like a 12 terabyte drive for a few £100, so, you know, sky's the limit, really. But music doesn't take up much space, does it? It's not like video, so. Do you have an organisation principle for all your files? Yeah, I mean, I tend to label them with stuff, but, you know, you can tag stuff in macOS, so you can just tag everything with multiple tags. So yeah, I use that quite a bit. And yeah, that's it really. Don't know what to say about that. You don't have to do a lot of organising, because you can usually just derive a lot from dates. And because I've got like, so the system or the rig or whatever, all the folder of patches is sort of saved as a zip every time there's a modification. So I can easily find which version of the rig I was using for the track, because the track's creation date will be just part of the metadata for the track. So it's quite easy to get through it and figure out what's what. Do you have a lot of old files from the 90s, or do you let them disappear, whatever, over time? Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's different formats. So I've got them. Like, I've got all the ASR discs, and I've got all the DATs, but things decay and stop working after a while. So, and I don't maintain it very well. Rob's a bit better at maintaining his kind of archive than I am. I'm not that concerned with it, so you know, if things die, they die. It's just part of the story of how things went. So I quite like that. I like memory being imperfect. I don't feel the need to record everything. I don't go around with a camera taking pictures of things and stuff. I like not quite being able to remember things. Yeah, I like that better. Aren't you using computers like Mac MSP? Yeah, we are. I use auto files to fertilise the earth. Yes, that's quite a novel approach. Why doesn't Bob make an AMA like you? Is he shy? No, he's just doing family stuff. He's busy all the time. He's busy doing patching and tracks and trying to keep up with my shit and doing bits for the live set. I'm sure you could coax him on it though. I don't think it'd be that hard. He's not that shy. He's just a bit, I think maybe he just wouldn't enjoy it as much. Don't know. He's not really shy. I think he'd probably just see a lot of these questions and be like, oh, fuck off. Have you watched Limmy's show? Yeah, I like Limmy's show. Fucking hell, I didn't mention Limmy, did I? When I was talking about comedy. Yeah, Limmy's top. Fucking hell. How can you not like Limmy? Yeah, really creative, I think. And his characters are brilliant. Like, just really good, 3D as fuck. Even the ones that only appear in like one sketch are just fucking really good. They're like super 3D and real. They're like real people. So I think he's really good like that. And it's a shame he isn't doing more TV stuff or sketches or whatever, you know, because I think he's really good at playing different people. So I love Dee. I think he's brilliant. He's so real and kind of identifiable. I know so many people like that. But even that Benny Harvey sketch, like, where they're both wigging out to that aha track, I just recognise it. Totally recognise it. It's mad. Like, I think it's weird, Limmy. He manages to pull things out of me unconscious that they're almost like memories. You know, it's brilliant. There's one at a party where someone's like totally off their head and they're just talking to some other bloke and the other bloke's just going on about people in soap operas. Oh, fucking hell. That's so good. Yeah, there's some shit in Limmy's stuff that's just nailed something. I don't even know where he gets it from. Well, obviously he gets it from his life, you know. I don't know why I'm saying that's silly. It's just good that he has the same sort of thoughts as I do about some things. Yeah, really good. I really rate him. I think he's really good. Reeves and Mortimer nightclub sketches. Fucking hell. Yeah. The Reeves and Mortimer... Right, the ones from... I think... Because you said Big Night Out, but I assume then, when I read that, I thought you meant the ones with fucking... What's his name? What's his fucking name now? Well, they've got the one bloke who's grown up in Hong Kong and he talks with a Chinese accent. And then you got the other, the guy who's like, that guy, what's he called now? The guy who manages that band, and the band are called like Mandate, and they're singing about salmon and stuff. Yeah, that's just amazing. Shit now. Okay, so you mentioned being neurodivergent during the last AMA. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go on about this too much, so I've got to rub my eye. Fucking cry laughing, thinking about Vic Reeves. Yeah, so any tips on how to get through the day routines, getting stuff done? Thanks a lot. I can't start giving out CBT tricks and all that because it's just different for everyone, and I'd never do that. I think you just got to like work with somebody who understands you, really. I think that's the key thing. If you can find somebody to work with who understands you. I don't mean work. I mean, if you want to work on strategies for coping and stuff. Don't let it get you down. It's the main thing I mean, I was lucky, right? Because I didn't know. For a long time, I didn't know. And I had the validation of the world. So I kind of had an outlet from quite an early age. And I was lucky that... Because I had the typical thing of being advanced in primary school and then getting into middle school and then suddenly hitting a bit of a brick wall academically. So I had really good scores until I was about 11. I was like top of the school, more or less. And then I was 11, and then I went to middle school, and then things got suddenly quite difficult. But I also had music and doing tapes and doing editing, and there was a point to me kind of being obsessive, and suddenly my obsession got diverted into all this electro and doing pause button tapes and all that kind of stuff, and then buying a sampler. And I was getting approval from my mates in school, because electro, when I was, so this is like 83, 84, when electro was big and I started first doing tapes, suddenly people were talking about me as a DJ in school. They were saying, oh, he's a fucking DJ. And that was really good for my ego. And it didn't matter that I was different to them suddenly. It didn't matter that I was outside the group, because I was like getting respect for what I'd produced when I was outside the group, if you know what I mean. So it really helped me to have that. And it's probably why I clung onto it so tightly for so long and was so obsessed with making it work, So yeah, and I didn't know until much later that, Asperger's and HFA, whatever, they're not like, it's not necessarily like a diagnosis that you have to worry about. It's only if it's affected your life in a negative way. So I didn't really need to know, because there wasn't really anything I needed to tweak. And by the time I found out about it, I'd learned enough, just through trial and error and experience, learned enough strategies for dealing with people and social dynamics. And I'm quite good at picking emotions up in people. It's not like I'm insensitive to that stuff. It's just that I quite often don't know how to behave in response, because those things aren't hard coded in me. So I don't know. I find some types of social interaction easier than others. I find it much easier to deal with somebody in like a one-on-one than dealing with a large group of people. But if I know the group of people really well, I'm quite good. But if I don't know them really well, I tend to go quite quiet, and I just go into lurk mode, basically. I just kind of observe people. So it all depends really on what the setting is in terms of how I respond. And my strategies are very personal. I suppose they're not really worth sharing, because I'm coming at it from such a weird angle, being a musician / artist / whatever I am. That I think that my advice probably isn't that useful to somebody who isn't doing that. But I don't know, maybe it would be. I'd need to really discuss individual situations and ways that I would deal with him if I was in him, for it to be any use. I can't just kind of give out general advice like that. But I do really appreciate that people, I appreciate that people appreciate me talking about it, but I don't really know how to talk about it. And there's been a lot of situations where I've been in interviews and I've brought it up and they've quickly changed the subject. They don't want me to discuss this in interviews. Journalists see it as a little bit of an awkward subject area. It's a bit like if I started to discuss some kind of personal health problem. They don't like talking about this stuff. A lot of people are kind of repulsed by anything that they perceive as a disability, which is a shame really, because I don't perceive it as a disability at all, or a kind of superpower. I'm not on that tip either with it. I just think it's all about difference and people being different. I don't like a lot of this kind of new identity politics, in that you're supposed to join some group and identify with that group and wave the flag for that group. That's just another type of group behaviour to me, and I can't really identify with that either. So I find certain cultural phenomena a little bit difficult to engage with personally, and that's become a little bit more of an awkward thing as I've got older, because people are so fucking fixated on these prefabricated identities. I don't like that. Anyway, God, that was a lot of talking. Sorry. The day-to-day where Morris turns away from an organ after the intro, yeah. On the Hour as well, like if you'd listened to On the Hour before the day-to-day, there was On the Hour on the radio, because that was where we first caught it. So I remember playing Sonic 2, and listening to On the Hour and just thinking, what the hell's going on? It was like Radio 4 had just folded up. It was fucking amazing. There was some bits in On the Hour. I remember the one bit that really sticks in my mind when I was listening to it with the pips before the news. So it went beep, 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 and it just did it for ages, and then it went into this melody or something. I just remember thinking, fucking hell, this is amazing. Like, I love Iannucci's edit, like radio edit stuff, because he does a lot of stuff that's on the same sort of tip as Kenny Everett's radio stuff, which I also really rated as a kid. And my dad had some mate in London who was one of the van guys, because my dad was in van clubs when I was a kid. They used to customise vans and all that, and some of his mates were from London, and they used to have these tapes of these mad edits that Kenny Everett used to do that had a huge impact on me as a kid. And there's bits of Iannucci stuff that's like that, where he's done all these weird edits that are in the data. No, there's not really in the data. There's a couple of bits in the day-to-day that are like that. That bit where it goes like collecting stamps, that bit. That's like that kind of humour. It's just really obscure, like, approach to editing, and kind of, yeah, I love that humour. It's so over the top and weird. It's so different. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Do you think it was funny how there was one guy on Reddit who thought the anal CDR was fake, or just insulting that he didn't believe that you could have tracks that were a bit sketchy or less serious? I mean, every time there's this fake thing, right? So if there's a possibility that something's fake, and people say, oh, autechre would never do anything this shit, and then they're like, oh, it's real. Oh, well. And then there's this idea that, you know, it's all about reputation. I mean, I'm kind of down with that. I mean, I kind of think, well, if you should just approach it on its own merits. If it didn't have our identity associated with it, what would you feel about it? Would you be into it or not? I think that really is the question, you know what I mean, whether you like something. But you might be looking for that essence of somebody within the track and trying to figure out if something's in. Like, I remember Soundboard thinking for ages that must be Richard, but I didn't know, and I still don't know who that is really. But when I heard it, I was thinking, yeah, it must be him. There's just so much of his essence in there. But you never know if somebody's just cloning him, because there's a lot of kind of Aphex tribute acts out there, isn't there? You know what I mean? So, and some people it's harder to do than others. Like, I don't think you could clone Luke Vibert really, because he's got a very particular approach to things, but it's just not that easy to boil down into constituent parts and say, this is what makes a Luke Vibert track sound like Luke Vibert, if you know what I mean. It's very difficult to emulate it. Whereas I think somebody like Rich, you can probably do it a bit easier with, because you could just buy the same gear and do the same sorts of tunings and same type of patterns. But then there's some point at which you can slightly tell a difference. And I think those tracks, those guest comp things, they're a bit diffuse because there's a few different people on them. So depending on who's there, there's different vibes to them. So yeah, I don't know, it just depends on I mean, it's a bit different with them tracks, because I don't really take it personal if somebody thinks that they don't sound like autechre, because they shouldn't really, because they're not autechre. So especially like this penultimate track, which just doesn't sound like anything that we would ever do, you know what I mean? So but at the same time, yeah, like, I think the old question of whether a fake sounds like the actual artist is a bit weird for a band like us, because we quite often don't sound like ourselves, or, you know, we do something that's a bit, you know, different or fresh for us or whatever. So have you used DALL-E too? No, I'm on the list though. We'll see. The problem is I didn't tell him I was a fucking tech journalist or whatever, so I'll probably get it a year after everybody else gets it. So, but yeah, it's weird because I'd show you my alt Reddit account, like, where I post all my DALL-E shit. And some of them are pure comedy, but like, I'm not going to reveal any of my Reddit accounts to you, so you're going to have to just guess at who I am on there. Sorry about that. But yeah, you probably see me on one of the DALL-E subs spamming fucking bullshit images. the irony of Soulseek that a lot of electronic music artists were on there early on. Yeah, me included, you know, and Audio Galaxy as well. You know, props for keeping the band together for 3 decades. Any wisdoms? Not really, just don't be a dick, you know, in general, you know. What's your opinion on Wendy Carlos? Phenomenal talent, just absolutely absurdly respectable person and human and a lovely person. And it's such a shame she seems to be hiding lately, and I wish she wouldn't do that. Especially now, you know. Yeah, I don't want to go on about that, but you know what I mean, don't you? So, yeah, it's a shame. But like, yeah, just a phenomenal talent, and just like so many things to learn from Wendy Carlos in general. And I know, you know, you can listen to it and think, well, it's just classical music made on a synth, you know, but it's done so well, and it's done with such rigour and a kind of and fascination, and you know, it's just, and there was so much trial and error in Wendy Carlos. You can hear it, you know, so many happy accidents and capitalising on those, and there's just so much to learn in terms of approach from the way she's done stuff. That, yeah, I think she was absolutely brilliant, just amazing, basically. But you know, I mean, well discussed. Time steps is mint. Yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, also the gamelan stuff that she tried to do is really convincing. And I've played that alongside other gamelan tracks, and people haven't noticed that it's synths. You know, people who are familiar with gamelan music. So, yeah, it's fun. Okay, have you read The Free Body Problem? Yeah, you know what? I got halfway through book 2 and kind of sloped off, and I still need to get it finished. But there's some ideas I like in it, and some of it I think, that doesn't really make sense. But maybe it comes together a bit more in the 3rd book. I'm hoping it does. I kind of need to get back into it. I had this with Southern Reach trilogy and all. I got halfway through book 2 and was like, where the fuck is this going now? Like, and then it really came together. Book 3 was like, wow, fuck, you know. So yeah, I probably need to get back into Free Body Problem. I found there was something about it that was bugging me. Book 2, it started to bug me a little bit, but I'd probably just need to read through the bits that are bugging me, and it'll start to make more sense, you know. What Norwegian food do you enjoy the most? So I have this thing for like buying lumper and like just combining them with the wrong things. So like those little tins of mackerel in tomato sauce, slapping that on lumper and eating that and letting it go through the holes a little bit. Or like fried eggs on lumper. And I keep getting told off for putting the wrong things on lumper, but I love it. But like straight up Norwegian food that I like is probably like hot dogs on lumper, and that weird mustard that everyone eats here, and fucking brown cheese. Brown cheese is ace, like totally unknown in the UK. And yeah, that company Marud, or however you pronounce it, their peanuts are like fucking amazing. They're like the best peanuts I've ever had. I really like peanuts, but their peanuts are like particularly well roasted, like amazing. And yeah, there's some weird things like Christmas dinner is like completely different to the UK. And that thing, can't remember what it's called, where it's like, the first time I had it I wasn't sure. It's like cabbages and sheep, and it's boiled. I can't remember what it's called now, but I really like that now. The first time I had it I wasn't sure, and then the second time I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like the cabbage had loads of flavour and stuff, and it just was amazing. So yeah, I think Norwegian cooking's quite basic in some ways. Oh, and them little balls, them little reindeer meat ball things that you get in them fucking weird packets that are like something from the 70s. I think it's called Vilty now, but it used to be called something else. I love them shits. They're fucking really good. They're like something that I would have eaten when I was a kid. And I'm sure when I eat them, I get a weird nostalgia off it. But I don't know why, because obviously we didn't have that in the UK. So, yeah, I don't know, there's a few weird Norwegian things I like. And fiskegruteng, or whatever it's called, you know, the fish. That's like a weird 70s, you know, when it's like fucking macaroni and fish and potato. Like, that's so weird. That's like a 70s dish. But it's really good as well. That gives me weird nostalgia at all. Especially with a bit of black pepper on it. It's fucking really nice. So yeah, I like these weird nostalgia foods it's like nostalgia for a time I didn't personally experience, you know. Underrated stereo widening techniques. Yeah, this is Rob's blag. He does a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, just in general, just like there's so many things you can do like this, but like and there's a load of unknown ones. So like one is like using denoising, but then taking the inverse and then processing that and knocking one channel out of phase, or knocking both channels slightly out of phase with the mono, which is so you're just taking the noise basically and widening the noise effectively and then mixing that back in. I like doing shit like that. But yeah, I mean, in general, weird matrix mixing, I'm all over it. Because the first person I saw doing interesting mixing like that was this lad Paul. He used to knock about with a reflex lot. He used to be into reggae. I remember being round at his and he was playing reggae records through a 4-track. So he had like, the record was playing into the 4-track, but then what he'd done was he had on each channel, he had like on one channel he just had the bass, and then on another channel he had the same record playing, but just the mids and the bass and the treble turned down, and then on the other channel he had the highs. So he had these 3 faders for each EQ band, and he was sending them to different effects. And I was like, whoa, fucking hell, that's really nice. So yeah, I've just taken that to so many places over the years, like that method of thinking about splitting an original stereo signal up into multiple parts and then recombining it again later and doing slightly different processing on each part, depending on how you're splitting it up. So splitting it up using loads of different methods and then, you know, doing different types of processing on them. So that just opens mixing right up, doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, in general that. Meshuggah, yeah, I fucking forgot to mention them when I was talking about metal, but that's probably because they're not strictly metal. But yeah, I really rate them. There's a kind of, it's very mechanised, and obviously it appeals to me because it's mostly about the rhythm. So yeah, I do really rate them. I think they're really good. But I can only really get through one album at a time because it gets a bit. It tires my ear brain out. Oh, there's a car, by the way. You're going to have to wait for the car to disappear now. God, I'm so far behind in the chat. I'm just reading how far behind I am. Sasha Gray's musical career. I don't know anything about Sasha Gray's musical career. Oh, God. I'm not interested in David Tibet at all. I have no... Don't care. Edgemeister. Yeah, Keybrus was amazing. Fucking hell. Gamer. Must have owned a Specky. Yeah, no, actually, because my dad used to fit burglar alarms, and he was a bit of a tech geek, electronics geek. So, and engineering in general, he liked cars, and he liked putting little weird boxes together, and he didn't like the Specky. Remember the Specky coming out, and my dad was like, no, don't like it, it's shit. And he had all these reasons for not liking it. And then the BBC came out and he was like, yeah, Acorn of the future. And he made us get a BBC, which meant I had a fucking BBC, which was good for Elite, but, you know, for most other games, I'm Chucky Egg and, you know, Manic Miner, decent port of Manic Miner on there. But a lot of other games were shit on there. I had YR Kung Fu, and then I had just tons of adventure games that I used to hack. So yeah, I was sort of into computers, but in a bit of a weird way. But it was good because obviously school got BBC, so then I knew what I was doing and I was a bit ahead of the pack. But in any other context, it was shit because you got on your mate's house and all my mates were game swapping and sharing and copying stuff. And yeah, God, I've got some funny stories from back then, but they're a bit long. But yeah. So, and I had mates with VIC-20s, mates with 64s, mates with Spectrums, and I was the one weird kid who had a BBC, so, but, you know, it was because my dad thought it was a superior computer, and he was right, but it just wasn't that common, you know what I mean, so, it's what happens when your dad's into fucking computers, isn't it? Can you enjoy normal music anymore? What the fuck is normal music? Yeah, of course I can. Like, I mean, I think we make normal music, don't we? I think it's pretty normal. Fuck, I haven't drunk this coffee at all. This coffee's so good. Flasks. That's my recommendation for today. Fucking flasks. Worried about spilling drinks on your computer? Worry no more. Buy a fucking flask. Flasks, in general. Hot coffee all day. Best invention ever. Fuck, I nearly dropped you then. Too much coffee. Right, so, can't recall whether this is true or not, but that you were one of the few people complained about the selected ambient works 8592 pre-mastering process from what the fuck? That's not true at all. What the fuck? Where did that come from? You were one of the few people complained about the selected ambient works. No, that's not right. I know what that is. That's rich. That's right. So I remember this conversation. This is where my memory is coming into play now. So, from what I remember, and I might be wrong, but in '95 I had a conversation with Rich about how I'd heard that he used to master his tracks to long play DATs. And I remember saying to him, like, really? Do you really do that? Because I was thinking, wow, you must have really done a lot of stuff. Like, I was quite impressed actually at how much work he used to crank out, you know? Because we were quite slow, and I think just because we had less equipment and stuff, really, because we had to do a lot of it on the 4-track, like doubling synths up and stuff, so it'd just take us longer to do stuff, you know. And we were recording a lot to the 244, which has quite a different sound to recording to DAT. And when we got a DAT, I was a little bit like, oh, I'm not sure I can get down with this because it's a bit clean. But I managed to figure it out, how to do cleaner mixes and all that. But, you know, so I think it probably just comes from that conversation, maybe a misremembering of that, or maybe something. But I do think that, like, some of Rich's stuff has been badly handled post all that. Like, I think the Classics album sounds like junk compared to the records, which just sound fucking great still, you know. But, you know, you can blame Renat for that shit, can't you? It's not Rich's fault, really. Have you ever owned an 808 or 909? No, we didn't have the money, because yeah, no, I was just the wrong age, really. If I'd have been a few years older, I probably would have, because they were cheap until about 88, and then they just went through the roof, which you can blame Chicago House for, and kind of middle class Brits trying to do Chicago House, you know. So the only thing we could get was a 606, which we bought in 88, early 88. Rob bought it. off this lad Jaffa, who used to live in the flats in Rochdale for 50 quid. Anyway, favourite studio monitors. Yeah, so I'd probably Dyne Audio BM15As, because I just know them so well, but that didn't mean they're the best or anything. They're just what I know really well and what I've been using for the longest time, so probably them. But it's not a recommendation really, it's just experience. Would you be interested in remixing a track on a new Grace Jones album? Is that a real question? Yeah, defo. I fucking love Grace Jones, are you serious? It's not sounding shit. I mean, that last thing, that Corporate Cannibal thing, I thought it was really good. Don't know if that were anything to do with you, but I really liked it. Because someone sent it to me wondering if I'd heard it, because they thought I might be into it. And I think it's that thing of, oh, it sounds a bit like you, maybe you like it. But I just really liked it. And but I love Grace. Grace is amazing. Fucking hell, that would be such a killer remix. I mean, I really love Grace. I think she's fucking ace. Like, totally ace. Yeah. Yeah, hit me up, man. I mean, fucking... trying to think of a way of getting an email to me. You send an email to Ned, maybe. I'm not putting my email in here, so... You could find me on Mastodon if you know where to look. But I'm not dishing that out in here either, so... yeah, if there's some way of sending me a DM in this shit fucking platform, maybe you can do that. I don't know if there is or not, so... Otherwise, just put your email in the chat and I'll try and scroll back and get it later. Amazing FM sim for the book, and you can buy this stuff. Blah 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 blah. What's this? Do you speak Norwegian fluently? Nej. Nej. Jeg snakker ikke norsk. What were the tracks you streamed on XLT in the early mid-noughts with titles like Toy, Small Animal Reprise, etc.? Oh yeah. God. Shit, that someone would remember that. Nicecast, that's the fucking program I used to use. Nicecast. There you go, I knew I'd fucking remember. Yes, it was an Icecast thing, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Fuck. What were they? They were just fuckabouts, little tracks. Actually ended up sending a lot of those bits off to Mackenzie for one of the Hafler things. So he's got them now. And once that was done, that was it. I didn't want to use them at any point after that. But some of them were the bits that I sent off to him, because that was around the same time. So, but yeah, they're just fuckabouts, just little things that I used to do, like laptop messing around bits that that you might make something that's not a track, but you might just record it and think, well, I might use that later, I might use a bit of it or sample it or whatever. So do with those sort of things. Do you have any special tricks with quad reverb, or do you just run sounds through it? Both? That's a funny question. Yeah, I mean, it's got loads of MIDI on it, so fuck around with it. See what you can do with it. There's loads of tricks. There's loads of quad reverb tricks. There's just a book. You could write a book about the shit you can do with the quad reverb. They're amazing little things. It's just mainly about the MIDI, just the amount you can manipulate it. So just get busy with the MIDI. Get busy with the MIDI. I remember in an old 2000s interview, you said you were reading Derrida, found the concept of deconstruction interesting. Are there any thinkers you find stimulating these days? Nah, I'm like shit at reading other thinkers. I like Derrida because he was an awkward old cunt, and he was like, yeah, but why? But why? About everything. And I kind of like that. but it got boring as well, because I was like, well, anyone could do this. If you read enough philosophy, anybody could do this. And I think it was interesting what he did. I mean, really, for me, it became about, because this is a tangential point, but you probably understand what I mean. I think, like, the vast majority of debates that I see on the internet are about semantics, right? So they're just people arguing about what words mean. And I feel like Derrida was doing a very kind of advanced version of that. And it's fun for a while, but really it is just that. And yeah, I don't know. Language is sort of necessarily imprecise. It's one of these things that's not designed to provide clarity. It's designed to convey with some degree of vagary an idea in a vague sense, so that the other person can then work with that. And I don't feel like it's necessary to be specific most of the time, and I don't think that language is built for that. And so using language to discuss language, it's a little bit, I like how recursive that can get and how kind of meta it is, but it's just like watching somebody pirouette and sort of do crazy looking acrobatics, really. And I feel like that's what Derrida's doing in a way. Plus, you know, it's got that childish kind of but why sort of element to it, you know, which is appealing on a level. But yeah, I remember, like, because my granddad used to read some sort of postmodern philosophy stuff. He used to read like this bloke Richard Rorty. So I've been around that a little bit, and there's some elements of that I remember him quoting to me that I used to find interesting, but I can't really remember much of it now. My dad used to read stuff like Alan Watts, the kind of beardy Buddhist guy, you know. My dad were into Eastern philosophy and martial arts and all this kind of stuff, so I was exposed to a bit of that and all growing up. But beyond that, no, I don't really, and I'm not that much of a kind of, I wouldn't consider myself much of a deep thinker, although I do think a lot about things. I don't know if I'm a very deep thinker particularly. I'm kind of more intuitive, I think, than sort of analytical, but people describe me as analytical all the time, so I don't know, maybe I am, don't really know. I think I probably just appear analytical, but a lot of my conclusions I don't arrive at via deduction, and there's a fair amount of induction and kind of feelings, really. A lot of it's just feelings. I feel like I can sense things a lot of the time, and then I have to kind of justify that sense with a load of words. So I'm probably not making much sense right now. Anyway, renoise, yeah, I just most of the renoise stuff I did was just with audio files and stuff. I didn't really do a lot of sequencing of hardware, but I did sometimes sequence VSTs and stuff, and the bits of hardware sequencing in there as well. Yeah, there's a few bits, but yeah, mainly just working with samples. But it was just, I was using it to do things like remixes and stuff, like the Surgeon remix and Black Dog remix, and the Denia remix. They were all done in there. So yeah, there was a sort of brief period really where I was using it a bit for things. Did a remix for Mogwai that they didn't want to use, so don't know why that was. Fucking hell, I'm really sorry I'm so far back in the chat again, by the way. Covork, you've been asking me about Covork. Covork is Lee Gilbert from Nottingham, and I don't know if he's still working on music, but he should be. He was an immense talent in my opinion, but then his hairdressing career took over, and he's a good hairdresser, so I don't blame him really. Bless him. I've not seen him for fucking years, but I used to really like Lee. Really sound. I love how Vectroid's doing a mini AMA within the AMA, like a kind of meta AMA. I'm enjoying this. Limmy lives on Twitch now. Yeah, I know. I see him sometimes. Using an alt though, obviously. I always feel like he knows who I am though. Yeah. Do you have Casio FZ? Yeah, well, I did for a little while. Like, so when we first started working in Dazzy's studio, which was only for about, at the most, a year that we worked in there, and we didn't really produce that much stuff because it used to take us a while using all that MIDI gear, and it was a bit like having to learn a whole studio at once, so that was quite difficult. But thankfully, Daz has got good taste in gear, good enough anyway, that I was able to enjoy a lot of his synths and find some good stuff within them, you know. Like the VFX SD at the time, I'd never heard anything like wavetable synthesis, so that transwave synthesis stuff was just mind-blowing to me, young brain. I was just like, wow, what the fuck is this, you know. It was so far away from anything I'd learnt about. And yeah, he had an FZ, so, and the filters were really good in it, and we used it on a few things. I think the only thing that's out there that's got that on is probably one of the tracks on that Sweatbox video, which is a hard to describe one because there's not many elements that I can refer to that I don't know what it is, but it's anyway, one of the tracks on there has got it on pretty heavily. And yeah, I used to like the filters a lot. I remember first hearing Aphex stuff and thinking that's got to be an FZ, that filter, like straight away recognising it. And by that point, yeah, we didn't get a sampler until 92, 93. So, like a proper sampler. I mean, we had the RSD-10 and the Casio SK. So, when we came to get a sampler, we went for the ASR, the EPS, I mean, because it had all the effects in there and everything, and we didn't have many effects units at the time, so it just made sense to get that. But I always really liked the filters on the FZ, but the fact that you could only have one of them running at a time was a bit of a limitation. But the fact that it was analog was really good. So yeah, I think they're beautiful samplers, but they're just like, I was able to do a lot more using the EPS than I would have been able to do on the FZ, but the FZ is good for doing that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I think I'd have preferred to have an FZ in the early days, and I like using them a lot. And there was all kinds of fun stuff you could do, like where you rotate the sound through the outputs. That was a good trick. So there's a few things you could do on there that you couldn't do otherwise. There's a few tracks, actually, I think that one of the Debris remixes uses the FZ pretty heavily, because we did that in Dazzy's studio for him. So anyway, so that's out there. But yeah, and then I bought one off Simon Pike some point during the 90s, and it just kind of sat there for a while and I didn't really use it, and then I sold it again. So yeah. What's my skincare routine? At the moment, just a bit of sun cream because I'm sitting out here. So, you know, otherwise now just fucking water. I don't really use soap on my face, so if that helps, because otherwise I get breakouts. I get acne sometimes. It's anxiety related as well. Like if I'm not getting enough sleep, I get it really bad. So sorry, I was probably covering the mic up there. Mainly happens when you get through the early school years of raw intelligence and don't build a foundation for efficient studying. Yes, exactly. Yes, I was a fucking shit student. I didn't like the formality, really. I also didn't like the fact that I knew more about some of the topics than some of my teachers did. I'm not saying that to sound big or anything, but it just annoyed me that when I was learning about atoms, I knew about particles and they wouldn't teach us about it in middle school in the first 2 years. And I asked my physics teacher, Mr. Fromont. I'm not going to tell you stories about Mr. Fromont on here because I'll end up getting in trouble. But like, privately, if you ever want to ask me about Mr. Fromont, I'll tell you some shit. But yeah, I remember he was teaching us about atoms, and he said atoms are the smallest thing, and I said no, there isn't. No, they're not. Like, I was going, what about protons and neutrons and electrons? I didn't know about up and down quarks and all that then, so I didn't want to go. I would have said that as well, but I didn't know then. But like, you're like, yeah, well, I don't have to teach you about that yet. You learn about that later. And I said, oh, does that mean I could do your job then? And he was like, yeah. He laughed about it though, so that was good. But it used to fuck me off, and it'd be like, I didn't like national curriculum at all. I think I would have been better with a one-on-one tutor. I think I would have learnt more. But so I used to get bored a lot of the time, or I'd lose track. So I'd just concentrate more on how much of an arse the maths teacher was being than what she was actually saying. You know, like, concentrate on how she was picking on and bullying other students in the class. I never used to really get any of that from teachers, but there were other students who would get bullied just for being curious, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know, I'd get distracted too much by weird little dynamics in the classroom to actually pay attention to what we were actually meant to be learning. That's not Asperger you're describing. People should stop diagnosing themselves. Okay. I mean, I can give you the email address of the doctor who diagnosed me if you want. You can have a conversation with him about it. Would that be helpful? The weird thing about Asperger's and autism is the different parts of the brain that are affected by it, I think. You know, whether it's your hippocampus or your amygdala that are acting up. But in my case, I get like overwhelmed emotionally pretty easily. I always think like it's weird that people don't detect how emotional our stuff is, but I always think maybe it's just because I'm a bit more sensitive to that stuff. I don't know. Like, I think average people probably just don't detect the emotion in it as easily as I do. I don't know, it's weird. I think they're less sensitive emotionally than I am. Yeah, like that Inland Empire pullback and reveal is one of the best moments in cinema, full stop. It's amazing. I'm glad you mentioned that. It's just amazing. It's right up there with the bit in The Shining where he's staring at the maze and then it's zooming in and then you realise it's the actual maze. That's an amazing moment. It's my favourite bit of The Shining. Chris Morris Jam. Yeah, it's so fucking twisted. It's basically what I think jam is. And I think a lot of people get it wrong because they think it's just edgy comedy that's trying to kind of shock you into laughing. It is that, a little bit. But it's really, I think what it is it's a satire of British attitudes and the kind of rancid people that you find around the UK. and the stupid fucking things that they think and do all the time, and it's so savage. You know, and I think this is why you see a lot of authority figures in there and doctors and stuff like this, and this kind of appeal to authority problem that the UK has got in general, and just how horrible and abusive people can be to each other, and you know, how disgusting people can be. Because I think he was getting to a point where he was just thinking about society at large by then, not just, you know, the media or whatever. You know, it become a much bigger quest. Actually, my favourite Chris Morris things are probably the Blue Jam monologues, because I think they're amazing. They're such a unique view of London. I mean, they dovetail quite nicely with things like the Yob, and some of Charlie Brooker's stuff, you know, like Nathan Barley as well, you know. It's a kind of unique view of London that you don't really get from anywhere, really. I wish there were more things like them Blue Jam monologues. I think they're incredible, actually. Like, really super good. They're beautifully made. Right, where are we? Fuck, I've lost you again. Sorry about being so far back in the chat. I'm trying to get through it though. There's no stream delay. I'm just shit at answering enough questions. These are old. What do I think of 4chan as an anonymous platform? Oh god, this is a conversation. Fucking hell, we're going to have that conversation, aren't we? It was good in 2006-7. It got a bit worse in 2009. It took a proper fucking dive around 2011. By 2014, it was basically toast. It was just, I stopped really frequenting it around 2012, 2013. Because it was just so rancid. And yeah, it's always been a cesspool. We all know that. There were good people on there, there were bad people on there, but there were a lot of bad actors. You know, and obviously there's a shitload of content that you would, at first you would try and argue with, and then you realise that there were actually teams of operators on there trying to push things, ideas, agendas, stuff like that. So, I think I first realised that in the late 2000s, when all the kind of anti-Semitic stuff started getting really prevalent, you know. It weren't just kids doing like edgy internet abuse, it was like really targeted forced memes basically by that point. And yeah, I don't know, we can have a long conversation about 4chan, but it should probably be two-way. I don't feel like I should just sit and monologue about it. Pretty sure everything I'm saying Moot would agree with though, to be honest. It must feel pretty shitty to start you kind of to get kicked off SA and then just end up doing your nice little anime board, and then for it to turn into a propaganda channel for bad actors and fucking neo-Nazis. I mean, shit me, what a blow, you know. But then again, I suppose he made a lot of money, so whatever. Right, I've jumped to the top, so I've probably missed a shit ton of stuff. So maybe I'll scroll back a bit. Okay, now I can only scroll back so far, so I've probably missed some stuff. So, but all you kind of where is he in the chat people are going to be happier because I'm closer to you now. Language involves trickery. It inscribes us into cultural references, opinions, and that is structurally, not conspiratorially designed for us not to touch truth about ourselves. We say things but rarely see it is us saying them. Yeah, I mean, coming to terms with your own subjectivity is hard, isn't it, for humans, especially when we're discussing things that are, you know, to do with perception, which is an active process, right? So yeah, it's fucking hard work. And that's why I find like discussion of art and music to be really kind of painful, beyond being very basic and kind of broad strokesy about it. You know, it's hard to talk about this stuff with any real depth, and so I find it much easier to produce work than talk about it. And these chats are alright because I get to talk about a lot of different topics, but you know, we're not really talking about what I do because I don't know how to do that, and I don't know if anybody ever asks the right questions, and I don't know how I would answer them even if they did. You know, but it's nice when I see moments of insight popping up in the chat, so I do appreciate you doing this. Because, I mean, you lot are contributing a lot more to this than I am, so... Dale, Ray and Rail only have letters that are in Rochdale. Is that intentional? Dale is, yeah. Although I'm not technically from Rochdale. I was born there, but I moved to Middleton when I was 1. So I grew up in Middleton. But like Rob and Jed and a lot of my other mates are from Rochdale. And when we started out sending demos out, we didn't want to put my address on the thing because it'd be an M24 postcode, which would make us a Manchester band. And in 1989, 1990, that weren't an association we wanted to have. We didn't want to be part of that Manchester thing at all. You know, we wanted to be outside it. So we opted to do everything via Rob's address, which meant that when we were approaching journalists, we could say we were from Rochdale and not Manchester because, you know, then we didn't have to deal with all that. But yeah, we're a mix really of Manchester and Rochdale, and I suppose Middleton is itself a mix of Manchester and Rochdale. But so I suppose we kind of lean towards the Rochdale thing, and my family, a lot of them are from north of the midline in Manchester, but a few of them are from South Manchester as well. So I'm a bit of a mixed bag, really. Can you tell something about autechre Saw You demo? Yeah. So both of them are tracks that we did in Dazzy's studio in 89, 90. They're like, one of them is on the Sweatbox video. I think it might be the last track. It's kind of a slow, plodding kind of house beat sort of techno thing with long keys in it. And a kind of weird saxophone sounding sound doing the, which I think was a TX81Z sound. It might have been a preset from before we knew really what we were doing with that thing. Got a battery warning. So yeah, that's Saw You. And then the autechre track that's called Autechre, I don't think that's out there. I haven't got any plans to release them songs, so no. As far as I know, that hasn't leaked anywhere, but the pictures of the tapes are real. It was funny seeing that bloke on Discogs having to argue with people that it was real. You know, and they were saying like, that's I don't believe it. Nobody was spray painting tape labels back then. Well, fuck off. Yes, we were. I can't help it if we're a bit ahead of everyone graphically, you know. It's just we're writers, of course. We're fucking graph writers. Of course we're going to spray our tape labels. What else are we going to do with them? It's like they've never seen the Sleeve for Cavity job. Metroid Prime, I answered that earlier, so you can just watch it later. Arcturix is the shit, love their build quality. I'm not going to sell Arcturix on here, but they are the shit, so it's... My gran... Alright, so my dad's parents were both art teachers at Rochdale College, and my gran taught textiles. She actually taught fucking John Richmond and Betty Jackson, but just GAD, like she taught them basics, you know, just college stuff, you know, 16 to 18. But yeah, she used to complain all the time about tailoring. And autechre is one of the first sport labels that I've seen that had like amazing tailoring. I know a little bit about how to make clothes. Not a lot, but a little bit. And yeah, I do really rate autechre. They're not just saying this because it's a cool label. You know, they are really fucking well made. You can buy autechre. I've got autechre jackets that I bought 18 years ago that are still going. So, you know, you want to talk about ecologically friendly labels. You can buy Patagonia stuff, yeah, but it'll fuck up on you after 5 years. So yeah, you know, it's made from recycled plastic, big deal, but what if it's only lasting 5 years? So I'm not going to do all this kind of, you know, one label's better than the other, but I do really rate autechre just for build. So you're totally right, build quality. I'm not an autechre fucking sales channel though. If they want to send me some shit though, fucking feel free, because it's expensive as all fuck. But I'm not like really needing it either, because it just lasts forever. So when I buy shit, I know I'm still gonna have it in 10 years. So I'm more on that tip than anything these days. It's just turning into my dad basically. That's what everyone does, innit? At a certain point, start buying things because they're well made. Apart from fucking t-shirts. I watched the Expanse, but I already forgot how it went. Yeah, I know. It is a bit like that, isn't it? It feels more substantial than it is, you know. But Avasarala's a cool character, so, you know. And Drummer. I like Drummer. Favourite Kubrick film? Probably The Shining. But the European cut though, not the American one. I want to like Eyes Wide Shut, but I just think it's just a bit cheesy, the sex stuff in it, and I can't handle that scene with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise where she's getting stoned. It's the old fucking actors pretending to be stoned thing, which it just doesn't work. I get the feeling that she's never really got stoned from that. I don't know. Why when Americans do acting, right, pretending to be stoned, why did they go like that? And then they go like a stupid voice. Like, what's that? Who does that? Who's ever done that? Yeah, I'm gonna talk like that now, I'm a bit stoned. At least she didn't do that, you know. Thanks for the backup on the autism thing. I'm not like, I don't have to fucking, I'm not wearing this like a badge or anything. I'm talking about it because somebody who I know who's also Asperger's told me that it'd be useful for other people if I talked about it. So, and also because, you know, I'm one of the few who's fucking made it through unscathed. You know what I mean? I managed to turn it into I turned an affliction into a recording career. So, you know, and it isn't really an affliction for me. And I think that's something that we have to talk about a bit more. You know what I mean? That there's some of us out there who are getting through and we're doing all right. And it's actually a bit of a boon for us, you know. In the same way that you've got a lot of corporate CEOs who've got narcissistic personality disorder and they're doing fine out of it. Everybody else is like, fuck off, you cunt. But they're doing fine, you know what I mean? In my case, hopefully, I'm not hurting anybody to get where I am, so, you know. Did I rate Nathan Barley? Yeah, quite a lot. There's obviously echoes of the Yob in there, which I really kind of click with. And I really like Charlie's kind of points of view on a lot of things. I find a bit of Black Mirror a bit depressing sometimes, so... and a bit obvious, you know, like riffing on current trends in technology and extrapolating them and then sort of doing that. So that's a bit... But that is what the Twilight Zone used to do as well, and I think as a kind of anthology series it works fairly well, but there is a kind of technophobic element to both the Twilight Zone and Black Mirror that I find a little bit off-putting in itself. But then again, humans are humans, and technology is an extension of us, and maybe it's more of a comment on humans being humans, right? So, but I do rate him a lot. I like Dead Set. I think Dead Set's really good. And yeah, I really like Nathan Barley. I think I liked TV Go Home as well, before Nathan Barley. Not the TV show, although the TV shows are right, but the actual publication TV Go Home I used to really like. And I used to love Cunt. I used to love reading the Cunt bits. They were really good, you know. So yeah, there was some of his stuff, because I rated Charlie Brooker before he was a household name, really, when he was just doing TV Go Home. So I was really looking forward to Nathan Barley, and when I first saw it, I was like, yeah, this is good. I'm not totally sure, but it grew on me pretty quickly. I loved the Jones bits. You know, the fact Jones being a kind of a parody of a type of electronic musician, these kind of middle-class dropouts that were running around London around the early 2000s, trying to be more extreme than one another, was so accurate. So yeah, there was loads of elements of it that I like, and I really like Jonathan Whitehead. I think he's massively unsung, and if you're a Morris geek, you're gonna know who he is, but like a lot of people won't. But his shit's amazing. It's properly heavyweight. You know, everything that he's done, really. I mean, especially the theme music to Brass Eye and all the kind of extended extreme bits of that are just epic. You know, I think he's brilliant. So I think the Jones tracks were done by him. You can sort of feel him in there, you know, his sort of extrapolation techniques, you know, really good. Four Lions, I think, you know, I can't watch Four Lions because it's quite tragic and sad, but what I remember of it is that it was very, very accurately observed slice of northern Asian mad culture, and from what I know of Asian communities up north, it was spot on, and it's probably the best depiction of that type of community that I've seen, actually, ever. In the same way that Rita Sue and Bob 2 is the best depiction of 80s life that I've ever seen. And Alan Clark in general is fucking amazing. Let's talk about Alan Clark just as a complete tangent. Everyone should see Christine and Made in Britain, basically. But Alan Clark in general is amazing. Who has the best sense for pitch from the traditional walk guys? Do you know anyone with perfect pitch? Yeah, I think Rob's got perfect pitch. You can always tell when I'm out of key. Like, I can sing in tune, but be out of key, and Rob will immediately know and tell me off for it and get irritated by it. He actually doesn't like it. He finds it grating. But I don't think it's funny because he's not got really any musical training. He's just born with perfect pitch. It's like a curse, you know. But in terms of who's the most musically trained, it'd have to be Tom. But I think I think maybe Mike, actually. It's between Mike and Tom, because I think both of them have got quite deep musical training, you know. Although Tom's probably a bit more of a muso, if you know what I mean. I think Mike is he's just very aware of nuances. I think both of them are very good on that kind of stuff. Compared to me, anyway. I mean, that's not hard, though. I'm Mr. Basic. The fact that people enjoy being diagnosed and very often ask to be diagnosed. Yeah, I think maybe. I think it has become a bit of an issue. Especially that people want to feel different and part of a group. I don't really feel part of a group. Group membership was never really my thing. I think the whole idea of somebody wanting to be diagnosed with autism so that they can become part of a group is interesting from the point of view of them having been denied group membership for so long because of their autism, that they probably do desperately want to be part of some group, but don't really know what group that is. And as soon as they find a community of people who are like them, i.e. all different to each other, that they find some solace in that. But I find that all the politics around autism to be a little bit makes me feel weird, you know. But yeah, again, that's because I find group membership quite difficult, and I have looked at kind of things like communities for people with autism, and it's just a bunch of people who like saying, does anybody else feel like this? And it's like, well, it's not like that. I feel like we're all just a bit more different. So yeah, I don't know, maybe somebody can correct me on that, because my understanding of it's a lot less refined than my doctor's. So 4chan poked the beehive too many times during the Occupy protests, and now it's just a bunch of undercover agents arguing with other undercover agents who don't realise they're both working for the same agency. Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking mess, innit? Like, why would anybody go there now? You know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot to be gained. And I'm pretty sure if you set up any other anonymous online community, it'd go the same way as well, because it's just what you can do when you haven't got a fixed identity. You know, it's one of those things you can do. Reddit's almost as bad, though. There's so many bad actors on Reddit now. It was good in the early days when all the smart people left 4chan and went to Reddit, but then it just turned to shit as well. It's better, though. It's better. And I can still hang out there with some sense of self-respect still. But still, you know, it's still a fucking shithole. Then again, where isn't? I mean, Mastodon's probably the nicest place at the moment. It's the only place where I feel like I can be around a bunch of people who are a bit more like me, and there's a fair few smart people on Mastodon, so it feels a little bit more tame. You know what I actually liked, which is going to be really unpopular, because nobody else liked it, but was... I can't even remember what it was called now. Google's social network. Because I was able... And everybody doesn't like this, the way the curation worked on there with circles, but I liked it, because I could have all these different feeds for different people. But it didn't last long, and then it just turned to shit because nobody was on there except a bunch of scientists and academics, so that didn't last. But that could have been quite a good social network early on. I had that feeling anyway. Wow, what's this bass? 4chan is the last bastion of free speech. Is it fuck? I mean, I'm doing free speech now. There's free speech all over the internet. What are you talking about? It's the last bastion of a certain kind of speech, and it isn't even the last bastion. If you want to find that kind of speech, just look in YouTube comments. I mean, look anywhere. I mean, you're right, Brap, about prescriptions, but I don't need anything, so it was probably a little bit pointless in my case, and I'm probably not getting much out of it other than knowing, oh, right, so that's why I feel like that. You know, it's my amygdala is firing too much, it's malfunctioning because of a brain defect. You know, that kind of thing. I'm sort of more interested in it from a kind of physical point of view. But I don't need to regulate my emotions using mood stabilisers or anything. And I fucking wouldn't anyway, even if I thought I had to, unless I was actually like... I don't think I'd medicate unless I was schizophrenic or something. And I know there's a bit of an overlap with autism and schizophrenia anyway, so yeah, maybe. If I was really bad, I might, but I don't have to. And I certainly wouldn't if I didn't have to, so... That's pretty much what happened with Usenet. It is, yeah, and that's why I'm not on Usenet anymore. I like Usenet. I mean, it was really just became somewhere to share binaries, didn't it, eventually? So, you know, and share weird opinions. Spaces LV was Rob, so I can't talk about how he did it. You're going to have to ask him. Rob knows some mean tricks for stereo manipulation. And he doesn't even share them with me, so... Have you ever met up with any of the Detroit heads? Yeah, I know quite a few of them, yeah. Not well. But yeah, I know. I met Cal Craig, met Derek, not met Reese, met Mad Mike, really liked him. Met Gerald Donald, really like him. Met James Stinson. He was really nice. Not at all what I expected. Ox 88. Who else? Richie Artin, know him. He's not Detroit, obviously, is he? But you know, let's not go there. Trying to think, who else? Yeah, you're gonna have to start naming names for me to say whether I know him or not. But yeah, I'd say I know Carl a bit. You know, I think he hates me, but you know, it is what it is. No pun intended. Do you smoke joints sometimes? Yeah. Couple intro live recording. I had to describe how much I love that. Do you know where that leaped from? Don't know which one you mean, but could be a few places. Played it quite a bit back then. It's been mentioned before, but I think you'd really like the world of Bellatar. Okay, I'll check it. I don't know what that is. You talk about how Surrey Perry was made? Yeah. So we had the back half of that was made already. And then the front half of it was another track. And then they were sort of glued together. And then the transition was worked out sort of after both halves had been made, if you know what I mean. So it was kind of two tracks jammed together. And then a ton of work was done on the back half of it. I don't know, it's sort of like there was a lot in there. I mean, mainly like the sampling on the back half of it is all battery. Sort of loop position modulation in battery, which is it's really good for doing that. Like we used to do that before on the EPS, but you could do it better in battery because it had some kind of what you call like a crossfade built in, and it was quite well handled, and it had a quite plasticky sound to it. So used that on a few things. Used it on that Coil remix as well. So yeah, like, and then I'm trying to think what else, because the front part of it was like a PPG with Nord drums and just like an echo unit. Can't remember what the echo was now. Some delay thing. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty basic, really. Have you developed separate synth tools for percussion versus melodic harmonic stuff, or is that distinction meaningless at this point? Right, yeah, that got asked on YouTube. I assume you're the same person. So, like, and I didn't really know how to answer it. It sort of is meaningless, yeah. I've made a few drum synths that just do drums, but I use a lot of my other synths to do drum sounds as well because they can, and so I use both. But what's different about the drum synths compared to a lot of the other synths is that the attack portion of the envelope is fixed, so it's always going to have that same snap. Whereas the rest of the note length can be varied. Whereas a lot of my other synths don't do that. So the envelopes are more dynamic and do a lot more changing around and stuff, so they have to be told to just stay in one place. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know. I don't make as many drum synths as I do regular synths because I tend to make regular synths that could make drum sounds if I wanted them to. But I've made a few, like clap generators and things like that are quite specific things, you know. Okay, I'm going to need to get a power pack, so I'll be back anon. best anime of all time is Macross Plus. No, like... is it? I don't know though what the best... I grew up with Gatchaman, so I've got like a funny fucking old man attitude to anime, you know. Oh. I don't know how to play chess. Never played it. I've sort of... I think I have played it a couple of times, but somebody had to walk me through what I was doing, so I'm shit at chess. I haven't got a good enough memory for it. Thoughts on spiritual, queer interpretations of your music? I know people like Selfie struck me, like being interested in electronic music. I don't really have a stance on that, because I'm not queer enough to have an understanding of what that experience is like, especially for trans people. Not that trans people are queer, but you know, they get bracketed together, don't they? But I don't really know. I know I liked a lot of gay music growing up though. I loved Coil and synth pop in general. Was, you know, a lot of the artists were gay, so. And I know Depeche Mode used to flirt a lot with that kind of imagery. But, you know, in the early 80s, it was like one of the main sources of electronic music was the gay scene. So, and in Manchester originally, when the house scene kicked off in sort of 86, 87, it was mainly the gay scene who were into it, apart from, you know, black kids on my side and that. So it was like, yeah, weird overlaps for us, you know what I mean? I always found it like a real source of kind of a different kind of energy. So I've always been interested in that stuff, but as an outsider, pretty much. Hannah mentioned recent-ish that there was going to be a follow-up to Cavity Job called Wild Style, but it didn't happen. Was the tune recorded though? No. But we talked about it. Could ask how David Lynch has influenced your practice or work. I don't know if I know how. I'm sure he has, because he's been a big influence. I think the first thing I ever saw by him was The Elephant Man, and I was really kind of repulsed and drawn in at the same time, and it was really sad. It made me feel like more sad than anything I'd seen. I remember seeing that and feeling, and I had the same feeling watching Frankenstein actually, the original. I don't know if it's the original or whatever, but it was an old black and white Frankenstein film, and there was a kind of deep sadness there as well. Like, so yeah, that was the first experience, and then Eraserhead, and then Blue Velvet, sort of in that order. But yeah, like, I think Blue Velvet was the one where I was really like, wow, what is this vibe? Like, this is weird. Like, Eraserhead obviously had a huge impact on me and continues to. Mainly just the use of sound and the sort of emptiness and the bleakness of the settings I found weirdly relatable, because it's a bit like wandering around an old... Because I used to live quite close to an industrial estate that you could get onto quite easily and just wander around. And at nights, that place was fucking strange. Like, it had a really odd vibe to it, and as a young kid, it has a, you know, you feel, it's strange. It's not like a normal place, an industrial estate. They're weird places, and there were bits of that film that reminded me a bit of that. So, but he just turned up the bleak to like a million. So in a photo, you were wearing a beautiful DBC32 databank. What's your favourite wristwatch? Probably one of the, like, 81, to, I can't remember what year exactly. It was an AE, was it an AE11 or an AE12? I can't remember. It was one of the ones with a split face. So at the top it had a fake analog LCD, and the bottom was like a digital display, and then it had like little notches in the side between the buttons, and then a blue outline. I used to love that thing. I thought it was aesthetically amazing. But yeah, I've got a lot of Casios. Like, I used to slightly collect them because they were quite cheap. And for a while they just weren't at all popular. People had stopped wearing watches by that point, or they, when the Swatch thing happened, that pretty much killed Casios for a while in a fashion sense. But I kept buying them because I just liked them. Got loads. I really like the solar one. I've got a solar one, and it works without a battery. It's just got a capacitor in it, like a slow discharge capacitor in it, which I think is amazing. Like, some of their designs are really good internally. Casio are a great company, I think. Super interesting. Could you talk further on your relationship with John Balance? Not really. I mean, I kind of... He's one of those people who I'd see at gigs, and then he'd occasionally ring me up and we'd have really long conversations. So I don't know that I'd call it a proper normal relationship in that I never really hung out with him or anything. But I feel like I know him quite well because I kind of know what his interests are. And he would send me bits of books. Like he sent me Society of the Spectacle, which he just thought I should read. You know what I mean? So he would send me stuff like that. He sort of introduced me to situationism in an odd way. And yeah, I liked his way of thinking about things. It was quite kind of, he had a good understanding of the history of culture that I think is sort of missing, actually, in a lot of modern artists. A lot of modern artists just sort of have a few reference points and then they set off and they go. And me and Rob are a bit like that, to be honest. But he had a really deep understanding of cultural practice that's quite unusual within music. It's more common within art, really. But yeah, I liked him. He was cool. But I wouldn't say I knew him that well. Have you ever been to a psychoanalyst or therapist? Well, I mean, clinical psychologist, but psychoanalysis is a very particular kind of stream of thinking. So I'm not that interested in that, to be honest. And therapist could just be anybody from a counsellor through to a clinical psychologist. It's just too much of a vague term. So I don't really know what to say about that. Upstream colour, yeah, I love it. So if we're on that tip, Under the Skin, Glazer's film, is amazing. It's just totally amazing. It's one of my favourite science fiction films ever. I love Upstream colour. I think it's really good. I love the way it's shot is really odd. It reminds me a little bit of being on acid. It's super strange, especially the outdoor daylight stuff. I don't know what he's using, what lenses and stuff, what cameras, but it's got a very odd feel to it, very particular. Yeah, I think Shane Carruth is one of those people I just wish he'd made more work, but I get that it takes him ages to do anything. I can relate to that. So yeah, I just wish there were more films of his that we could talk about. Modern science fiction, I kind of... Some films I enjoy and they're a bit ropey, but, I'll kind of enjoy it because the concept is a bit mind-bending. I quite like Coherence from that point of view. It was a bit silly, but it was sort of... And there were things about it that were clunky, and it was a bit like... The acting was a bit ropey, but I enjoyed it. It was sort of shit and good at the same time. Yeah, I don't know, like... I think Under the Skin is so much better than a lot of films. I don't really know. There's not a lot I can say about it because it's just so atmospheric and sort of interesting. And the whole idea of not knowing what you are, I think it clicks with me somehow. I found it really kind of engaging, and I could relate, even though I'm not, you know, an alien who goes around hunting people in a van so that they can lure them into a pool of black sludge. I don't do that. Yeah, it's good. Hello from Wilmslow. Do you know it? Of course I know Wilmslow. Fucking hell. Hello, Wilmslow. Yeah. Is it possible you're going to do a massive SoundCloud dump like Aphex Twin? No, probably not. I don't know if I need to. Plus, I think a lot of our unreleased stuff, it's unreleased for a reason, you know? Like, I wouldn't have leaked that Hannel thing. I wouldn't have leaked that myself. That was just, they're the kind of tracks that I'd like. I don't mind them being on a CD to DJ with at someone's party where people are only going to hear them once and not know what it was and not really remember it. But I wouldn't really want them out there because they're just fuckabouts or sketches. You know what I mean? So, and some of the guestcon ones are things that are just tryouts where we've tried a few things out and we've ended up nailing it on another track and that ended up coming out. But them bits are just bits that, you know, they're not meant to be out there really, but they're alright for DJing with, and I don't mind if some of my mates are going to play them in DJ sets, but I'm not sure that I'd want to like have them as a release. So yeah, you know, I guess you're seeing behind the curtain a bit there, you know, but I'm not sure I want to just do that because I think that there should be a kind of line drawn, and I think, you know, I've always been at the Kubrick mentality of just like getting all your archive and burning it just before you die. That's my tip. That's probably what I'm going to do. I'm off Facebook, but I am trying to get to Mastodon. Is that you, Alexa? Yeah, like, if you're serious about that, it's, I don't know how much you'd like it. You might find some of the people a bit annoyingly pseudo-intellectual, but like, and the politics might wear you down a bit, knowing you, but at the same time, there's a lot of smart people on there, so, you know, ups and downs, basically. You should try it. I like it, personally. I think at the moment, it's nascent enough to be like a good social network, but as soon as all the idiots flood in, it's going to turn to shit, you know that, right? Like they all do, so, but for now, yeah, it's good. It's good. You can make friends on there, you know. Looking at how you are on Twitter, I think you probably fit in there, you know. There's some brains on there. Erasure was the gayest show I ever saw, just wild for the 80s. Brad, I mean, look, I'm kind of, you know, Erasure were very gay, weren't they? They were about as gay as you can get. Yeah. Andy Bell is probably the gayest person ever to be on stage. That's worth thinking about, isn't it? Right, so there's a gamelan in Parallel Triangle. Where did you get it? Barley. I always suspected you borrowed the one Tom Jenkinson brought back from Asia, which you used in Gong Acid. Yeah, it's funny that, because when I went there, he was about to go there and he was really weirded out. So we actually got, because I bought like quite a lot of gamelan stuff when I was over there, because it's cheap basically, and they'll export it for you and everything. So as long as you're willing to wait for the shipping, it's really cheap to get it. And you can just get them to custom build you it, basically. So I'd done that. So yeah, it was around the same time, but I think we went to different places. I'm not sure if we got them built in the same place. But yeah, I gave them away to the Suffolk Schools Gamelan when me and Chantal split up, which is like 2005. So I haven't had them since then, but I had them all the time I was living in Suffolk. So I basically bought them in 99. Got them shipped to Sheffield and they sat in boxes for ages, and then the lads who were storing them which was a studio in Sheffield, a lad called Dave Willie, don't know if he's Wilkinson or Williamson, but he's a lad who lived in Sheffield, and they'd opened them up him and this other lad Ross, who were working on stuff, and they used him a bit, I think. And then I took him to Suffolk, and I had him from about 2000 to just before, like, late 99 to 2005. So yeah, I had him downstairs, and so the studio was in like a barn, and then downstairs in the barn I just had all the gongs laid out, like a whole room full of them. But I only used them on a few tracks. Used them on Viscose Poise and Parallel Triangle that we've released, and there's a few probably unreleased ones as well. So, do you often get inspired or scared of your dreams? Yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes I have fucking really weird dreams that I can't put my finger on. Fever dreams were probably the most scary. Actually, the few episodes when I was a kid where I had a fever, and I'd have what I believe may be Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where I'd get disturbing sense of, first of all, objects that were far away would appear to be right in front of me but very small, but and then or very big, and so I'd have this weird thing of not being able to gauge distance, and scale would get mixed up, and I'd have these weird fucking dreams that weren't really dreams. They were sort of almost like a bit like tripping or something, where you kind of be trying to conceptualize things that were impossible. So you'd have like things like an impossibly heavy rock suspended from an impossibly thin filament, or something that was sort of like an impossibly large curved surface that appeared flat because it was right next to your eyeball, or like a sphere that was also a kind of weird folded, like a Pringle shape, or like a sort of weird banana shaped sphere, and weird sounds that were like impossibly loud, and this feeling of like touching your fingertips together, but it also being like this kind of weird, like a textural confusion, and the feeling of the very edges of your fingertips touching, the very kind of where they're almost not touching but they are, being like an impossibly large surface. None of this shit makes any sense, but it was like, at the time it was really vivid and really, really fucking disturbing. And it's sort of like you can feel a weird sense of the infinite, and like the word perfect. Something about the word perfect. I don't even know what that means, but yeah, those were pretty disturbing episodes, I've got to say. I was pretty young, and not knowing the difference between little and big, and like getting confused between things that was impossibly tiny and impossibly huge, and then feeling like the same thing, and my brain not being able to understand what that means. You know, I was probably only about 7 or 8 or something when I was having these episodes. I had quite a few of them because I had like a lot of fever when I was a kid, because various health issues that I had. So yeah, long story. I could go on about that for ages, but yeah, basically the long and short of that is, yeah, dreams are fucking strange, and I have a lot of very strange dreams that are almost like science fiction scenarios, like very, very odd stuff. One where lightning was striking the ground, but it was solid, so it was like immediately freezing into these giant kind of crystals. Anyway, I think people describing their dreams is quite boring, so I'm going to stop now. I often think about that Paul McCartney from the Beatles quote where it's like, you can't sit around and wait to be inspired, you have to put in the work to find inspiration. Yeah, for me, definitely. Like, I only get ideas when I'm halfway through doing something that was sort of directionless, right? So you can start off without any sense of what it is that you're trying to achieve, and just twat things out, and then at some point you kind of have an aha moment, you know. But you have to dig to find it. It's not just going to reveal itself to you. I'm not the type of person who can sort of sit and imagine a track and then realise the track. It doesn't work for me like that at all. I have to be in it to see the stuff, you know. Does Drain 3 exist? I don't know. fuck Freud, all my homies hate Freud, this... Yeah, I did, as a kid, right, I preferred Jung to Freud. Like, I think Freud was right about some stuff, like very early child development and how important it is and all that. I think he was probably he had some good intuitions about that, but a lot of the stuff about everything being about your relationship with your mother is just like, what? Too much coke, man. But, like, I liked Jung, and I like the idea of archetypes, and I found it quite a romantic, kind of appealing idea. I like the idea that your dreams are sort of acting out scenarios that are hard-coded, almost. I find that quite appealing, but I'm not sure what it means, and I'm not sure if he was right either. It's just appealing on some level, you know. Jung's one of those people I rediscover every few years and think, yeah, man, fucking hell. So, yeah, more than I would Freud. I find Freud a little bit, you know, he's like a dictator, isn't he, or something, you know. Any comments on the role humour plays in your music? Yeah, I mean it does, because I like absurd humour a lot. So there's a kind of there's sometimes there is some, like, I'd say, like, getting Gant's Graph on MTV was kind of a situationist, absurdist move. It was about, like, because we knew it was really good, don't get me wrong. Like, we knew Alex was onto something, and that this was some heavy, fucking, incredibly involving, kind of synesthetic, almost, kind of heavyweight moves, amazing CG and beautiful aesthetics, everything about it, we'd nailed it. But we also knew that putting that shit on MTV was like, it would be ridiculous to get people to watch that and be like, there you go, there's a pop video, and it's just this fucking meshing cube flying around. Like, we thought that was funny. Thought there was a kind of humour element to it, but at the same time we knew it was good. So quite often there's things like that in our tracks where we're just like, yeah, it's quite funny and absurd to do this, because people wouldn't have the nuts to do it, you know, because they'd be too worried about meeting demographic criteria or whatever the fuck it is, right? So we don't really care about that stuff. We're just like, wow, this is really good, innit? Yeah, it'd be funny to do this. So yeah, there's like always a kind of, I'd say, a cheekiness, but it's more about context and understanding that some things you're just not supposed to fucking do. But why? Why are you not supposed to do that? It's really good. Why are you not supposed to do it? You know, I have to be fucking, you know, driving around in a lowrider looking cool. Like, that's what a pop video is supposed to be. Not like, you know, not some fucking cube going like that, you know what I mean? So, but that's what we like, so at the same time, why not? You know what I mean? Shoe bills. Yeah, I've talked about shoe bills already. Come on. Who doesn't like shoe bills? Fascists. Fascists don't like shoe bills. That's why you can't trust them. Used to be, Bleep used to sell the digitals for Keynote 2-track autechre remix single. There's a vinyl rip that had pops in it and they took it down. Wondering if more of a source for those tracks. Yeah, I mean, I could probably do that because it's only 2 tracks, and I probably could find the DATs, but they're in Manchester, so it'd be a bit. But at some point, yeah, if you really want, I'll get onto it and we can get them remastered and put up proper digis for them, because I like them tracks. They're good. And I think I know where they are, so yeah. Chris Nolan, Dennis Villeneuve. Okay. These are big topics, both of them. And I don't want to just dismiss them like and just be like, nah, you know what I mean? Because I think it's not fair. Chris Nolan, right, okay, so I like his Batman films. I thought the third one was fucking stupid, where he's just going around with back pain for a fucking old film, just like, my back. I was like, that's not what you want, is it? It's a fucking Batman film, you don't want that. So I didn't, and I thought Bane was shit. I don't like Bane. He's one of the least interesting characters for me, you know. And his voice, he was just doing a bad impression of Patrick McGoohan, I think. So, not a fan of the third Batman film. I like the first two. I think Heath Ledger's Joker's quite good. It was sort of, at first I was like, oh, he's just doing the Jack Nicholson one, but with a twist. But like, I actually quite like it. He's charismatic enough, and he nails it. And you know, the scene with the pencil and the table is just fantastic. The whole scene in the room where he's in there is just brilliant. I love that. There's some elements of those films that I like, but I really don't like the kind of, you know, some of the kind of meta-narrative stuff, you know, the sort of tacit implication that it's fine to just fucking monitor everybody if you've got a bigger purpose that needs to be served. Like, just fuck off, man. Like, no. Like, there's some stuff in there that I just can't get down with. Some of the action scenes were good, though. I like all the driving in a tunnel stuff. I think it's all really smartly done. I think the new Batman film has a beautiful feel to it, but there's something... I've only seen it once, though, but there's something a bit off about it. But anyway, I don't want to just talk about Batman films. But Nolan, yeah, I mean, I thought Inception was messy. I didn't really like it. It just felt too long. I think a lot of Nolan's films feel a bit long to me. I think... yeah, I thought, what's that latest one called now? The backwards one. It was alright. It just didn't make a lot of sense from a physics point of view, really. I found it a little bit, this isn't causality, what's happening? Like, it's very difficult for me to wrap my head around how that would work on a physical level. And I'm sure that a lot of people probably felt like that watching it. Tenet, that's the one. Yeah, but there was I quite liked how neatly the story dovetailed with itself. I thought that was clever. But it was a little bit like that. I don't know whether that's enough. But yeah, anyway, there were some elements of it I liked, but, you know, largely I just thought, I think Memento's very, very good. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, really. Villeneuve, I don't know. Didn't really like his Dune. Thought it was a bit beige and a bit Zimmer, a bit wah. Even though it wasn't really that from Zimmer, but it still was a bit. But it was just a bit beige. Not that I don't like beige, I like beige, but I just don't want to watch it for fucking 2 hours. 2 hours of beige. It was just all a little bit unimaginative. I found Lynch's Dune to be way more visually exciting and kind of arresting. Even though it was a mess for lots of fucking reasons. I just found the aesthetic of it way more interesting and innovative and exciting. But it might just be an age thing, that I'd seen it at a certain age, but, you know, I think I might even prefer the Lynch Dune to the Villeneuve Dune. Anyway. Arrival, I want to like. I kind of like the idea of the language being how it is. I quite like Wolfram's involvement in that. I think that's all very interesting, but I think the whole kind of time travel sort of thing in there is a bit... And I think the whole kind of attitude and the grandeur thing, what bugs me about this new sci-fi stuff is that it's just trying to bowl audiences over with a lot of grandeur and kind of epic feels, and not getting in there with some mindfuck amazing ideas. I prefer sci-fi that's about mindfuck amazing ideas personally, but you know, yeah. Wong Kar-wai I don't know, and I will check, so recommend me some Wong Kar-wai. I watched that The Burning recently and thought that was quite good. It's fucking weird though. Oh, actually, what film did I watch recently? The Innocents, Norwegian one, about kids. That was really good, I thought. Anyway. What do I feel about the autechre Discord? I've never been on there. I don't really Discord much. I've used it a little bit. I used IRC a little bit back in the day, but it was just too many people hang out on IRC. Is what I didn't like about IRC back in the day, though, was that it was just somewhere that people would go every day, and they'd be like, "Oh, morning, June. Oh, what are you having for dinner today?" And it was just like a bit, oh, fucking hell, I can't do it. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I probably wouldn't hang out there myself, but maybe I would. I don't know. I'm not that much of a kind of constant socialiser. I tend to socialise sporadically, so it's probably not the kind of thing I would do. But and being in a community, I kind of, you know, I'm more of a kind of, I'm more of a message board person than a kind of instant chat in a group type person. I way prefer talking to people individually, and I don't mind posting things and waiting. So, you know. And yeah, I quite liked, you know, originally before 4chan turned to shit, I quite liked how fast it was and how you weren't really evaluating stuff based on personas, but that's a completely different thing, isn't it? So we don't need to talk about that. Is Andy Maddox Velocity Kendall? Nope. What is the vocal sample being chopped up in second seat? Oh yeah, I'm not telling you. Do you speak to Boards of Canada often? Nah, I ain't talked to Boards in fucking hell, probably 20 years. Is it a Surrey Perry remix you're playing live? I don't know which bit you mean, but not intentionally, but it might just be the same keys. I hadn't noticed, I don't know. In early 00s, I saw you perform one night at Bowery Ballroom in NYC, then the next afternoon at Princeton. Yeah, there's a picture of that Princeton gig on Wikipedia, and it's like dated way wrong. It was 2001, that gig. So I don't know why it's dated. It's dated something like 2007 or something. Which doesn't even make sense. I don't even think we were doing gigs that year. But yeah. That Princeton gig, I don't know. The booking came through our agent at the time, so I wouldn't know how it actually came about, if you know what I mean. It would have just been added to the list because the date made sense from a routing perspective. So, but Paul Lansky was there. I remember meeting him there. He was really nice. It was good to meet him because I really rated his stuff at that point. Still do, but you know, I think I'd only discovered it a couple of years before that. So I was just like, oh wow, fucking, we're at Princeton. We've got to meet Paul. And then somebody hooked us up with him, and he turned out to be a really nice guy. So that was good. So yeah, that happened. And on that same tour, we had Curtis Rhodes supporting us on one day, and we had Yasuneo Tone on another, because we tried to get local supports where we could. So in LA, we had Curtis. That was fucking ace. That was a really good gig. He had just like a red light on him. The vibe in that room was amazing. Yeah, the Princeton thing, I don't know how it came about. It was a bit mad afterwards because we fucking ended up in some kind of college party where everyone was using giant bongs and fucking taking their clothes off and stuff. That was a bit insane. I think Russell got off with some girl. Yeah, it was mad. It was mad, actually. It was chaos. American students really party, don't they? They really go for it, like, whoa, we're going to party. It's just like, fucking hell, you're really going for it, you lot. Right, Right, where are we now? Do you think electronic music is too much about gear and fancy equipment nowadays? I mean, you know, there's a lot of like, you're going to always get this, you know, I know the best way of doing this, that's the only piece of equipment you should use, or, you know, like, you're going to get them people anyway. You've always had them in the sort of sound world when I was in college, because I went to sound engineering college briefly in the late 80s, it was like that then. You know, people had very kind of fixed ideas about what, you know, about things being objectively better than other things. You know what I mean? That kind of thinking. I find it all a little bit, and this sort of idea about fancy equipment is a very kind of, you know, you have to believe in a kind of in there being shared values and these kind of objective truths about equipment, and then have arguments with other people about objective truths about equipment. It's just all a little bit fucking hell. Does taste ever come into this? Like, what makes a piece of equipment fancy? Just the price, or the fact that everybody says it's good? You know, a mass approval. Like, you know, what is it? Superan said you can't trust the public. The public, like, he said some shit thing like the public like Britney Spears or something shit thing like that. And you're like, well, you know, not that I'm not dissing Britney Spears there, by the way. I'm just saying. But you know what I mean? It's just that idea that, like, it's not just because lots of people think something's good doesn't make it good. Do you know what I mean? There are lots of reasons why that might be the case. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, lot to think about. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, some equipment's good to me, right? I like some equipment. So, do I think music's about that? I mean, probably to some extent with me, yeah. I mean, if I make a tool and think, fucking hell, this is ace, I'm getting ace shit out of this tool, then I guess that's fancy equipment. So yeah, I guess, you know, it must be about that to some extent. But do I think, you know, that you need fancy equipment to make good music? No. That, you know, you don't. You can make good music on shit equipment. You can make shit music on good equipment. It's not really about, there's not like a linear relationship between the two things. So, you know, it could be more about that than it needs to be, if you know what I mean. You know, it's mainly just about flipping stuff and having a fly idea or moving in a weird way, you know what I mean? It's like, do you have to have good shoes to be a good dancer? I mean, maybe it helps, but it's not, you know, there's a lot more to it than that, isn't there? So, were you guys into breakdancing or sports? Yeah, I mean, Rob is quite a good popper, partly because his uncle moved to LA in the 80s, so he's got that kind of tie to LA and LA culture and all that, and he kind of, so he's got that going on, and he sort of, he's quite good. He doesn't pop anymore. You have to kind of get him a bit drunk, but yeah, he can pop pretty good. And like, Jed is a good popper. I'm like not very good. I'm quite a shit popper, but I made mean tapes, so I got to hang out with all the cool electro kids because I was like the DJ guy, you know what I mean? So not really very good. I mean, I could turtle backspin. I could do about half a windmill and then I'd just fall over because my legs weren't long enough to properly windmill. So I was kind of like a shit break dancer. I was really interested in it though. You know, and I like dressed the part and I made good tapes. So, but I had mates who were fucking good dancers, like really good, kind of embarrassingly good. And it's mad to think that they're all just working quite boring jobs now. You know what I mean? And they're not really interested in music anymore, but they were so fucking into it when they were like 11, 12. So it's mad thinking back to them days, like how important music was to us all in middle school and how much of a big deal it was, you know. And how massive electro was in the 80s in the UK. It's strange talking to Americans who didn't really have a lot of access to it unless they were of clubbing age. So if they were younger, they wouldn't have been exposed to it much other than seeing little bits and bobs on telly. We were seeing fucking loads of it. There was like countless BBC Two documentaries on it, and fucking, you know, we had Wild Style. I remember in 83 or 84, Wild Style was on TV in the UK, and Style Wars, and Beat Street, and everybody had seen Beat Street and breakdance. But you had like the more obscure kids had seen Style Wars, and Wild Style. Everybody knew because everyone knew someone who had a copy of it, and you know what I mean? There was all that was going on, but you also had all these weird documentaries like that BBC Hip Hop Street History, whatever it was called, like Beat This or whatever. And these weird like bombing and all these other weird shows, like programmes, one-off things. And then later you had shit like Bad Meaning Good that was on, and that was weird because we all thought Tim Westwood was a fucking weirdo. Being from up north, we were exposed to him really. So up north we had Stu Allen, so and before that we had Mike Shaft, and I guess before that, I mean, there was Mike Shaft, and he was playing like, you know, the Chad Jackson Best of '84 mix, which was a huge kind of thing around Manchester. Everyone had that on tape. And then there was like, and just in general, like people in school listening to Mike Shaft, and then later, for a little bit, it was Lee Brown, and then it was Stu Allen. And Stu Allen had a huge impact on Manchester music scene in general. He really shaped it. And plus we had that shop Spinning, which I first went in Spinning when I was, I think, 12. Me and my mate Oggy went to Manchester, and Oggy's dad dropped us off and just says, I'll meet you back here in an hour. And me and Oggy went off to Spinning because Oggy knew where Spinning was. And I remember walking in there and it just being like really small and really full of people and everyone jumping and just hip-hop and electro tunes, and just being blown away and just thinking, fuck. It was that was the first shop that I'd been in that sold imports. I couldn't believe the price of the records. There was albums were like £8.50, which was unheard of. And I was thinking, fuck me, it's so dear, all this. So I'd just save up for weeks and weeks to just buy one record, you know, and the rest of it I'd just tape off Stu Allen. So, yeah, I don't know, could go on about that shit for hours, but it gets boring for all you young people. You said in the last AMA that you don't consider your music as experimental. How would you consider it? It's just fucking what I'm into, isn't it? It's just music. It's just tunes I like. How can we get your bandmate to join Twitch as well? Seems like there's a lot only he could answer. Yeah, there is, quite probably. Anything about his tunes. Like, he's on here already. I think I'm following him, so if you look on my follows, you'll see him. He's like autechre with a 7 instead of a T, so... Parallel Suns is a Nord lead 1 through a Lexicon reverb, and then slabs of that were then taken and kind of edited and faded into each other, kind of thing. So I had loads of different notes in the DAW, which I think was DP at the time, and then I was doing loads of crossfading between all these different slabs. So yeah, it was a bit long process really to get the result, considering it's just a sort of short ambient thing, but it gives it that weird wet but dry sound. So someone else who got the depth perception fevers. Yeah, they're weird, right? They're fucking weird. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Impossibly loud noise. It's funny seeing all you lot being like, oh shit, yeah, because them dream things are fucking weird, and nobody really talks about them. I found one thread once on the 14 Times forum about this, and it was just all people who'd had it and who were all going, shit, yeah, I had that when I was a kid, and they'd never talked about it, or if they had brought it up in conversation, other people didn't know. But yeah, I think quite a lot of people experience it and don't really have the words for it and then forget about it. Any fond memories of seeing Jeff Mills play? Yeah, at the Orbit in Leeds, fucking absolutely slamming. Like, I'd never seen anything like it. It was mad. It was just like, it was like someone slamming the door over and over. It was like so banging. And not in a gabba way where you're kind of bouncing. It was just like this kind of bang, 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 bang. Just absolutely banging. Yeah, like really relentless. You know, when I first heard Mills, right, I first heard Waveforms. And I thought it was German or something because of his name, Jeff Mills. You know, it didn't really work like a typical black guy surname. So I was thinking, what is this? Like, I thought he was some kind of European or like German bloke or something like that, or maybe American white guy, because it just sounded so not like black music. It was just so banging and kind of relentless. And then but then when I heard him DJing, it kind of made a bit more sense, because you could tell he'd been an hip-hop DJ, because he was really mixing it up loads, and there was a real roughness to it. And I got this, that was when it clicked, because I was like, oh fuck yeah, they're tools that he's using, and he's using them in this rough way. So yeah, I fucking love Mills. So much energy and really good tension building. I seen him play at Lost once, and he was doing shit like just pulling the kick out for a good 4 minutes and just getting everybody really hyped, and then he'd just flip the kick in, and the room just lifts. Like, I know it's such a basic move, but he'd have the nuts to do it for ages. Like, he's one of the best tension building DJs of techno that I've ever seen. Just amazing. When he was at his peak, kind of mid to late 90s, just untouchable. Like, so much funk as well, you know, but sort of hidden within this relentlessness and hardness. So yeah, I really rate Mills. Mills was great. Love Mills. You can't not rate Mills, really. I think, especially having grown up on hip hop, you really get a sense of what he's trying to do. Because he's not doing hip hop stylistically or rhythmically or anything like that, but he just gets it. You can tell he gets it. Do you do a lot of lucid dreaming? I talked about lucid dreaming in the last one. Not intentionally, no, but it happens by accident sometimes. I am a job. I like that. Am I a job? Am I a job? Am I a job? Hey. Yeah, someone's saying they don't really remember their dreams anymore. Are you a chronic stoner by any chance? Because when I was smoking loads and loads, I used to forget my dreams all the time. I'm sure I was having them, but I just wouldn't remember them ever. Only if I woke up like mid-dream, I'd remember them. What's your opinion on cocaine? Do you enjoy it or hate it? I don't really like it. I don't like what it does to other people. One thing Coke does, I don't know if you know this, but like Coke, what it does is it makes you less sensitive to negative criticism. And so, which is an odd thing for a drug to do. It's very specific. But if you read about it, it'll bear out what I'm saying. I'm not just pulling this out my arse. It's like, you know, there's studies that will reflect this. And then when you're not on Coke later, chronically and for quite a long time, you'll be more sensitive to negative criticism. So there's a problem that cokeheads have, in that they're really fucking thin-skinned when they're not on Coke. And when they're on Coke, they're wankers because they can't detect when other people are pissed off with them. It's not because they're actually wankers, it's just that they don't get that feedback from looking at other people's eyes and faces, that they need to fucking rein it in a bit, you know. So they can be real pricks. And, you know, that can manifest itself as a kind of arrogance. Oh, I've got a woodpecker here, drinking out of some water. You can see this guy. Woodpeckers are fucking cool. Right, so, yeah, yeah, I don't know if I don't know, I wouldn't say I hate cocaine, but I just like, it's one of the worst party drugs for me. It's one of the drugs that makes socialising really difficult, but makes other people enjoy being out. It makes the person on it enjoy being out, and everybody else think, Christ, what a prick, you know. So if you want to seem like a prick, yeah, do loads of coke, you know. I don't think it really works socially, but, you know, I guess if you've got really bad anxiety, maybe it might help you. personally, but if you're going to do it, I'd advise never going anywhere when you're on it. So don't be around other humans. Yeah, Freud, personal bias and skeletons. Yeah, I think he was just talking about himself a lot. Yeah, Freud was a cokehead, right? So thoughts on V snares? Yeah, he's fucking brilliant, isn't he? He's got such a kind of, such an identifiable character musically. I can always spot his tracks, like they're really easy to spot. You know, they feel different to other people. I mean, I've heard it said that he's sort of what kind of tip he's on and all that, but I don't really. I think with his stuff, it's all about character, and you can hear his character like immediately. And he's certainly really good at arrangements. Like, I always really rated his arrangements. They're like odd. You know, they have a kind of. He's really good at building tension as well, I think. My grandma worked at Kurzweil. That's cool. I like that. My grandma worked at Kurzweil. That's better than my dad worked at Nintendo. Seeing you all arguing about Freud and Jung here. This is an old argument, by the way. This debate, it's not really worth having nowadays, but, you know. When I was young, I found it a bit exciting. What's your favourite food, drink? Seen that picture of you guys enjoying a bowl of pasta, have you? I don't think I've seen that. Where's that from? Favourite food, drink? Fucking hell, I don't really have a favourite. I don't have favourites of anything. You know what I mean? It's all mood dependent. I can't answer favourites questions, so let's not do them anymore. With Phoenicia. Oh, that. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, like, there's a story that goes along with that picture, but I'm not going to tell it. I'll get in bother. Ever listen to Black Midi? Don't think so. Favourite books? Literary writers, philosophers. I mean, I like Philip K. Dick. I used to like Vonnegut when I was young. You know, it was sort of irreverent and it was an interesting approach to describing humans. It sort of appeals to the bit of me that used to like Mork and Mindy when I was a kid, so. And yeah, I quite like Philip K. Dick still. I like his shorts more than I like his novels, actually. And I've read most of them now. I really like that one, The Electric Ant. That's one of my favourite stories of his. It's such a headfuck. The whole idea of it is just fucking brilliant. Favourite Norwegian artist? Lasse Marhaug. I'm saying his name wrong, I know, because I'm not noshk enough, but yeah, I love his stuff. Lasse's really good. Yeah. There's another artist I want to say, but I'm deliberately not saying it. So. Third Batman was pretty whack, yeah. Fucking, my back, for 2 hours. Fucking hell. Don't think so. It's really bad. It's like, if I want to see that, I'll just fucking go around my dad's house. Fucking hell. Do you have any thoughts on ontology? I'm British and I grew up in the 70s, so it's appealing to me because, and I really like Richard Littler's stuff, Scarfolk. I really like that. And I like Boards of Canada, right? And there's a kind of element of that in their stuff. And it was partly what drew me to it, was that they had this, and and it was clear that it was there. Even though they've spent a lot of time in Canada and they'd sort of not really been in Scotland, they still had this tug in this direction. And yeah, I can relate to a lot of it because I've grown up in a kind of, not in a really necessarily very spooky town, but in a town where you were close to areas where there was spooky history. So yeah, it kind of, and my mum's always been a little bit interested in the unexplained. We had all weird books on the unexplained. Actually, the first time I got really spun out and fucking terrified was reading about, in one of her books, about spontaneous human combustion. Holy fuck. Like, that terrified me as a kid. Kept thinking it was going to happen to me. Like, you do, don't you? When you read about things like that, you're like, oh God, what would that be like? Oh my God. So yeah, and looking at old pictures of, supposed ghost photographs, which seem a bit silly now to think about, but as a kid I would look at them, spend ages staring at them thinking, what is that? What am I looking at there? Because I didn't really understand double exposure and these very basic things, The idea of ectoplasm appearing during seances, that was quite, the fuck's happening there? What were they doing? Were they just getting some weird jelly and just throwing it around? What were they, do you know what I mean? I'm going to pretend there's some ectoplasm. So, yeah, so, obviously, the whole idea of it is a bit appealing. You have to excuse me for a sec while I just screw this on. And, yeah, I don't know. I can relate. But I think as a sort of music scene and all that, I'm not that interested. But I kind of I like spooky things, so I guess I can sort of relate to it. But it gets a little bit I get what buttons you're pushing, and I get what references you're going for. And so it becomes a little bit, done after a while. But yeah, there are overlaps with that stuff that I really rate. I'd say that, that there are overlaps between sort of Boards of Canada and Look Around You and Richard Littler and these kind of things, where it's sort of a slightly scary alternative version of what the 70s felt like when you were a kid. So it's sort of more about your memory of the 70s than what the 70s were actually like, you know what I mean? And I find that really relatable. I love Look Around You. I think it's fantastic. The first series, where it's doing ITV Experiment Granada. Because I grew up with that shit on TV and used to watch it and feel, like it was all a little bit weird. The weird voiceover and the weird blue background. And yeah, it was weird. So, anyway, that's my comment on ontology. Which isn't really related to ontology at all, is it? So, I need to check Lynch's due. Simmer always gets blah. Oh my God, is that how far up we are? Am I that far behind already? The original Star Wars was pretty beige. Yeah, I guess it was, I got this feeling about Star Wars that it massively rips off Gatchaman. Which, for reasons, which I'll explain if you're interested, but I won't now. So, right, I need to piss, so I'm going to go and piss and then be back shortly. Won't be that long. Stop. Thoughts on the amount of fans that are also part of the furry fandom who also like to combine your music with furry stuff? I assume you most likely don't care about that type of stuff, but it's something I keep thinking about now. Yeah, it don't bother me at all. Like, I think, like... Yeah, furry stuff's weird to me, but it's not, like, alienating. I'm not, like, repulsed by it or anything, so... I'm not... It takes quite a lot to repulse me. Like, I'm not weirded out by it, the way a lot of people my age seem a bit weirded out by it, but... Maybe because I don't think it's that weird to want to dress up as an animal and go around being an animal character. I think that's not that weird. You mentioned using some machine learning. What areas of composition or sound design do you find it useful for? Yeah, so what I don't want to reveal because it's not stuff I'm using out there yet, but will be because it's already in the setup, and it's like I don't think it'd be that obvious what I'm using it for, and I don't like really saying in advance of using things what I'm going to be using them for. So, but yeah, it's not using it in a way that I've heard other people using it, so that's cool at least. Because I was quite sceptical about how useful it could be to me for quite a while. It took me a while to figure out a way of using it that I was comfortable with. And yeah, I think I found it, so that's cool. But I don't want to talk about it yet. I'll talk about it later though. Promise. Greg Bear's Blood Music. No, but I'll read it. Defo. Do I practice meditation of any kind? Not like formally, but I do a lot of staring into space and drifting. So regarding mindfulness, so I've read studies that say that what the brain is most active when it's not doing anything, when you're not tasking it to do anything, so you're not thinking about anything in particular, right, consciously. So you're just kind of drifting and letting your unconscious guide what you're thinking about, and kind of not really thinking about anything in particular. And that's apparently when your brain does most of its long-range forecasting. So it does its predictions, and it kind of builds predictive models for what's going to occur in the future. And mindfulness gets in the way of that by making you focus too much on the present. So I like my brain to do its thing. So I'm a little bit sceptical about how powerful mindfulness is. And that's why I'm a little bit reluctant to say that I do anything approaching guided meditation, but I do let my mind wander a lot, and I do a lot of staring into space and just, I guess you could call it daydreaming, but just randomly thinking about things, but not in a very directed way, just letting my mind wander and thinking through things, and not even thinking necessarily, just staring into space. CCRU, I don't know what that is. Tell us what that is. Accelerationism, I don't think I was interested in that. It sounds... If that's that shit from the late 90s, that bloke who seemed to me to be a little bit of a kind of crypto-fascist. I can't fucking remember his name now. Tell me his name and I'll tell you if it's the right guy I'm thinking of. So I'll come back to that question in a minute when I get further down the chat. Do you do any drawing, painting outside of graffiti? No, not really. Mostly letter forms and stuff, because I'm a bit fascinated by letter forms, because I'm a little bit disabled with regard to letter forms, so, which is a complicated topic. Did you set out to make XI double album? Yeah, it was just, we don't set out to make anything really, it just sort of, everything just grows and assembles itself, the music makes itself in a way. Popcorn, butter or canola oil? I'm not sure I know what the difference is, because I'm not like, I mean butter I guess, because that's normally what I'd use, but I've used olive oil in the past. Like, but the light stuff, because it has a higher smoke point than butter, so yeah, I'll tend to use olive oil for things if I can get away with it, because it's just quite good for you, from what I understand. So, I just synthesise those short yet heavy kicks like in Eco 4 and the live sets. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just a bit hard to describe the patch, but yeah, I mean the transient part of it's fixed, so that's just sort of hard coded, and then the rest of the kick is just, it has a flexible release, but I have it just very short. So it's a drum sim that we made. It's a bit hard to describe in a few sentences. I'd probably just have to show you the patch, and I'm not likely to do that, so sorry. Selfie, I've talked about that already, because Selfie wanted it, so I've got all the bits to product, I've got all the bits, all of it, got all the electron patches as well, so if I ever get my electrons back off mic, I'd be able to recreate the tracks using the electrons, which is quite cool, isn't it? It's quite a cool thing to do, to send all that stuff out. Selfie was cool. What drew you both towards the complete nonsense track titles from Choristis onwards? They're not nonsense, but it was mainly a byproduct of the way that we started having to file vast amounts of stuff, because we were producing a lot more material at that point, because it was quicker to produce it, so we needed a kind of filing system that worked, that made sense to us. But there's a lot of our earlier track titles were nonsense as well. Like, what the fuck does augmatic disport mean? Really? Augmatic disport. It's not really, that doesn't mean anything, does it? Or maybe it does, I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Hello Spiral, I have a t-shirt with a gaping anus on it, with the caption, "Make America Gape Again." I've never worn it outside. Well, that's on you, innit? You need to get that shit worn. I'd definitely wear that in my house. Problem with MIDI 2 is no one wants to spend the money to be the first one to implement it. We were asked to consult on that, and when I told them that I didn't like DAW sequencing because it had because it didn't communicate the note length to the instruments, they were like, well, we can't do anything about that because everyone wants to use keyboards. So that was the end of my fucking interaction with them over that. But I'd have loved to have been involved in it. I mean, basically, I think it's going to be good for microtonal geeks when it eventually lands. So it is a thing now. Yeah, it's already. Nick Land, yes. Yes, I was thinking about Nick Land. And no, I'm not interested in his shit at all. I find it really kind of... it's like fucking, it really reminds me of like a British noise artist who's a bit of an edgemeister. I find it deeply annoying. So tell me what you think about Nickland. See if we're on the same page. I've heard you dream all the time that dreams are like noise when the signal disappears, but the noise is there always, like signal to noise ratio. Yeah, I'm probably down with that. I mean, that's how it feels for me, because I get these weird intrusive ideas and thoughts. They don't seem to come from anywhere rational, and I'm not making them appear. And I get this thing a lot when I'm working where I'll get a memory of a random place that's associated with a certain type of activity when I'm patching or when I'm tracking, and it'll just sit there and I'll be kind of in this place, and it's quite often from a viewpoint that I've not been in physically. It's almost like a camera was somewhere else in a part of the world that I'm familiar with. I don't know if anybody else gets that. They're quite intrusive. Where's your buddy? Bristol. I don't know what doing. Probably having a barbecue or something. I know in the past you said it might be boring, but I bet a ton of us would love to be a fly on the wall if you do a Mac stream or something one day. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I know, like, people are interested in how we do things, but I think it's better if you just do your own things and let us do our things. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's that exciting. I think a lot of it is there's too much trial and error in it for it to be that informative for you. Because seeing when I have my aha moments and how I refine things down might not be that interesting to you. Because I think you'd just be listening to a lot of stuff and thinking, this is just shit, what's he doing? You know, but I'm thinking the same thing, you know, this is just shit, what am I doing? So I don't think that's that useful. Do you have a feeling of how the new patch will turn out? Like, yeah, you sort of, I'm guided by intuition a lot of the time. Favourite gigs of yours with Shoreditch Car Park, and in particular the warehouse project with LFO. Oh yeah, that was the first warehouse project in Manchester when we had lasers for once, which was fun. Do you think you'd go back to that sound? That was the 2005 Electron sound, so unlikely that I'd go back to that sound in particular, because it was very much a product of its time. I mean, the Electrons probably only happened because of shit that had come out on Warp, because I know Daniel Hansen were a massive Warp head, and you know, we were using combinations of gear, me and Rob, to do like quite odd things, and the Electron kind of presented it back to us in a box with a kind of, you know, a kind of tracker underbelly, if you like, that, you know, and it was a kind of rationalisation of a lot of ideas that would have previously involved using lots of obscure particular pieces of equipment. So, and it happened when it happened for a reason, and I'm not sure that you could do that again. You know, that piece of hardware was very much a product of the musical environment that it grew out of, and then I'm not sure that I would want to go back to that position in time space and do that again. So I don't know, probably not, but they're only on loan. I've just lent them boxes out because I kind of reached a ceiling with them, and I thought, okay, I'll just lend them to somebody who's got a different set of ideas and a different approach to me and see what they come up with. So Mike's already doing tunes with them, so that's nice. How messy are your patches? Yeah, I tend not to slam stuff together, or if I do slam stuff together, I tidy it up very quickly. I'm quite a tidy patcher these days. I didn't used to be, but it just became necessary for legibility and all that. So, yeah, I don't really find it difficult to come back to stuff now. I'm quite quick at, but I also have a very particular way of laying things out. So I'm, you know, that helps to have a kind of, I won't call it disciplined really, but it's just habit based, you know, so I can kind of recognise things quite easily now. It's not hard for me to read my own patches. I find it harder to read other people's, but that just depends on how they patch. like a lot of the Max tutorial patches are extremely clearly laid out, and people like Graham Wakefield are extremely clear in their layout and explanations and comments and stuff. So I think Graham's patches in particular have been really useful for learning Gen. But yeah, there are other people whose patches I'll see and just think, what the hell's going on? Like, I just can't even figure this out. And if there's too much abstraction in it, it can be a little bit difficult to kind of dig in and out of all the layers to try and figure out exactly what the signal flow is. So I tend to leave things as upfront as I can and use abstraction only where it's necessary, if I need to make gains by having lots of instances of a process or whatever. So there's this comment about FL Studio and Ableton from Metroid. I kind of like, yeah, FL's really different to other programs in that sense, but I don't know, you just use what you use, don't you? Why don't you just use all these programs instead of just using Ableton and then worrying about it? I mean, just get all the other programs as well and use them all. And you'll find that some of them are better at certain tasks than others, you know. It wouldn't take you long to learn Logic or Reaper or fucking any of these, because basically the fundamentals are the same. It's just some of them are better at doing certain tasks, so. Polyend, yeah, I've seen Polyend stuff. Like Polyend Tracker and Polyend Play, they look fun, honestly. And I'd probably use them if I was using MIDI gear, so, you know, I think they're on the right track, no pun intended. FFT plugins that I've enjoyed. Strictly FFT stuff, I don't know, because you never know like how much of a thing is FFT. Like, I always thought Adaptive Herb was a nice plugin, but I find it a bit identifiable. But then if you need something to ring out like that does, then it's good. I think, but it's not really strictly FFT, is it? So, I don't know, like, what is an FFT plugin? Because a lot of stuff, I suppose, like, Tom Herb's Spectral Compand is really good and well designed. You know, that's good. That does what it says on the tin really well. So yeah, probably something that Tom Herb's done. Probably that. Because I think that's quite a solid, useful little tool. I haven't used it in a while because I've done one in MSP that's similar. So sorry, Tom, for ripping you off, but you know, I needed it to be native. How do you usually deal with durations in Max? So the duration is generated by the sequencer and then just sent to the synth, and then the synth, depending on position and duration, will do different things. So it's not really a standard setup in that sense. It's a little bit odd, but it makes it a bit easier for me because I think more in terms of serial durations than like absolute position, and it's nice being able to have the notes changing depending on duration and position. So yeah, that's about as descriptive as I can be without either being really boring or revealing too many secret sauce details. Do you feel like there's any particular live sets that should be regarded as album quality or discussed alongside other records, or are you find that live sets are something more for the hardcore fans? Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, from my point of view, nowadays they're like probably more work than the albums are, because there needs to be enough flexibility and variation within it, but it also needs to be very designed. So I don't want it to be something that's just like off the cuff, because of the way I work is too trial and error for that to be useful to me. But at the same time, I don't want it to be like nailed down. So there's some degree of, I don't know, flexibility that's, and building that into a long piece, like an hour long piece is quite demanding compared to making an album where everything's just finished. Because you want the flexibility to always sound good. So you don't want it to be like flexible in a way where it's just going to sound shit if you just whap some parameters. So, you know. So yeah, how work things are, it's sort of an awkward question. Like, you can bust out the live set really quickly, but the work that goes into making it beforehand can be quite long. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't really dictate how people are gonna approach things. Personally, like, I've found some people's live albums to be more rewarding than some of their recorded stuff, depending on what kind of band they are. Like, there's, you know, that Black Sabbath live in Paris, 1971 or whatever it is. That's like phenomenally good gig. That's much better than the recorded versions. So, you know, like, I think sometimes it doesn't, I don't approach things as being like, this is the product and this is just a live set, which is the way a lot of other people do. So I think maybe I just have a different view on it to other people, and I don't expect other people to approach it like that. That's just because I do, you know. Someone saying I get the same places all the time when patching. Yeah, right, it's weird, right? It's weird. Why places? And what is that? What's happening there? Why is this, what's this tie between carrying out a little process mentally or physically and sort of having this particular place that pops up? Why is that going on? It's dead weird. And they don't seem to relate to each other, really. Of all your generative works, and I know you guys are all about pushing the bounds of sound, do you ever think of releasing a work that utilises classical instruments solely? Yeah, so, like, no, I mean, generally no, because I'm not that interested in doing it. It's just not, I don't know, I'm just not that interested. I don't think there's enough room for me doing a lot of trial and error I don't want to call them experiments, but experimentation, at least for me, involving trying out lots of different ideas and then finding something that works. So doing that with classical instruments would be really time consuming, but it is something I could do in theory. But I don't know, maybe. But I know Workham have made a thing that can translate any sound file into a classical score. Can't remember what it's called now. So I guess you could use that, but be a bit suck it and see, you know. So I don't know. I've had dreams that are like long convoluted TV series. Great question. Do you still have your CME bit stream? Nah, Rob's got it. That was Rob's, but I think he's still got it. Yeah. Everything's on SysX. I know, he's just like SysX demon, Rob. So, do you ever actively go bird watching? Nah. Username checks out though. I am a horse. Wait a minute. I am a horse. Why did it see? This is so weird, this I am a horse thing. Why are you saying that? There's some hardcore track or something that says I am a horse. And me and Rob were trying to remember what it was the other week. I am a horse. I am a horse. What is it? Is it some meme thing that I've misremembered? I was thinking it was an hardcore track. I don't know, my memory's all fucked up these days. I'm going to try Electron Sunday, but don't pine for gear anymore, just make noise, yeah. I've heard you sent Box high scores before it was released on Scam. Yeah. So, if so, have you heard any of their super rare stuff? I don't know how rare. I mean, I had old tunes 1 and 2 on tape before Scam picked them up. So, yeah, don't know. A long time ago, all that now. Have you ever used a DX7 before? Yeah, a bit in college, but I didn't get my head around it there. And then I think I understand it now because I had a DX100 for quite a while in the 90s, and I understood that pretty fully. And then I just jumped straight into having an FS1R, which was a lot deeper. But so the real answer is no. But I'm sure I could get my head around it. What's this now? How do you process Milk D's rap in the track Milk DX? It's not Milk D. It's a DX100. But it was in its pitch bend. And it's just played with the pitch bend. And it sounded a lot like Milk D. Because it was sort of going... So, yeah, that was it. It was just... That's why it's called Milk DX. Because it's a DX100 that sounds like Milk D. So... It's weird people actually think it's a sample. Because it really did sound quite a lot like Milk D on the day. I was like to Rob, listen to that, it sounds like Milk D. So that were it, that were it. So, there you go. So yeah, a lot easier than processing the vocal. On a chance of an all-out noise album, it's too conservative noise. It's just like, you already know what the parameters are before you even walk in the room. There's a few artists I like I like Lasser, I've mentioned him before. I like Incapacitants. I like bits of Merzbow stuff, but I mainly like Merzbow when he's not being very noisy. So, you know, what constitutes noise is a bit narrow. So I'm not sure that I would want to do a noise album. And it's just too easy. It's just too easy. It's just not that interesting, you know. It's noisy, okay. Things are overdriven. It's quite monotonous. It's annoying, you know. And a lot of things qualify as noise that I think aren't necessarily that noisy. So, and things, I don't know, I just feel like it's a very narrow kind of... It's too narrow, it's too restrictive. So no. And I think the whole noise scene is just really conservative. It's safe as fuck. Because it's all laid out for you already before you even make anything. You already know what it's going to be. Yeah, what about that whole notion of an autechre produced hip-hop album? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know how interesting that is. My ideas of hip-hop are from another time. Because I grew up with b-boy culture and it being about being fresh and kind of inventive and pulling moves that nobody had thought of. And that's not really what hip-hop's about much now. It is on a subtle level, and if you're really into it, you'll find the tunes. But there's an awful lot of hip-hop that's just totally by the book. You know, it's the difference between, like, wearing a pair of shell toes because they're a kind of, you're appropriating something from a sportswear company, and the sportswear company aren't aware that you're appropriating it, right? So you're doing it on your own terms, and it becomes a kind of, the culture's doing it, maybe. Or you're just doing it as an individual, you know, like you spray painting your trainers chrome, which I did once in the 80s. Like, that might be the kind of thing you'd do. But like, if you know, if Adidas or Puma market a trainer that's all chrome, that's not as cool, is it? It's just not as interesting. And if they're marketing trainers directly to the actual culture, and the culture are buying the trainers that the trainer company are marketing, then what's that? That's not the same thing. So that's like a different thing. It's like, you know, because British sports casual culture, it came from kids going out to Europe to watch football and then coming back with weird Adidas trainers and flipping it. And that was a different thing to people actually just buying them down the local shop. You know what I mean? It's like there are levels to how cool and interesting it is, and similar with making hip hop now. I think like you can make hip hop that just sounds like it's off the shelf. You can make hip hop that's original, but if you make it too original, it won't ever be a hit on the commercial circuit. So you have to strike a balance as a hip hop producer where you're kind of being fly and fresh, but only to some extent, and otherwise you're towing the line. And yeah, that's not what it was about when I was growing up, really. So I've got a funny view of all that stuff. I preferred it when it was about being fresh, really, you know. So yeah, I mean, if we was allowed to do that, and we would be, because we're us and we can do what we want. So I guess maybe it's just finding MCs who are going to be down with that, with you just making it a bit fucking different, you know, and not different in an obvious way, you know. There's a few producers still doing that. Not like everyone's shit, is it? Do you think there's still a developing scene in modular programmable DAWs like Max, Super Collider, etc., where it can grow both in terms of the market of technology and music output? Don't really understand that question, sorry. I mean, maybe. I think they're just tool sets that allow for you to do a lot more, or they create more possibilities for you to explore different spaces of things. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely room in there for people to explore stuff, because there's so many configurations, even just in Max or just in Super Collider, there's probably a shit ton of configurations that nobody's done yet. So, you know. Last night I was thinking that for the crowd it would be a cool experience to watch a live show, laying down when played in darkness, no twats trying to film darkness, just letting the music come over you. What do you think? That happened once. We did a gig in Baltimore and all the kids did ketamine and lay down in sleeping bags. Because you know what Baltimore's like? It's fucking mad, isn't it? And it was just mad. We were like, the fuck is happening here? And then these lads come up to us and say, hey, we're the guys who started the IDM list. And we were like, oh, fuck off. Like, and then there was all these other people just laying around in fucking sleeping bags on ketamine. And I was thinking, Baltimore's weird, isn't it? It's a bit weird, Baltimore. Never seen anything like that since, either. Did the 1/6 sets feature a remix of Letter L? Yeah. Yeah, that's what that was. But it's also a remix of an older tune, which I'm not going to tell you the title of, but it's on the Warp tapes. There's like a full circle type thing, that. Do you see yourself ever getting bored of Max in the foreseeable future, or is it more likely that Max is the thing that you're going to be using until you stop altogether? I mean, I'll use it until I get bored. I don't want to say either way. I'm sure there's always a limit in terms of my interest in things, but Max is one of those things where I'll keep thinking of new things to try and trying them and then liking it. So, you know, if it gets to the point where I can't be bothered, or I can't think of it, or I'm not feeling inspired enough to try out something in it, yeah, maybe I'd stop using it. But I can imagine it'd always be there as part of the studio. You know, I might branch out and start incorporating other technologies again at some point, but I haven't really had the need to do that. So, and I really like having it all in my bag, because it's just good for redundancy, it's good for reproducibility in terms of me and Rob. It's good for travel, keeps costs down, means that we're not using loads of fuel to move our stuff around. So there are loads of reasons why I like using Max and software in particular, but in particular Max. And also the fact that, you know, I can have gear, I can be running gear that nobody else has got. So there's a sort of exclusivity element to it, and there's a kind of b-boy element in there as well, you know. having everything being custom. I've grown up with that kind of mindset, so, you know. Someone saying the awesome thing about Max is it's endless. You get bored with one patch and you can build a new one. Yeah, and also like the fact that it's the more you do. So if you're building tools, you know, you build one tool, okay, you can use it in a few different ways depending on how many settings and parameters it's got. And then you build 2 tools and you can use those, and then you build like 4 or 5 tools, and then there's combinations of tools that you can use different combinations in different ways. And then, you know, when you've got a few hundred, it's just crazy the number of combinations. So you can almost not get bored just using shit that you've built yourself without having to build anything else beyond a certain point. But when you couple that with constantly being able to modify everything, so if a synth isn't quite doing what you want, that you can just create a copy of it with a new name and just give it another function. You know, it starts to become endless. Like, I wouldn't say endless, but, you know, obviously there's a finite range of possibilities, but it's like atoms of the universe type stuff, you know. It's like, it is finite, but, you know, it's way beyond my ability to catch up with it, so. Was Acroyear named after the Micronauts toy? Yes. Acroyear 2 in the US and Acroyear 1 in Japan. So I named it Acroyear 2 because I grew up in the UK and we had the Mego line. So we get on a Micronauts conversation now. The Micronauts were cool as well. First time anyone's asked me that. What's this about labels? I'm trying to get back to this. Was it entirely Warp's decision to not release Osc on any physical formats? No, it was ours. It's a long story. When we first set up the store, I wanted an opportunity to release some stuff that people might complain about if it was released on traditional album format, because I got the sense that the industry was sort of, to some extent, holding us back by saying that, you know, you must produce an album that feels like this and has tracks that are this long and these kind of weird restrictions. So I wanted to have the store as a way of circumventing all that. You know, and this is why we can do quite weird things like the long form Twitch stream stuff, because I know that most people aren't interested in hearing one track for 5 hours. You know, I'm not stupid. I get that. But at the same time, I enjoy it, and I know that some people would. So why not do it? And I've thought that about a lot of things over the years. You know, why not just do this because I like it? So, yeah, you know, that was the kind of thinking there with Osc. We didn't really want to burden people with a 5-disc set of that kind of stuff, but we thought if we just shoved it out on digital, we'd have low costs, low risk, we can do it, and it's just for the music, right? So if we make enough money back, it'll be cool. So yeah, that was the reason and the thinking behind it, and why we didn't plan to release it on physical at the time, and why we announced that. If it looked like there was mad demand for it, for a physical version of it, we'd do it. But, you know, at the time, I just wasn't sure. I was just thinking, these tracks are long as fuck, man. Is this okay? I mean, it's okay for us. We like it. But is it okay from a commercial standpoint? Are people going to stand for it? Are they going to complain, you know, that they don't have this many hours in a day to listen to all this stuff? And it's like, well, I don't want to be a burden on you, you know what I mean? I'm just, like, doing it because for the love. So if you want it, we'll put it out there. So yeah, that's what Elsie was. But when we come to doing NTS, we kind of knew that with the boost of it being on the radio, that we might be able to get away with doing a physical for it. So we pushed it a little bit, and it turned out to be a wise move. But it was a gamble, you know. But we would have done the same for NTS otherwise. It would have been digi only. But Warp were pretty convinced that we could move physicals of it, so we tried it and it worked. So fair play to Warp for taking a chance on that, because I probably wouldn't have left to my own devices, but I approached them with it and they were up for it, so we did it. So it's always a bit of a compromise between us and them, You know what I mean? We come up with a weird idea and we hit them with it, and they're like, you know, letting us know if they think it's going to work or not. And sometimes we just think that there's too much of a limit, and they might be trying to push us into doing more with it. So they might think, oh, we could do a physical of this, and we might think, not sure. Like with the live sets, that was always going to be too much for people, and that's really, the store exists for stuff like that, so that we've got an outlet for stuff that's just pure digital. So yeah, that was the thinking. It was sort of a bit, we didn't really know, you know what I mean? We just wanted to try it. Is there something you miss about composing songs like Flutter? I mean, no, because I'd be doing it if I missed it. I've still got the gear, so there's nothing stopping me getting the EPS and the R8 out and doing Flutter 2. You know, I just don't feel like doing it. So, but you're all welcome to have a go if you want. You know, just get the sound effects card for the R8, sample some kind of arbitrary sound like a vocal or something, and just knock out your own version of Flutter. I think there's like a quad reverb on there as well, so you might need that. Not hard though. If you want it, just make it. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the filters. I'm sorry about the filters. You know. Yeah, I'm scrolled up. Do you want me to scroll back down? Right, I can't. Well, you can't say, can you? Because I'm scrolled up, so I won't even hear you. Let me scroll down really quickly and try and skip a few questions. I'll skip anything that I think is vaguely uncomfortable. I am a horse by Horseman. Is that true? Is that really what it's called? I am a horse by Horseman. I'm going to look for that later. It better be that. I am a horse. Am I just imagining it? It's weird. You know when you're not sure? You just got something in your head. I am a horse. I tried Googling I am a horse, but that didn't really get me anywhere. Well, certainly not nowadays. I shouldn't say Google, I actually use DuckDuckGo because, you know, it's supposed to be more private. It's not, is it? So, I'm sure it is a bit. But do you reckon some DAWs are shit with shoving way too much visual feedback on musicians, and that ends up influencing music a bit too much? What should DAW makers do about it? I don't know. I mean, I don't like the timeline because you can see when things are coming up, so you get this apprehension thing. I prefer forgetting and then listening and just making sure that the funk's right. I think in some ways that's what's good about trackers, because it's just this list. You don't get that visual kind of thing telling you what's coming. So I don't know, it depends on how you're structuring your projects though. Sometimes it's not that easy to see where things are because, you know, but often, yeah. I don't know, personally I find it easier to listen to music if I've not got any visual feedback, right? So just shut my eyes or like turn the screen off. I used to do that a lot using Logic at first because I found it a bit disconcerting. So I'd just basically, when I was listening back, I'd switch the screen off. I think that's the best way of doing it, but it's having the discipline to do it every time, you know. I'm just looking for questions. I'm cruising the timeline. Right, so will we ever get a release of the autechre Saw You thing? I don't know. Yeah, there's no digitised version of that. I talked about it earlier. One of the tracks is on the Sweatbox thing. The other one isn't out there, as far as I know. Hopefully nobody leaks it, but, you know, I don't really care if they do either. But I'm not saying leak it, by the way. When I say I don't care, I just mean it doesn't matter to me either way, really. But it's just I don't own it. Like when I said that about that Hano thing, you got to bear in mind, right, that I don't own the autechre tracks on there. They're not mine. They're Warp's. So if you're leaking it, it's them that you're getting in trouble with, not me. So me okaying it doesn't mean it's okay. You get me? It just means I don't care. So. And I didn't okay it anyway, so. Column 13, I think it was a live set cell. I don't know if we'd used it before NCS came out. I think we might have used a bit of it. I can't remember. But yeah, most of NCS sessions was like cells from live sets either at the time or a bit prior to that we already had jams for recorded, so we were just editing them down into things. And we basically like made it knowing that it was going to go out on the radio, so it was kind of, it was a different editing process to what we'd normally do. So bits of it were from before, bits of it were from just then, bits of it were made specially for the thing, for the broadcast, It was a combination of stuff. Alexa Perala, yeah, I like Alexa Perala, what I've heard of it, but I don't know, I've probably only got old stuff. Probably just some files I got off Rob Hall at some point. But I'm kind of shit at buying electronic music, modern stuff, so... playing the instruments, no. I mean, yeah, computer, but is a computer an instrument? Let's have that conversation. I can't believe he isn't familiar with Villa-Lobos's work. It's like not having heard of Basic Channel or something. No, it isn't. They're different artists. I'm totally aware of Basic Channel, not aware of Villa-Lobos, so... Sorry I don't know it. Like, should I go and listen to Villa-Lobos? They probably just sound different. Gantz Graph and Feed, one of the closest you guys have ever gotten to doing noise. No, they're not noise. They're just sort of certain types of processes. I wouldn't call it noisy. But I guess it could be. If you can't hear the individual events or whatever. I think they're just kind of like dirty synths on Feed 1, and Gantz Graph is... Well, it's Gantz Graph, isn't it? No. It's certain kinds of... I wouldn't call it noisy. It's not noisy. No, not really. I've heard way noisier music than that. I think noise is supposed to hurt to some extent. I think that might be partly why I don't like it. But also the kind of people who do it are quite boring, really, when you meet them. Really predictable. I'm skipping anything that I've been asked before, so I'm sorry if I seem to be ignoring your question, but I probably already answered it. Can you elaborate a bit on the process behind the Confield Live site? I hear lots of FM synthesis. Yeah, I mean, it was like... So I had the Nord lead, and Rob had the Nord modular, the original one, the G1 or whatever. And then we had Max running them, and then there was a couple of tracks where we used MSP to do the synthesis, and that was all FM stuff, just real basic 2-operator FM stuff. And then there was a bunch of kind of MSP processing on that, like gating and chopping up and kind of weird reverb delay things that we'd done, but it was all quite basic processes, just using them quite heavily, with a lot of modulation. I guess you'd call it modulation. The sequencing was the main thing. How do you load patches during live? Using some kind of queuing system that turns certain modules and X-bars and turn certain on. Yeah, there's like a global pattern that contains information about which modules are loaded and what pattern preset each module is going to look for when it gets loaded. So, and that forms the kind of basic structure of the set. So we can move through that manually, and we can jump around and do what we want within that, but we quite often move in a semi-linear fashion through it. So essentially, yeah, they're kind of the information about which modules are loaded and which settings they're going to look for when they load is hard set, but it can all be flexed, and the patterns can be morphed with each other within each module. So if we have like adjacent settings, we can morph between them, sort of thing. So yeah. Where'd you get your ideas from? Where'd you get your ideas from? Yeah, not answering that. Not answering it. Fucking question. Fuck off. Like, that's that question. Never ask someone that. But obviously I know that. Right, wait. Right, I'm down at the bottom. I'm at the bottom. Can I ask about disengage? Yeah? Ask me about it. Building anything that high level in Max is just crazy to me. Stuff gets so messy. Yeah, not really. This is so fast, this chat. This is why I can't keep up. Right. Do you process samples and stuff live, or would it be more sequencing sims? Yeah, more. Has the XI stuff ever been played live? No, because the rig wasn't capable of playing live at that point. It was only useful in the studio. Tell me Confield stories. No. I've seen chats that make this look slow. Yeah, I'm sure you did, but I'm too slow. For Villalobos, I'd check out the fabric mix. Okay, I will check out Villalobos. I'm not dissing it off. I just haven't checked it. There's lots of stuff I haven't checked, you know. I'm not like a fucking librarian. So I'm going to the Barbican and Turin to catch you guys. Thanks. Yeah. Sign your vape? No. Would you bring Cygnus on a US tour again? Yeah, why not? Be fun. He's a DOS to hang out with. Are you working for Cygnus? I don't know about Kanye and apples. That's not... It must be... What are you talking about? Visit Sheffield for some shows. Yeah, we never get booked to play Sheffield, which is weird because I did live there for quite a while. Have you heard Sam Interface's beats? No. What was the approach to the disengage mixes? It wasn't mostly us, it was mostly Andy and Rob and all the other guests come lot, and Glyn. But we done bits for it, little bits of mixes and stuff. You can usually tell mine, because there's usually some Soviet France in there. What Soviet France should one check out to prepare for the London gig? I don't know, ask them. I don't know what they're doing this year, so get on their Twitter, ask them. I'm sure they won't tell you. Have you ever tried to make 303 acid in Max? Not authentic, no, because I'm not like up for that. I don't really do emulation. It's just why, and also I'm not sure I'd be able to do it because the 303 is pretty unique. Maybe. I managed to get a filter sounding quite a lot like it, so. Did you ever get into EBN? Yeah, massively. I fucking love EBN. That's a really good question. And I'm glad you asked it. And you can probably tell from the Twitch streams as well. If you know, right? So. That was a really good question. I'm really glad you asked that. I think EBN don't get enough shouts, you know. I think he was really good. Yeah. And funny as fuck, you know. Get down, get down. Yeah, fucking brilliant, EBN. Not mentioned enough. Especially during, when like YTP got really fucking interesting in the late 2000s, just before the tennis thing happened, because I love YTP tennis shit. Yeah, exactly. It was the original, weren't it? Totally was. I remember first seeing that and just being like, holy fucking shit, what is happening now? Like, what is this? Like, yeah, amazing. Funny as fuck. Really good when you're tripping as well, because it's so ridiculous, you know. Okay, Radical TV, I will. Delhi Mini, yeah, play with it a bit. Like it, fun, you know. All about curation, innit? All about getting the right prompts, you know. I love getting the prompts just right. Yeah, I did watch Breaking Bad. I'm a mild fan of it. It's alright, you know. I found some of it a bit... Some of it was cool. Never watched Better Call Saul. Okay, I will check it if it's much better, Lexi. Good shout. Thank you. Okay, I'll check it. Yeah. I really like BoJack Horseman, for what it's worth. So... Yeah, everyone's saying Better Call Saul's better than... Okay, yeah, I'll watch it. Yeah, BoJack's ace. I'm a horse. Yeah, exactly. I'm a horse. Let's not do the I'm a horse thing anymore. No, I've not read David Foster Wallace. Recommend me something. This is good not scrolling the chat. It's fucking hell. It's a bit different, isn't it? King Gizzard. Maybe I've heard of them. I don't know what that is. Greg Egan I've had recommended to me a few times. And I've never checked him. But his stuff's meant to be pretty good hard sci-fi, right? So I'll probably get into it. Infinite Jest. Yeah, somebody recommended that. Shit. Okay, yeah, I will check this. I'm getting a long list now, which I'm probably going to forget most of. Lanark Artifacts I've heard, yeah, pretty good. Do I know Carl Pilkington? I know I probably sound like him to you. You know, when I first heard Carl Pilkington, I was like, I'm fucking sure I know this guy. He sounds like most of my mates. He's got a similar buzz. But that shouldn't be surprising, right? Because it's probably just from the same part of town. Similar sense of humour, maybe. There's a fucking really funny bit that Carl Pilkington did. I think it was in one of them shit Ricky Gervais things, because I just used to listen to it for Carl Pilkington, when he's going on about washing up and accidentally spotting a neighbour, like in a state of half undress because she's getting dressed, and then like anyway, I'm not going to do it because it's funnier when it comes from him. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. It's just really funny. Yeah. He just gets his arse out. Yeah, fucking hell. He's gone a bit weird, hasn't he, Ricky Gervais, recently? What's he on now? He's on some sort of turf tip. Can't get down with it. Don't know what he's doing. Anyway, let's not get into that. Will you play Dublin again? Yeah. I mean, pretty soon, hopefully. I have applied for DALI 2, but they don't give a shit about me, do they? So, you know, if I was a tech journalist, I'd have it already. Pretty sure of it. Do you have a target loudness for shows? Yeah, no less than 103 usually. It's not it's just dBA though, so it's not really a loudness level, is it? Too bad Dublin's a shithole. No, it isn't. Don't be like that. I've got a lot of friends in Dublin. Any special thing about Dublin? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, having mates there helps. You know. It's good playing anywhere where you got mates, isn't it? All your mates show up, so. My hearing is like on this side, it's not as good as it is on this side, but I can't tell. Like if I hear a signal, I can usually tell if it's centre or not. So it's kind of weird. Because if I just listen, if I block this ear off, I'm not hearing too good, but my brain's somehow equalising things. So, you know. But it's basically from years of having the monitor on the left side. So it's shot this ear a little bit over the years. But it's weird. I can just tell if a signal's mono or not. I don't seem to have any kind of bias when I'm working, you know. Yeah, it's weird. Do you protect it from those 103 plus dB? I mean, that's going out front, right? So I'm behind that. So I'm not hearing it at 103 at all. You lot are, though. So you might want to protect your ears. But I'm doing it for the body, basically. So if you want to wear hearing protection, that's up to you, innit? You interested in ambisonics? I mean, a bit. Yeah, I've learnt a bit about it. Mainly because I know someone who works with it all the time. So, but she's much better at using it than I am. What's your advice to the Gen Z generation? Well, you're all getting a bit old now, aren't you, Gen Z? Aren't we on fucking, what's the next one? Generation Alpha. So, Gen Z, yeah, don't let somebody else give you your identity and tell you what group you belong to. Don't let that happen. Just figure out who you are yourself, you know. That's what I'd say. There's people getting outraged about things that aren't really worth getting outraged about as well. And then there's people who are getting outraged about things that are... And the other thing is fucking recognise that there's some of us, I'd say like quite a lot of us actually, most of the people I know, have been more right on than you lot are for most of our lives. And we're not just a bunch of boomer cunts. So you've got to understand that. You know what I mean? We're not like... We're not the way you think we are. So, yeah, I don't know, that'd be my advice if I had to give any, which I fucking hate giving advice, so don't ask me that again, please. You know what I mean? Some of us were nice, you know what I mean? Fuck off, I'm Gen X, me. And Gen X are fucking... We're supposed to be slackers, aren't we? So, and do I seem like a slacker to you? Is that how I seem to you? And plus, you know, there's two more things I've got to say, right? One is that in the UK, these generation labels didn't apply until the internet, the advent of the internet started to spread them around the world. So we didn't use these terms in the UK. Gen X wasn't a term used in the UK until the internet. And the other thing is that boomers in the UK didn't exist full stop. Did not exist because after the war, tax was so high in the UK, no one could afford to have fucking kids. So we didn't have a baby boom in the UK. We don't have boomers. Boomers don't exist in the UK. People need to get a clue about that now. So anyway, it's all for marketing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no one called themselves Gen X. No one in America in the 90s was calling themselves Gen X when I was there. No one was like, we're Gen X. Yeah, no one gave a fuck about any of that. Bloody Gen Xers. Yeah. How do you manage to live as a musician without going insane? I don't know, maybe I am insane. How do you know? Do I seem that sane to you? I'm probably not that sane. Probably, I mean, I might be a bit insane. What classical music you listen to? Not a lot. I mean, Ligeti, probably. I listened to Shostakovich for a while because I quite liked how his melodies go off on weird tangents. I think some of his stuff is quite mad. But in general, I find a lot of classical music a little bit like pirouetting through emotional states, and I find I'm not like that. I don't enjoy the experience of it, even though it might be like musically smart or whatever. Berio, okay, I'll check Berio. Feel free to recommend classical to me that you think I might like, based on what you've heard of us, you know. Thoughts on OPN? Yeah, I love OPN. I think OPN's brilliant because he's really found his own voice within a kind of a sea of shit. And yeah, I find him very interesting from a kind of intellectual and conceptual standpoint. Yeah, he's good. He's really good. You know, he touches on things. He's not like always like aesthetically exactly where I'd put myself, but I think he's very definitely doing his own thing. So that works for me. Any vaporwave you like? Yeah, Mac Plus. Let's do it. You know, I like Echo Jams. You know, what can I say about it? I don't want to name just them, but you know, they're the two that I'm the most familiar with, so let's have it. Yeah, come on, accept it. Can the ship of Theseus sail through the sea of shit, or do you reckon it'd sink? Yeah, so is the ship of Theseus fungible or not? What do you think? You don't have to say that, but thanks, Beck. Appreciated. What do I think about chiptune? I think it's all derivative of Team Diobi. No, I'm joking, you know. But, yeah. I feel like I was there at the start, you know. I seen chiptune spring up out of nowhere. Not really. Is crypto a lot of bullshit? I'm not saying an opinion about crypto. So I'll just have people calling me a smooth brain. So, and we can't have that, can we? Yeah, I think it's like funny, the crypto thing. It's a bit like a cult, you know. But it's also really driven by a lot of speculators, and you've got to recognise that, you know. If you've got a lot of money, then crypto's a useful tool for making more of it. But I don't think we should be speculating using money. I think it's weird. Currency speculation, it's a bit like currency arbitrage. It's a bit like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't think money should be a vehicle for investment, really. But, you know, in terms of whether it's good to have decentralised currencies, yeah, probably. But maybe not using some kind of collective ledger that takes fucking years to process, you know. There's probably a better way of doing it. And yeah, I don't know, proof of work versus proof of stake. And I don't know whether we're really there yet. Everybody talks about Ether moving over, but I'm not sure when it's going to happen. Has it happened yet? You know what I mean? I'm not a crypto expert, so don't start asking me loads about crypto. I'm not. I just have some pretty ill-informed opinions, you know what I mean? So... yeah, exactly. Yeah, the thing about it sucking in people who were on the left because they thought it was an alternative to fiat currency, and then them ending up being tech bros and bullying people on the internet because they're not using crypto was just fucking perverse as fuck. You know. You into Tom Waits? Yeah, a bit. you know, there's a track by his What's He Building in there that I really vibe on. I think it's fucking really good. Yeah, some of his stuff's really fun and yeah. I ain't heard Beyonce's new album. Should I hear that? Is that good? Do you master your own stuff? Nah, I get like Noel Somerville to do it because he's really good, but he does mainly what he's trying to do is make it sound the vinyl sound the same as the digital. So he doesn't, as a rule, doesn't touch the digital, and then does as little as possible to the vinyl, or at least he processes it in a transparent enough way for you not to tell that it's different to the digital. So that's why we use him, because he's very good at doing that. And that came from him, actually. It wasn't us going to him and saying, don't touch it. It was we took our stuff to him and he just said, I don't feel like there's anything I need to do it, so I'm going to do this. And we said, okay. So, yeah. But I really rate him. He's really good now. He's just fucking really good. What's your favourite filmmaker? I don't know. Tarkovsky. Fucking. Do you like Kendrick Lamar? Nah, not really. I mean, it's a bit issuesy, you know. It's alright. I feel like it's trying to please people, and the music doesn't really vibe for me, so. Yeah, I love talking to Noel. He's fucking super experienced, really knows his shit, you know. Very transparent guy to work with. Very easy to work with him. Doesn't fuck you around. Not heard any new left field. How many times have you seen Pi? Once, I think, maybe twice. Favourite Euro rap module? I don't know. Don't really have any Euro rap modules. I've got a load of old ones, but Rob's got them at the moment, so probably. I mean, if I had to name one, it'd be from 20 years ago, but it's probably the remake of the Bode frequency shifter that Analog Systems did. So, because that thing was really nice. No, I've not seen Requiem for a Dream. Is that the one about drug addiction or something? I've not seen that. I think someone recommended it to me once, and I thought it sounds a bit depressing, so I didn't bother. Is it good? I'll watch it then. Okay. Am I a fan of Jay-Z? I don't think so. Everyone's saying it's really depressing. Someone's saying it's a shit movie, don't watch it. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I just thought about it and thought, nah, I don't feel like I'm in the mood for that. So I didn't watch it. If I didn't know it was going to be depressing, I probably would have watched it. So, one of them, innit? Don't watch it. Okay, I won't watch it. Yeah, I'll watch Better Call Saul instead, because you told me to. So, yeah. Have you watched any anime? Yeah, bits, you know. Train spotting? Yeah, nah, it's a different scene. Heroin addicts in Scotland. It's not really my background. I'm a different generation. All these questions about things I don't know about. Not use Circlone, but it looks like fun. You can see why you might want to use that. Rather be doing my own stuff, but yeah, looks cool. You into horror movies? I guess, maybe a bit. Less into them than I used to be. Probably because they got a bit samey. Yeah. I've been asked this question about a massive SoundCloud dump, Aphex style, about 20 times now. I wonder why that's like a meme question. Yeah, I don't know what's interesting in Manchester outside of the whole 80s scene. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to list a load of things that are cool about Manchester, but it's mainly about the people, you know. So it's like if you like being around them kind of people, then it's a good place to be. Do you like hiking? Yeah, I guess I do. Did you ever do a microsound album? I don't really know what that is. Is it where you have lots of short sounds? Is it still Manchester? Nah, it's not like that at all now. It's like very different. It's been kind of gentrified quite a lot. And there's a lot of Suds around, but there's still a lot of locals, you know, but it depends where you live really. Have you ever tried limiting yourself with equipment? Yeah, I mean, I am limiting myself to just using a computer and Macs, so it's just very unlimited at the same time. I don't know about this limitations thing. I mean, I get that it's like attractive to people, but I think that it might be a bit of a misnomer in a lot of cases, because it's, you know, there's still probably like a lot of combinations of parameter settings and stuff on whatever gear you're using. There's very little gear that is actually limited in that way, you know. Thoughts on Talk? Yeah, I liked them quite a bit. You know, Spirit of Eden, and even the sort of pop stuff I used to like. But there was a girl at work who got me into Talk, and she got me into the as well, because I wasn't really into pop music when I was a kid. I was only into electro, and then when I started working in the shop, I used to try and sneak music onto the stereo in there, and they let me play Depeche Mode, but not a lot of the other stuff. Like I'd try playing house and techno tracks in there, and I'd get told off. So then, after I was playing Depeche Mode in there, she started recommending the and Soul Mining was the first one I got into. I really liked that. And then Burning Blue Soul later. And then, yeah, and I liked Talk as well. That was because of her as well. She used to play Propaganda and stuff like that. How high is your IQ? I don't know. 3. Do you ever talk to Aphex's kids? No, I haven't. I haven't seen Rich in a long time, actually. Quite a long time. Talked to him a few times. Thoughts on Roxy Music? I should probably listen to Roxy Music, because whenever I hear a track and think, oh, this is interesting from that era, turns out to be them. Because some of their melodies, I think they sort of predate synth pop melodies in a weird way. So I'll probably enjoy Roxy Music. I've got a feeling I would. Susie and the Banshees, a little bit, yeah. I was more a Cocktail Twins kind of guy. Garlands, I liked, because that's a bit Susie-ish. But Autechre Nova. Yeah, that was fun. All that NN shit. I used to enjoy interacting with NN back in the day. Yeah, we're having a 4AD chat now, so I'll get in very kind of. Okay, so Kate Bush, yeah, okay, like I see Kate Bush get dissed, especially lately, because of all the attention. So there's been a lot of contrarians popping up. But you know, I think the Dreaming's phenomenally interesting, right? It's like super well made and weird, and I always really rated Kate as a producer, because I think obviously people talk about her histrionics and her weird fucking dancing and everything, but she's a good producer. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've always thought that. Since the 80s I've thought that. So I'd love to work with Kate. Are you serious? It'd be fucking amazing. That'd be like a dream come true. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, she was great. And so much more of an individual than a lot of punks, which is, at the same time, you've got punk happening, right, where everyone's towing the line and being a punk. And then you've got Kate, and what the fuck is Kate doing but being an individual? More of individual than any of them cunts. I don't know, I hear it and all that kick. It's probably a fucking roost bus or some shit like that. I don't know. Some neighbour having a rave. Yeah, the mozzies aren't getting me today. I don't know why. But I noticed a few dragonflies yesterday cruising the garden. So I think they've moved in now. And they're now the bosses, the garden bosses. And they're dealing with the mozzies. I was wondering if I could buy a box of dragonflies just to take out the mozzies. And then they just showed up by themselves. So, got to rate nature, haven't you? Just looking after itself. What are your thoughts on rave culture? Would you guys ever consider releasing an album so people can remix it? Yeah, maybe. Don't know. Rave culture. I don't know if I can give you a reasonable comment on rave culture. It was co-opted so fucking quickly. It was good at first. When we didn't know where we were going and we were meeting up at Knutsford services to drive to some obscure location or Blackburn raves. It was good then, but it got shit very quickly. So we've been back to Manchester recently. Nah, not in a few months. Put up a nest for bats. That's a plan. How do I do that? I'll look online for a guide. What's your dream sound check scenario at Ern Street? Yeah, Ern Street were a fucking good sound check. I remember walking around the room and being like, shit, this is going to be nice. That was one of the better sound checks from the last 20 years. Wait, what's this? How would you feel about a track who was blowing up from a big show like Kate Bush recently had with Stranger Things? Well, I don't think it's ever going to happen, is it? People aren't going to get fucking misty-eyed over some old autechre track. They're not going to be like, oh, autechre, I remember them. Let's celebrate autechre and send them to number one. It's not happening, is it? So, ooh, Bass Cadet, I remember that. Ooh, yeah. Let's send Bass Cadet to number one. Yeah, bike, yeah. Bike. Yeah, I don't know. No, I've never been to a Ben Frost gig. Should I? I don't really go to gigs much. I'm shit. I don't go to things. I'm just sat in my room with my laptop, so... Did you read The Wire? Nah. Sorry, I'm not dissing it or anything. I just can't be asked to read music, other people's opinions on music. Not when I can just download the music, so... rather just listen to the music. Would you ever score a film? Yeah, I guess. It's a lot of work though, and they keep telling you what to do. So I don't know if I'd enjoy it much. Nah, Murakami gets recommended to me all the time, and I feel like I should read Murakami. I saw that film The Burning recently, and I just found it quite depressing, but it was good. It was good, but it was quite depressing, Do I like wolves? You mean the animals? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I like dogs. I probably would like wolves. I met wolves once. It was at a zoo, though. Nah. Don't know the third policeman. A longer version of T1A1. Is that even possible? The Bowler remix, what was that? Did you love the composition and his samples so purified it? Well, he just took his very simple piano things and then tried to make them more complex by just layering loads of them on top into, yeah, it's probably obvious what we did though. Yeah, I liked it. It was mainly just a way of approaching it that I didn't think that anyone else would take, so. Favourite YouTube channel? Yeah, this is going to sound like, I don't know, because it's, I like that guy, what's he called, Anton Petrov. I like his channel. There's a guy, Rob sends me, who's this engineer guy, who I quite like, and I can't remember his name now, but if I remember it, I'll comment it somewhere. I like ContraPoints, really, really well put together videos, like, and just beautifully formulated arguments, you know. Yeah, PBS Space Time, good. Vsauce, good. Yeah. Action Lab, good. There's a lot of them channels I just enjoy just because they're fun, you know. I used to like Photonic Induction when he was around, but he's gone fucking missing, so I don't know what's happened to him. He was fun though. Number File, yeah, good. Yeah, Natalie is great. Hello Natalie, you're great. Yeah, Contra's fucking great. It really gets you thinking. It's just good. Really well formulated, you know. Really well put together and thought out. There's not many channels putting that much work in, so, you know. Do you watch much Twitch? Nah, not really. Should Gervais retire? Yeah, probably, because he's gone full turf, hasn't he? So he can fuck off. So I don't really know what tip he's on at the moment, but I can't get down with it. I think he's done that thing Louis C.K. did when he got called out, and then he's just dug himself right in, and he's just gone, this is what I want to be now, you know what I mean? And Finger done it now, Chappelle, didn't he? So I just can't get down with it. It's like a shitty response to the problem. You get me? Grateful Dead, I don't know. I want to, but I feel like there's a lot there to digest. People say that about us though, right? So yeah, maybe I should try Grateful Dead, because I used to like it's going to sound weird, but I used to like Hawkwind, because I kind of like how, I mean, I was young at the time, very young, right? So I have a kind of weird relationship with Hawkwind. It's like my dad's kind of generation music, but I kind of liked it because it was so out there, you know. And from what I understand, Grateful Dead can be a bit like that, so maybe I'd be into it. But, you know, what's the appeal of vaping? Nicotine, which gives you both a short-term and a long-term boost in cognition and memory capability. Any thoughts on Nietzsche? No. Yeah, obviously it's a vasoconstrictor or whatever, so it can be bad for you and it can give you a stroke. So, you know, use sparingly. Smoking weed make you smarter. Probably turns you probably makes you feel smarter. You know, it's like, dude. But, you know, I like it. I like what it does to music. I like how it really triggers me synesthesia like nothing else. So, especially when you have loads of it, if you do buckets or whatever, if you're into that kind of thing. I guess you call them gravity bongs, but we used to do them a lot when I was a kid. Fucking hell. But it's probably not very good for your brain, so I'm not recommending anyone do it. Plus, it's illegal in a lot of places, so. I didn't know about LSD. Is it vasoconstrictive? Is it? Shit. Sampled Artwind, yeah, we did. Yeah. Candy flipping, not done that for a long time. I never really got into these though. I was a bit like, I was exposed to it and I had them a few times, but I was never really a big fan. And it was mainly because, like, when we was out, people would be listening to the shittest music and thinking it was amazing because they'd had a couple of pills. So it never really did it for me. It weren't my kind of thing. How did you find out you were sampled by ZZ Top? I don't remember. Somebody sent me it. It was back when it happened, so... Got the bees cruising around here at the moment. Try Changa. No, let's not have a big conversation about different psychedelics. It gets boring. You know, save it for the Psychonaut sub. But I'm interested in hearing any stories anyone's got about salvia, because I've always been like a little bit intrigued by salvia, because it sounds like such a rough trip. But I've never had it. Ever tasted your own cum? Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? As a kid. I think I was about 12 or something. Wow, that's really funny. No, it wasn't. What's this about? Connect Project? Yeah, no, I was just finding, number stations, because I sent a load of them to Bach, and because we were kind of going, what is this? And then Connect Project dropped, which was a kind of cataloguing of number stations, but I didn't feel like it was very comprehensive, to be honest, but it was interesting. Have you tried snus in Norway? Yeah, I mean, I get like white snus, so it's not really snus, but I use it just for when I'm on planes and stuff like that, because it's a good way of getting it in. So you don't have to worry about getting told off for vaping, which, you know, because I started vaping like 10 years ago. Longer, actually. Like 2009, 10. So, and no one used to tell me off for it back then. But they do now. DXM I've never had, weirdly. Although I think I might have had it as a kid and not known. Well, I think I did have it as a kid, actually. If it was in Actifed, I think. Oh God, everyone's on about cough syrup now. Like, it's not that good. It just makes you... I thought my mum was a monster when I had that shit. But I was way too young. My mum remembers giving it to me and me having this mad trip and thinking she were a monster. That's interesting about the bathwater plug hole thing. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna get out now while this chat's descended into a awful comparison of the effects of different easily available psychedelic substances. And because it's been a while. So, yeah. I'm gonna love you and leave you again. And have a nice time and whatever. And yeah. Try not to get too excited about the wrong things. Right, bye.